Good morning everybody from the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. You're very welcome to join us. Commentary on the third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Ball by ball commentary brought to you in this instance by BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your commentators on the game, and it's fair to say Derbyshire will start day 3 in a reasonably strong position. They are 437 for 4. They lead Leicestershire by 224 runs on first innings already. Can't get away with anything here.
When we go live, you'll be fine, Richard. Don't worry about it. You'll be absolutely fine.
With 6 wickets in hand. Morning, Fletch.
Morning, Richard.
Reaches for the coffee.
Reasonably strong position. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, foot on the throat and completely dominant. Is another way of putting it, I would suggest. They can score as many runs as they want. Let's face it, Matty McKinnon's got 63, batting at 5. It's the highest he's ever batted, and it's the most runs he's ever scored in a first-class match. We've had the double century from Shan Masood, the now traditional double century from Shan Masood, when Madsen should have had 100 but ran himself out. Lewis Deploy didn't look entirely convincing yesterday, but he hasn't this season so far, and it's an important morning for him, battling morning, I think. And then they've still got Anuj Dal and Alex Thompson to come in, who are the big hitting all-rounders.
They don't want Deploy to sort of fiddle around for
no, they don't.
Though, do they?
I don't think so.
You know, they could do without a sort of 40-50% strike rate.
Yeah, no, that is a fair point. And Anuj Dal is somebody who'll get. He keeps the scoreboard moving. That he's not a huge hitter. Thompson is
great between the wickets. Running
pretty quick.
And a start.
Yeah,
here we go then. The two umpires, Neil Bainton and Neil Pratt, flanking Colin Ackerman, Leicestershire's skipper. Neil Bainton gave a very, very good decision yesterday, a not out to Shan Masood when he just after he'd passed 50, when Eddie Barnes swung one back into him that was going on to hit middle stump, thumped into the pad via a faint inside edge. And Bainton immediately said as much, despite Leicestershire's desperate pleas and appeals, and Shan Masood subsequently confirmed. And I, for one, absolutely believe, I would believe anything that man said. Absolutely.
As would I.
Said that, I got a little inside edge, and acknowledged that on that occasion it had been his moment. He'd been fortunate, and I think that was probably the only moment he needed to be fortunate in a quite sensational innings.
Said something interesting as well, because I asked him about the state of the pitch. If there's anybody qualified to tell us what the state of the pitch is, it's him, having batted for as long as he did. And he said, well, there is still enough in it for the bowlers. He said it's a very good cricket pitch. Well, he called it a wicket, but we'll forgive him that. I'll forgive him just about anything, but it is a pitch. And if you put it in the right place, then you will get success. As he said, Callum Parkinson didn't. He gave Callum Parkinson his due. He got one to turn, and it went through the gate and bowled him. And that's a man who was on 219. So it just shows you that there is still enough in this pitch for Derbyshire to force the victory.
Parkinson was quick to say, oh, it caught the edge of a foothold.
Yes, absolutely.
I.e., it didn't turn off the pitch per se.
If only there were any footmarks, eh?
Yeah.
Because I can't see any from here.
It looks pretty pristine.
Doesn't it? It looks beautiful.
You can start if you like. You'll have to disappear shortly.
Bjorn Hendricks begins from the pavilion and bowls to fellow South African Leicestershire Deploy, who pushes this one out into the offside, where it's fielded by Louis Kimber. And there is no run. 437 for 4 then. 16 to Leicestershire Deploy from 41 deliveries now. 63 Matty McKinnon from 127. Did slow down a little bit towards the close last night, clearly with the thought of a potential maiden first-class century, of course. This is his highest score in first-class cricket. They're going to talk to you in a minute, aren't they? I'll see you later.
Hendricks is in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Deploy. Pushes it back down the wicket towards mid-on, and there is no run. General feeling is that Derbyshire will want a lead perhaps of around 350 before they declare, half an hour before lunch? Question mark. Do let us know if you disagree at Fletch Sport or at Foxes Cricket 22. We'll be delighted to hear from you this morning. Hendricks is in and bowls. Waiting deep in his crease is Duploy again. Just defends very carefully. Drops it out down the pitch on the onside. 2 slips. Hands deep in pockets. It's cold out there. Cold, cool. Cool. But after the last couple of days, which have been, for the most part, pretty nice, it is markedly cooler. The forecast, I hasten to add, is pretty good. It's going to be grey this morning, but supposed to come out sunny this afternoon. In goes Hendricks, bowls outside off stump. Duploy steps forward and lets it go through. And the forecast for tomorrow, should we be playing still, and Leicestershire will certainly be determined that will be the case, is for uniform sunshine. So every prospect of not losing any overs. Derbyshire should not have any problems with the weather. Hendricks is in and bowling, pulled by Duploy. Doesn't really get it, but he's going to pick up a couple of runs. Here comes the Leicester update. Yeah, just coming to the end of the first over down here at Grace Road. Derbyshire have resumed on their formidable overnight score of 437 for 4. They've added a couple of runs to that. Leos Duploy pulling Hendricks down towards mid-wicket. He's gone on to 18. Matty McKinnon is on a first-class career best of 63 not out. It's cool down here at Grace Road, but we're still warmed by the memory of Shan Masood's sensational double century yesterday for Derbyshire, his second in as many innings for our near neighbours. He's put them in a very strong position. They lead now by 230 runs as Duploy picks up a slightly fortuitous boundary just past slip, so 443 for 4. The question is, when will they declare? We feel it'll be about half an hour before lunch and get Leicestershire back in. So just at the moment it's a holding job for the Foxes with Derbyshire 443 for 4. So you missed just one delivery if you're listening to commentary online and on the stream. Duploy went forward, a sort of controlled edge, wide of second slip. It was an edge though, and slightly fortuitous boundary. Wasn't so very far from second slip. Bounced about 2 or 3 feet wide of Ackerman's reaching left hand. So 22 to Leos Duploy. McKinnon will be facing for the first time, and interestingly he'll be facing Callum Parkinson. Parkinson 27 overs yesterday, 1 for 84, but as we were saying and Fletcher was explaining, he did produce the delivery that dismissed Masood, that spun back in through the gate, startled everybody, not least Masood. I had a little chat to him at the end of play yesterday, so he is going to continue. But as he said when we spoke to him afterwards, we as in Leicestershire can't keep doing this, being bowled out cheaply in our first innings and then back foot throughout the rest of the game. So it'll be a defensive field, defensive-ish field. There is a slip and there is a short extra, and Fletcher's back.
These all know each other, I'm sure, from their days at Lancashire, both former Lancashire players, Matty McKinnon and Parkinson, who bowls to his former Lancashire, I was going to say teammate, that isn't quite true actually, but turned into the leg side by McKinnon, there's no run. They will definitely know each other though. Who's number 72? What was it, 12? There isn't a 12, is there? Mid-wicket. That one is defended by McKinnon, hands in pockets, not sure who he is. I'm sure it said 72 on his back, Rich. It might not have done.
Have to wait till he turns.
Well, we will. Next delivery from Parkins. There we go. He's going to turn in a minute because he's just fielded that one. He's going to turn. Is it 72? Oh, come on, turn a bit more than that, mate.
We're getting the 2.
Yeah. Well, it's not Azad.
There.
It's not Ed Barnes. Is it 72?
72.
Thank you very much. Thank goodness for that. He might be wearing somebody else's sweater, of course, as Parkinson
It's,
is in again, and McKinnon defends out into the offside. This is Azad.
I think it's Nat Bowley, Leicestershire's reserve off spinner.
Okay. Your next task.
Blowing on his hands and rubbing them at the
Try and
moment.
work out who's not out there. Interesting. There's an edgy shot there from Matty McKinnon out towards the backward point region off the outside edge. It was quite an aggressive shot from McKinnon, who moves on to 65, but that will have encouraged Callum Parkinson, no question about it. 4-4-5 for 4.
Well, Moulder's out there, which is always one's first nervous thought, isn't it? Look for the big names to make sure they're all okay. With respect to
I was just going to ask you who aren't the big names then. Come on. McKinnon pushes this one. No, I know what you're saying. Yeah, you want the overseas boys out there, don't you? Because you need to flog them. 4-4-5 for 4 at the end of the Parkinson over. 1 for 86 in 28 overs. His figures now deployed 22. McKinnon 65. Derbyshire's lead 232.
Saw Lewis Hill on the boundary as well in his whites. So whether there's a few of them have gone off to play club cricket or something like that, the guys, the 12th men, so to speak.
Right.
It being Saturday and the first day, as you were saying yesterday, of club cricket locally. Maybe that Leicestershire have thought that the likes of Ben, Mike, etc. will get more benefit from playing a decent game of club cricket than running on with the drinks. Evans is there. Azad is there. Hendricks is there because he's running into bowl and does so to deploy. Twitches at that one a little bit just outside off stump, defends it, drops it down on the onside, and there is no run. George Rhodes out there.
Square line. Point.
Yeah, he's usually a backward point.
Yeah.
And is Ackerman, he's out there. I'm going through the Kimbers there.
Ed Barnes down at third man.
I'm kind of going through the batting order.
Oh,
Swindle's
okay.
obviously keeping the Moulder at 6, Swindle 7, Barnes 8, Parkinson 9. Hendricks is in. Bowles deploy more positive that time on the front foot, pushing it back down the wicket towards his fellow South African, who reaches out.
It's actually Colin Parkinson. It's Ed Barnes who's not out there, I think, because that's Parkinson down at third man. I'm going Barnes. Or is that him there polishing the ball? No, that's not him.
It
It
is
him polishing the ball. So it's not Ed Barnes. Apologies to the Barnes family. If indeed I need to apologise
It's
for
Davis.
Will Davis. Well.
He's not
You're
out
right.
there at the moment. Hendricks is in. Bowles turned off his legs by Duploy, pushed towards mid-wicket. Takes the run quickly. Evans got across to his left at mid-wicket to make the stop, but it was comfortable enough. Got his throw away. And McKinnon running to the quote-unquote danger end. Made his ground comfortably. 4-4-6 for 4. The lead 2-3-3.
That's why it made it slightly more complicated doing it by batting order, wasn't it, really? Because it was always going to be the last man who isn't out there. But we'll do reverse batting order next time. He's on the ground. I saw him this morning in his tracksuit, warming up. Definitely on the ground.
Hendricks charges in and bowls. McKinnon even goes back and turns it neatly away through the vacant square leg area down towards the man on the square leg boundary. And that is Rhodes. So single comfortably taken for Matty McKinnon. Every run. Presume he bought the drinks last night, as Masood didn't pass his first class career best.
No, disappointing. I've now seen his 2 highest scores though, and that's not bad for somebody who basically hasn't spent much time playing cricket in this country.
Hendricks into Duploy, who leaves outside off stump, steps forward, lifts his bat over the line of the ball. Good carry through to Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Azad alongside him, just alongside him, because he's standing at second slip. There is no first slip. Ackerman has gone out to mid-on, strengthening the onside field. Evans clapping his hands there at mid-wicket to try and keep them warm as much as anything, I would imagine. As I say, sun's scheduled to come out later. In goes Hendricks, bowls, hurries Duploy a little bit as he defends, again on the back foot, working it out on the onside. Picked up by Evans, running across, and it's the end of the over. 4-4-7 for 4-2-3 for the lead. And, I'm thinking 340 and half an hour before lunch, something like that.
Yeah.
But pure guess, really. What might be? Who knows what's in Billy's mind, Billy Godalman's mind? But I'm sure Mr. Arthur has had some input.
Yes, quite. Right. No, it's pure speculation as to what's in Billy's mind at this stage. The next delivery the first delivery new over from Parkinson is defended by Matty McKinnon, as Hassan Azad removes his cap for fear of it blowing off. I fancy he stuck it down the back of his trousers at mid-off. Oh, he looks cold as well, doesn't he? He doesn't look like he's enjoying it out there. I'm not too sure what it is. I think it's the most unpleasant it's been in the match so far this morning. It's cooled down a bit and there is no sun. As Parkinson bowls to McKinnon. They're not showing any sign of getting on with it.
You wouldn't say the body language was urgent in any way, would you, at this stage? But there are still pretty much 6 sessions
there is time, isn't there?
Yeah,
there is time.
Absolutely.
Well, I was thinking if they could finish it off today, that'd be handy. As McKinnon gets an inside edge out into the leg side. Or at the very worst, by lunch tomorrow. That wouldn't be too bad. I could still get back to my cricket club for to watch some cricket, of course, but they usually have very nice guest beers on. 4-4-7 for 4. Parkinson around the wicket, bowls to McKinnon, just clips that backward and square on the leg side. Magnificent piece of footwork by Buren Hendricks. That is a proper opening bowler's stop with his left foot. McKinnon moves on to 67 and is 448 for 4. Saranga Lakmal did that in the last match. Oh, splendid. It's good to see that there are still some fielders willing to stop the ball with their feet. That's why you were given feet. Oh, this sliding nonsense. I don't think I ever slid once when I was playing cricket, unless I fell over. The back foot deployed, plays the next Parkinson delivery out into the offside. And there's no run. Parkinson's bowling from the Bennett end. And that is driven very pleasantly by Leicestershire up to long on. He moves to 24. 449 for 4 at the end of the over. He pinches the strike as well. I'm not going to give any scores at this early stage. It's just good to see that cricket started everywhere in the country. What is a fairly gloomy April morning. The championship matches have all got underway, which is excellent news, despite being pushed to the periphery and being forced to play in April. The Derbyshire record, incidentally, for runs scored by a batsman in April, or the UK record, I beg your pardon, the UK record for runs scored by a batsman in April is 712. Shan Masood currently has 611.
And he will have one more innings, won't he then?
Yes, well, we're hoping he doesn't bat again in this game for a reason I'll tell you in a moment. Yeah.
Hendricks is in, bowls straight. Duploy again with that little twitch as he defends that one on middle and off, back down the pitch.
And it's not for any reason it's not because I crave an innings defeat, far from it. I really don't care how Derbyshire win games, just be nice to see them win them. But his double century yesterday was the 65th instance of a player scoring consecutive double centuries worldwide. It has never been done 3 times in a row, and of course if Derbyshire bat again in this match, that would ruin his chances.
Assuming he opens. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Pushed out through the covers. Nice shot from Duploy. It was just over pitched from Hendricks. He wasn't quite at the pitch, but he leant forward, trusted his eye and his timing, and pushed it away, knowing that if he beat the infield, it's going to run away down the slope to the meet, and so it did. He moves on to 28 450 up for Derbyshire, 453 for 4. The lead now 240.
He's a very attractive batsman once he gets going. Leicestershire, he's struggled to get going so far this season. Promising signs early on this morning, apart from that edge down to third man in the first over.
Hendricks in again, hits him on the back pad, looked a wee bit high to me. And indeed, umpire Bainton, well, I say indeed, he turned it down anyway, but he then did gesture to Hendricks, lifted his right hand a little bit, and I think that's the reason. We shall have a careful look at the replay, see what you think there, Fletch. Yeah, I think that was high. It hit him above the pad because he limped off, he limped away there, and I don't think he was playing the old soldier as Hendricks is in. Slightly fuller, but this time Duploy gets bat on ball. The ball trickles back past Hendricks and just past the stumps at the bowler's end. Barnes steps in and picks it up.
This is already Duploy's highest score of the season. Early days, of course, only the third game, but something to cheer him.
Hendricks is in and bowling full outside off stump. It sort of wobbles in the air a little bit as it dips down into the gloves of Harry Swindles behind the stumps. Of the things Hendricks will have learned is that the umpiring is I was going to say slightly inconsistent. It depends on the umpire, but umpire Bainton is a very good umpire and he doesn't get much wrong, and he's very hard to convince. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Back goes Duploy, works the delivery off midland leg out towards square leg. Evans has to run around from mid wicket, and the single is taken, i.e. you bowl at the right end, you pick your umpire. And I think 9 out of 10 are pretty good, but they're not all consistent. End of the over, 454.
Just consider that hole well and truly dug. He did well, Neil Bainton, to get into position to give the run out of Wayne Madsen, who had to put the dive in and was run out. It was he who gave that decision, and it looked pretty fair. There were no complaints for anybody. The international umpires just referred to the TV. The first over from Callum Parkinson, the first ball of a new over from Callum Parkinson is defended back to him by Matty McKinnon. 29 is now Leicestershire high score. He got 28 down at Lords in the first innings. There's Duploy, in fact, who's batting, and now he moves on to 30 because he's just punched that down the ground up towards long on. He moves to 30, as I say, 455 for 4.
Did the Sussex players all line up to shake Masood's hand when he was...
They did all shake his hand, and similarly Derbyshire's players shook the hand. I mean, it was a very friendly game. It felt like a friendly, in all honesty. This one is all turns. Squirts off the outside edge of McKinnon's bat. Yeah, when Tom Haynes and Cheteshwar Pujara got their double hundreds as well, there was lots of congratulations. And it's good to see, isn't it? It's how it should be. Parkinson bowls, cut away by McKinnon. That's backward of square, and it's racing away towards the boundary. There's a despairing dive out there as well. Perhaps might have been cut off, but Kimber put the dive in, couldn't stop it. And McKinnon moves into the 70s. 71 not out. He is 459 for 4 now. Yes, I don't go in for this, or we can't clap them because they're the opposition. It's lots of tosh, isn't it? McKinnon turns this next delivery into the leg side, where it's fielded by Hendricks.
Did Masood say it is just a cricket match? He said,
yeah,
bless him.
I know. Lives in the moment, not thinking about the previous double, not thinking about any future ones. Just living in the moment. Driven by McKinnon into the ground. Nicely fielded by Azad. Tumbling away and diving to his left-hand side. 4:59 for 4 at the end of the Parkinson over. 71 to McKinnon, 30 to deploy. Derbyshire's lead is 246. Presumably they will have had a team meeting. I don't know how these things work, never having played in multiple innings matches, but they'll have had a meeting this morning and said this is the kind of figure we want to get to, or we'd like to really have half an hour at them before lunch, or I don't know. Either way, Derbyshire in a good position, I venture to suggest.
Hendricks is in, deploys on the back foot, angled bat, defending through the vacant gully, down towards Parkinson at third man, taking 1, moves on to 31, 460. /247, the lead.
And moving forward, that phrase I absolutely hate, but for matches that are coming in the next few weeks, for Deploy to get some runs, for McKinnon to get some runs, all hugely important. Glamorgan next, then I think it's Worcestershire at home before we go to Nottingham.
Hendricks bowls to McKinnon, who goes back, and a very faint little deflection, a deliberate one, entirely deliberate one, playing it through about third slip, goes very fine, but third man is quite fine. Bowley, I think it is, down there, and he makes the stop. So just a single to McKinnon.
Before anybody points it out, when I say we, I mean me and David Griffin, really. Desperately try not to call Derbyshire we.
Apologies to Alex Evans. It's Evans who's 72. Should have remembered that because he played a couple of games last season. Alex Evans. In goes Hendricks and bowls. Slightly playing across his front pad is Duploy, closing the face of the bat on a full delivery, pushing out to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You can't be expected to know the entire squad, Richard.
When the numbers are, and when they've played for the first team, and Alex played a couple of games last season, I should have. They're not dissimilar to look at. Young, fair-haired, tall men, albeit one is a medium fast bowler and one an off spinner. Hendricks is in and bowling, and Duploy walking forward into the defensive shot. Hendricks looks, having fielded in his follow-through, pause with his hands on his knees for a moment, having reached down, smiles at umpire Bainton, who's always up for an exchange. Meanders back to his mark. Bjorn Hendricks, but you can't fault his fitness or his effort over these games, that's for sure. Bowling up the slope, charges in and bowls, and back foot pushed out towards mid-wicket. It's going to have to hurry McKinnon, you would have thought. In fact, he made his ground fairly comfortably. Evans' throw was certainly not the most violent he's ever put in. It actually hit McKinnon, but it sort of lobbed it. It was a gesture, wasn't it, really? Well, it wasn't an attempt to run him out, per se.
Two number 21s, though.
Are there?
No, one's batting. Evans threw it, and McKinnon is wearing the 21 for Derbyshire. Hit him. Yeah. No, there are two 21s out there, but they're for different teams. We're all right.
It does happen sometimes, doesn't it? When
yeah.
Jumpers are borrowed.
You'll have fun at Lords if you don't know the Middlesex team, because they have the cable knit sweaters without the numbers on the back, which sort of defeats the object, really.
Must be a way of doing it.
Well, it can't be beyond the wit of man, can it, to put a number on the back of a cable knit, surely.
Hendricks goes around the wicket to McKinnon, slightly short of a length, but there was a groan from Hendricks as he delivered that one. May have just slipped in his delivery stride. He looks okay, actually. He didn't fall.
He sort of twisted around like he got something stuck in the turf. Let's have a look on the replay here. It didn't sound great, but it didn't look great either.
It's his right knee. He's just flexing his right knee at the moment, but he's walked away quite happily, or reasonably happily. He slipped a little bit.
Yeah.
Leicestershire do not want to break him.
No, not this early.
No, he'll have a lot of overs left to bowl over the season. Those 3 overs might be enough.
Losing Will Davis may cause an issue though. This one is played very nicely at the start of a new Parkinson over by a deploy up towards long on for a single. 463 for 4. The lead is now exactly 250. Hence the indifference from the very relatively small crowd. It's a lot smaller than it has been. It's not particularly pleasant cricket watching conditions this morning. This one is pushed out into the offside. There's an appeal for something. I assume leg before wicket, but I think it hit the bat. It's whether it hit the toe before the bat or indeed hit the toe at all, but either way, umpire Pratt wasn't interested.
Getting a bit lighter than we did forecast. That is the forecast. They sometimes know what they're about.
Next one is cut away by McKinnon for 4 runs down to a wide third man. That was too short from Parkinson. It was a bit close to McKinnon really, but he still managed to get the cut shot away, and he moves to 76. 467 for 4 now.
I think the left arm spinner to the right hander with a short boundary down there and a very, very fast outfield. And you're on the defensive, I'd have a third man. A wide third man, frankly.
Yes. He hasn't. Well, he's sort of got a short-ish third man, hasn't he? Sort of more of a deep gully. This next one is defended by McKinnon up towards Zad at mid-off, and there's no run. So McKinnon 24 away from what would be a maiden first-class century. Leicester City at home this afternoon as well. That will take a few off the crowd here, you would expect. Driven by McKinnon this time, gets a single up to mid-off, or long off, to move to 77. 468 for 4, deploy on 33, lead 255. Understandable. The crowd is a little smaller than it has been. Next delivery from Parkinson goes all the way through, past the bat, hits the back leg possibly. Big appeal for leg before wicket against deploy, not given.
Height wasn't an issue, was it?
No.
What if it hit him outside?
Well, that can only have been outside the line unless it's turned too much and it was going to miss the leg stump, but that seems unlikely. That's the end of the over. 468 for 4. McKinnon 77, deploy 33.
Yeah, didn't do enough. Back pad, but he'd got outside the line. And it'll turn back inside. Pretty sure that hit him outside the line. Callum Parkinson, understandably disappointed, but I think that's a fair enough decision on the part of umpire Pratt. Bjorn Hendricks' slip on the last delivery notwithstanding is okay to bowl again. He goes in around the wicket, bowls to McKinnon, who works the delivery off Midland leg down towards deep backward square. Rhodes comes in and picks up and throws, and the single is taken. McKinnon 78, 469 for 4. Pitch still looks pretty good. Ball is now 40 overs old. The innings is 120 overs old, so it is no longer at its best as Hendricks is in. Bowls forward goes Duploy, defending out into the covers. It bounces up high towards Kimber. An extra cover, and there's no run. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester shortly, as Hendricks tosses the ball from hand to hand. Sun threatening to come out here now at the Uptonsteel County ground as Hendricks is in. Bowls outside off stump, bounces through, allowed to go through by Duploy. 469 for 4. 469 for 4, Derbyshire. They haven't lost a wicket this morning. They began on 437 for 4, leading by 224. They've extended that lead to 256. Matty McKiernan has 78. Leos Deploy has 33. The only question is, when will they declare? They'll want to get Leicestershire back in maybe just before lunch, and then at that stage they'll be hoping for a lead of around about 340. So we're not exactly going through the motions here, but it's very much a rear good guard action for the Foxes as things stand. Derbyshire 469 for 4. Hendricks turns, runs in past umpire Bainton and bowls. Deploy on the back foot, defends, deflecting the ball through wide gully down towards third man. Callum Parkinson picks up and throws. Deploy takes 1. Moves on to 34. 470 for 4, 257 the lead. Still getting the feed if BBC Radio Leicester are listening. Hendricks is in, bowls slightly short of a length but on off stump, and McKiernan on the back foot looking to force out into the offside, plays it more or less straight to Moulder in the covers, or is it Evans? It's Evans in the covers. End of the over. News, a little bit of news on Will Davis is that it seems he's aggravated an old injury, a possible strain of an abdominal muscle, something he has done before, but he is still being assessed, so not quite sure on the severity of the strain. In goes Parkinson, and it's clipped down into the ground by Deploy, bounces up to Azad at mid-on. Fletch is back with us, and he's brought the sunshine with him.
Yeah, it's going to
start
to brighten up, isn't it? Starting to brighten up, as you predicted, having looked at the app on your phone. Parkinson bowls 2, McKinnon to push it, 2 Deploy, who pushes this one out into the offside. No, he doesn't. He pushes it out into the onside. He's left-handed, and there's no run.
He's commentator Cams. Are we going to have to sharpen up our acts a little bit in terms of appearance? We are what we are, but
I don't think I'm beyond sharpening. This one is turned into the leg side by Deploy. He'll pick up a single. He moves to 35. The lead's 258 now. 471 for 4.
Just somewhat disconcerting when you glance at the stream and suddenly appalling vision appears.
Well, they have one at Derby as well. I've never really understood the need for it, if I'm entirely honest. Might hang my cap on it next week. No one needs to see Ed Bevan, do they? This one is cut off the back foot by McKiernan, but straight to the man. A backward point. It was behind Moulder.
As many of our listeners always point out, a lovely voice, Ed.
We're on radio for a reason. McKiernan pushes this one out into the offside. Round from behind the stump comes Swindles to do the fielding. If you are a Burton fan and you're travelling to Doncaster today, be aware that there is a closure of the A38. It might take you a little bit longer. I know we have a lot of Burton Albion supporters listening to the cricket. That one is defended. Final ball of the over by Matty McKiernan back towards Callum Parkinson, who fields off his own bowling. 471 for 4 at the end of the over. Not much happened in that over, in all honesty, just a single taken. And he's not happy, is he, Muir Hendricks? He wants a drink. Shrug of the shoulders. Where's my drink? Come on, where is it? And again, anybody there? His spell has finished for the morning. He's bowled 5 overs for 18 runs. Wants a drink because Ed Barnes is coming on.
Bowled without much luck yesterday. Ed Barnes. See if he enjoys a bit more fortune today. But truth be told, from a Leicestershire point of view, These two, Deploy and McKinnon, have not looked in the slightest bit in trouble throughout this morning. I don't think the bat has been beaten. I can't remember.
There was the Deploy edge down to third man in the first over.
There was.
Is about
wide of Ackerman,
is about the biggest chance so far, but it wasn't really a chance. Ackerman, is that if it is still Ackerman at slip, he's gone very wide now, isn't
It's
he?
Azad.
Oh, it's Azad, I beg your pardon.
Ackerman is at mid-off, deepish at the moment, as Barnes goes in and bowls. Back foot defensive shot from Leos Deploy on off stump, dropping it down towards short leg actually. So instinct is to close his bat face on the ball. I can see a few people in the meet watching at the moment, and some people now coming out, going into the seats as the sun warms the air. It was distinctly cool as we came in this morning, and I was a bit worried about my choice of attire, but
well, I'm still slightly concerned about it, but
beginning to look a bit more justified. The old shorts.
The club gilet.
Yeah, that's nice and cosy. Barnes is in, solidly forward is Deploy, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it out to Colin Ackerman. In my defence, it is an older gilet. It's not the current gilet, so I'm not completely corporate in that respect.
That's a very, very poor defence. That's the defence of ignorance.
But it is nice and warm and cosy.
I bought this one myself. No branding on it.
From which charity shop? Forward goes Deploy, pushing out into the offside. No, it looks very smart.
I get all my clothes from the same clothes shop, George.
Other retailers, I understand,
supermarkets are available. Yes, but none of them make clothes that quite fit me.
It is not a sweatshop. So I can't remember which sketch that was. Oh yeah, knowing me, knowing you. Alan Partridge, who's on tour, I understand.
Yes, he is.
McKinnon just tapped the stumps in there. The off stump in particular, he wasn't happy about the way the off bail was sitting, as Barnes goes in and bowls to him on that off stump, and McKinnon, aware no doubt of the proximity of what would be a maiden first class century, plays carefully back down the pitch on the side.
Mark Beck is suggesting that our commentary has dropped off the BBC Sport website. He says he confirmed you can hear those at Chester Street and elsewhere, but that was 8 minutes ago, so it might have changed. Mark, if it does change and you can hear us now, let me know, please.
If we're still on the stream, then it's sort of obviously nothing at our end.
Yes.
In goes Barnes and bowls, covers up McKinnon. There's no run.
Would be handy.
Foxy Phil, I thought this Matty McKinnon was a tail ender. Proving otherwise.
Well, certainly never batted as high as 5 before in first class cricket. I've seen all his. He's probably an 8, 9. His main job in the side is leg spin. But it's his second first class half century.
Barnes, to finish his over, he is in. McKinnon goes back and works it neatly away down towards mid-wicket. Takes the first one quickly because Rhodes had a bit of work to do to get to the ball, but did it competently and quickly enough to prevent any chance of a second. McKinnon keeps the strike. He moves on to 79. 473 for 4. The lead now just ticking up, not with any great urgency, but ticking up to 260.
It's like a bee buzzing, isn't it? I won't embarrass him at this stage. In fact, it wouldn't be an embarrassment really, but I get a message from somebody back at Derbyshire calling when Matty McKinnon came out to bat, calling a Matty McKinnon century. Now it's a fairly easy thing to do, isn't it? And then you sort of forget it when it doesn't happen. But he'll come back and say he's a class player. So we'll wait and see what transpires. But he's on 79, not out at the moment. He'll never have a better opportunity, you wouldn't have thought. Certainly it's his best so far in his career. And what did you say? He's played 5 matches or something, you said, in his first-class career yesterday?
We're waiting for Barnes to get dressed here, but he's struggling. He's struggling at mid-on.
He can't sort his sweater out. He's turned it inside out. Now he's turned it the right way. Now he's in. He's got the arms in. He's worked out where the arms are. Well done, Ed. Now he's got to try to work out where he puts his cap. That's it.
This is his 5th.
Yeah.
Fifth first-class game.
Fair play. Has done his chances of staying at the side no harm at all. He plays this shot off the back foot. The first ball of Callum Parkinson over, pushes it out into the offside where Sam Evans does the fielding. And there is no run.
All the stream comms are fine, thank you, Fango.
Next delivery is played out into the offside again by McKinnon. This time it's Azad who does the fielding at a straight mid-off. There's sort of 2 mid-offs, or a mid-off and an extra cover. That's more really what it is, because the mid-off is quite wide. As Parkinson bowls turned into the leg side this time by McKinnon. Parkinson, oohs and ahs. I'd go slightly less on the oohs and ahs now. If they think the pitch is doing a lot, I'd just try and keep quiet.
The stream comms comes directly from our box, though, doesn't it? It
does,
could be
yeah.
something we've pressed back in the studio.
Okay.
I've
had confirmation that we're back, but then again, it might.
Oh, we are.
Are we? No, we haven't.
No, I haven't. The stream
I
is good.
Yeah, I haven't had confirmation.
Okay.
The only way to do that is check it on your laptop, isn't it? Really? Do you want me to do it?
That'll be the stream, though.
No. And if you go onto the BBC website,
okay,
we'll do it. Here's Parkinson in bowls off the back foot, tries to chop it away. McKinnon. Well, he does chop it away, but he chops it straight to Evans because he doesn't actually time the chop in any way, which is a little bit disappointing.
But if the wrong button has been pressed in the studio, we'll need to redial, won't we? But let's find out.
We will. We'll see. It won't take us 2 seconds to discover whether we're still on there or not. As Parkinson is in again. That one's defended. Very, very firm defence. If we're on. Well, there's nothing coming out of my phone.
Right, I'm going to phone BBC Radio Less then, because I suspect that they have done something they shouldn't have done.
Okay. Yeah, we seem to have a slight issue. We'll be back. There we go. Richard will be back. Sure, he's just left me now. He just left me. New over from Ed Barnes. Ball still is to play. Push it out into the offside. They go through for a quick single. McKinnon, very alert to that, runs in, and indeed the fielder out in the offside decides against throwing the ball at the stumps, and they get through for the single comfortably enough. Deploy moves to 37. McKinnon on 79. 474 for 4. Derbyshire's lead is 261 now.
Apparently all the right lights are showing, but they're going to check all sorts of connections and text me, so we'll find out.
Excellent. Barnes again, bowling from the pavilion end in the sunshine now. That's clipped into the leg side, straight to Louis Kimber. And there is no run.
Still cool out there, sunshine notwithstanding, having just been out in there, but I wasn't in the sun at the back of the commentary box.
Cameraman looks fairly cold though, doesn't he? He's gloved up and hood up. Bless him. Sitting out there for the 3rd day. Did
you see the cameraman at the rugby league last night?
Would have got hit.
Yeah.
Yes.
He picked up, he got tackled, didn't he?
Absolutely
basically
wiped out. Yeah. That's an interesting shot from Parkinson, chopping it straight into the ground. It bounces out into the offside. It's fielded by Azad, but not necessarily where he was aiming to play it.
Picked himself up admirably, bounced up almost.
Smiled as well, didn't he, afterwards?
You wouldn't want to collect a 17-stone rugby league player going at 30 miles an hour, but he was okay.
I missed the end of the game because I fell asleep, but Cass won it easy in the end, didn't they?
They did.
Against a very young St Helens side.
I couldn't quite understand that.
No.
Are they all injured?
No, resting them, apparently. What is striking the pad? Barnes turns around and asks the question rather than bellows the question at umpire Bainton, and Richard indicates, I think I agree with him, down leg side.
Barnes made a very old-fashioned sort of gesture as well. He sort of two hands. It was like something out of a sort of 1930s Noel Coward comedy there, wasn't it? Bless him.
Back at the top of his mark is Barnes. Runs in now. Past umpire Bainton, and it's dabbed by McKiernan. Square on the offside to Azad. No run. 4.74 for 4. 2.61 the lead. Julian, the Derbyshire physio, has come in from doing his work with, I assume, Ryan Sidebottom again. I couldn't get a good view of who was working, but I assume it's Sidebottom who's recovering from a slight hamstring strain. Nick Potts has played the 2 games in Sidebottom's absence. He's only on loan from Warwickshire. The Victorian-born medium pacer. Barnes in, and that one's dabbed backward of square on the offside. It's well fielded by Azad, but he can't prevent McKinnon from picking up another single. He moves to 80 and pinches the strike. Deploy has 37. It's 400. Will Davis is on now. 475 for 4. Derbyshire lead by 262. Good to see Davo out there.
But I suspect, given what we've heard, he won't. Well, he can't immediately anyway, but he won't be bowling at all during the rest of the Derbyshire innings. If you have of whatever severity, an abdominal strain that you have had previously. Now, Duplessis waving away at the pavilion, hopefully. What would he like? New gloves, please. He shows the old ones, or the ones he's currently wearing, to the balcony. Parkinson will continue from the Bennett end. Didn't sound like it.
I was just checking that I was actually getting sound out of my phone, which I am.
Parkinson is in and bowls. McKinnon is solidly forward, pushing the ball back up the pitch to Callum Parkinson. It may be that the wrong button has been pressed in Salford then.
So yeah, this is definitely our stream at the moment that's not producing.
Maybe they're waiting until Derbyshire declares. Back goes McKiernan to a straight delivery from Parkinson, looking to force, a bit inside edgy as he plays it out towards mid-on.
Leicestershire requested a news blackout. Bless him.
Parkinson in and bowling again. McKiernan goes back, flicks at the ball. Around the corner it goes, but more or less straight to Bjorn Hendricks at backward square, about 3 yards to the side of umpire Bainton. Looks well wrapped up out there. Those umpires' coats
are
nicely padded these days. Yeah. In goes Parkinson, bowls short, cut for 4. And McKinnon has done that 3 times now this morning. When Parkinson has just dropped a little bit short, a little bit of width, he has cut unerringly past the man at backward point. In this case it's Vian Moulder. And once that man is beaten, it's 4 runs, so I maintain that he might as well be at 3rd man.
21 runs this morning for Matty McKiernan.
3 figures well within sight now as Parkinson is in, drops very short, he works it away, and Hendricks puts out a big left hand, a little ungainly. He scrapes his fingers against the ball, slows it down, and it's Alex Evans who runs back from mid-wicket to complete the fielding. Not the smartest piece of work by Hendricks. He usually gets something to the ball, but it wasn't quite enough on that occasion. And so McKinnon picks up 2, moves on to 86. Parkinson is in, gives it some air that time. McKinnon leans forward, clips it firmly, but only as far as mid-on, where Barnes is the fielder. He throws it to Evans, who'll be presumably throwing it back to him shortly, because it's the end of the over. 481 for 4, the lead to 8-6. sorry, 268.
Yes, 862 would have probably been enough, but only just.
Just a feel of the sort of game going through the motions at the moment until we reach the point that Derbyshire have decided in their own minds is where they want to be.
Morgan already on the brink of an innings defeat. They're 128 for 9 in their second innings. They still trail Middlesex by 86. So a day off for Nick and Ed. And for Kevin Hand, who's on commentary for the away games.
A day and a half.
Yeah, a day and a half off. Sussex 197 for 6 now, trailing Worcestershire by 294. And Nottinghamshire still batting on in the wilderness of the second division. These runs won't count, of course, as far as their commentators are concerned, because they're second division runs, but they're 391 for 4 now against Durham and leading by 161. At Chester Street, here's Barnes in from the pavilion and bowling to Deploy. Just taps it out into the offside. They go through for a sharp single, and Derbyshire have done that this season. They have run a lot of very sharp singles, hence the reason in part that they scored 401 runs yesterday. If there are runs out there, they will do what they can to claim them, I think it's fair to say. But that was a well taken sharp single, really well taken.
Di Davis said, we lost you via the BBC website after the 11:30 update, which does rather suggest it might have been
that's your
at
boys.
Our end.
That's your boys, that. My 11:30 update was beautiful. 482 for 4. I'm sure yours was actually. Barnes in, and that's pulled around the corner. That gone all the way for 6. I fancy it has. Neither of the two fielders out there on the boundary could see it, and the signal is 6 from Neil Bainton. And with one blow, Matty McKinnon moves into the 90s. He's 92 not out now. 488 for 4. The lead 275. Again, not quick enough, Barnes, to drop short. And it was one of those. If you can imagine a hammer thrower, I always think it's that kind of shot with the arms very straight, and they just swivel around on one foot and just help it on its way to the shortest boundary on the playing surface in this match. Umpire Pratt is just examining the ball now. It must have hit something on the way out. He said, get on with it. So he does get on with it. But yeah, that was a nice shot from Matty McKinnon for 6. So he moves into the 90s. 92 from 174 balls now, Matty McKinnon. That was his first 6. He's hit 11 fours as well. He's on strike now as Barnes runs into bowl to him, and he clips that into the leg side just for a single on this occasion. He moves to 93. Didn't show any nerves there. The nervous 90s, if indeed they exist. I'm sure they do. I wouldn't know. 489 for 4. I once got into the 30s. I remember distinctly getting into the 30s. It was very exciting, but never beyond that. I ran out of partners, of course. That was the main problem. Going in at number 11, you tended to. But more often than not, I was the one who deserted my teammate as Liz Deploy gets up on his toes and guides this one down to third man for a single. He moves to 39. 490 for 4 now. Would be a successive first innings of 500 or more as well for Derbyshire. I did get an email from I'm just digging out actually because it made me chuckle, from Nick Buxton in Nottingham. Should we reach 500 today? I think the milestone in consecutive innings warrants an open top bus celebration through the city. Certainly not something we were ever expecting. Barnes over the wicket, balls to McKinnon, who just guides this down to third man for a single. It's all very easy at the moment for these batsmen. McKinnon moves to 94 now, and potentially one blow away from his maiden first-class century. 491 for 4.
Well, if he gets another friendly bounce slightly down the leg side.
What if he'll take it on when he's this
boundary.
close? It'd be quite impressive to go to the maiden first-class century with a 6. I'm sure it's been done
with
before.
With the wind helping the
Yeah, indeed.
shot. He might. Ooh.
There is Barnes, final ball of his 18th over. And he's bowling it to Leicestershire Deploy. He's beaten by one that just leaps a little bit. That was a good delivery, and that will have made Sam Connors et al. Sit up in the changing rooms immediately below us. That one, as it leapt up off a reasonably good length, not too short, He did well to get his hands down and his bat out of the way of it deploy. He's on 39. McKinnon's on 94. 5 minutes away from an update. Come on, McKinnon. Matty with an IE. Sort yourself out. Get to the 3 figures by the update. Because that's the most important thing, Richard. Obviously. 491 for 4, lead 278.
Had a very enjoyable, 3.5 sessions, Connors et al., with their feet up in the pavilion, haven't they?
He did say that, didn't he? I said,
no.
Not tonight, Sammy said, no, I've had a really nice rest today.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Parkinson is into McKinnon. We'll take a chance on the basis that I don't think he's going to try. Well, he might actually. Go on, no, you better had, because he might just go for that big straight hit off Parkinson. I suspect
You just sit there then, Rich, don't worry about me.
I suspect not. I won't. Never do.
Be quite the shot. He hasn't looked like actually hitting Parkinson anywhere yet in all morning. Just down to third man, isn't it, really?
Hasn't needed to, has he?
No, stretches a long way forward there. The run rate is still 3.9, remarkably. A couple of dot balls to start the Parkinson over. The third delivery is played off the back foot down towards fine leg. He's going to get a couple of runs here. Will Davis. Is it Will Davis? No. It is Will Davis.
As he throws.
Yes, throws the ball back in. They pick up a couple of runs. I thought it was Will, but wasn't 100% certain. Should never doubt myself. McKinnon moves to 96. Now there is a possibility. The third man region will be favourite. There is still nobody down there. He's hit it down there 3 times this morning for boundaries, says Matty McKinnon, as in comes Parkinson and bowls to him and he defends it. Straight back to the left arm spinner. There's McKinnon. He's on 96 from 180 balls. The lead is 280. No sentiment in sport, so McKinnon will know how much time would have known how much time he had and to get to 3 figures, as this next delivery is defended straight back to Parkinson again. He'll have one more ball of the Parkinson over in which to reach 3 figures now.
There is though, because at Durham last week they admitted afterwards, Scott Borthwick, they wanted 6 overs at Leicestershire on the 3rd evening.
Parkinson in, clipped into the leg side now. Has this got the legs to go all the way to the boundary? They've run 1, they come back for the second. It won't have the legs to get all the way to the boundary. It's Alex Evans who's chasing it, but they do come back for a third, which takes Matty McKinnon to 99 not out at the end of the over. He pinches the strike as well, which is excellent. 496 for 4. Derbyshire's lead is 283.
I think you'll be all right as well.
I think so.
We should get the first couple of deliveries. But just to finish that point, was that they didn't declare, just in order for one of the Durham batters to get his maiden 100.
Right.
Young opener.
Not Dixon.
Forgotten his name. No, Dixon's not a young
Michael
opener.
Jones.
Michael Jones. Yeah. There we go.
Mm.
But as he said afterwards, Borthwick, well, we only got 2 wickets on the last day anyway, so it wouldn't have made any difference in the overall scheme of things.
Billy Godleman did declare on Harvey Hussain when he was on 96 once. Harvey knew how many overs we were going to bat was the response. Here's Ed Barnes then from the pavilion end bowling to Matty McKinnon. I'm glad he didn't get it then. Matty McKinnon on 99, and he plays it straight back to the bowler. That would have been awful, wouldn't it? Awful. Better get ready actually to sprint. I'm not much of a sprinter. I don't know whether you noticed. Look, no. Buren, you don't need to chat to him. It is to get this next delivery sorted. Here we go. Ed Barnes runs away from us. Matty McKinnon waits. McKinnon guides this down to backward point, and there is no run. I'll do one more.
He just wants one on the legs, doesn't he? That he can just turn calmly down to long leg. That's where the gap is.
Now we're on again on the website, listen.
And it is you.
Yeah, that is me.
Hurrah. But it is coming up to updates time, so
it'll probably go off again. Barnes in. McKinnon waits and guides this down to backward point, and there's no run.
Fletch gives up. Liam redialed the stream. Yep, thank you. I thought it would be our fault, and it was, but we are back now. Barnes. A single saving field. Runs in and bowls to Matty McKiernan, who is forward, pushing out into the covers, but plenty of cover out there on the offside for Leicestershire and Barnes, so not a single on that occasion. Evans, Alex that is, who's next to Sam Evans. Two very different young men, tall and not so tall. Does the fielding. Delay now while Leicestershire make McKiernan just sweat on his 99 for a moment or two. Barnes is in and bowls very straight. McKiernan has to play very straight in response and does out into the offside for 96 for 4. Here comes the update for BBC Radio Leicester. Derbyshire 496 for 4, lead by 283. They haven't lost a wicket in the first hour. Things going very well for the visitors. The question only, how many will they want before declaring getting Leicestershire back in? Perhaps another half hour or so. In the meantime, Matty McKiernan is 99 not out, and Barnes bowls to him. It bounces up, hits him on the thigh pad, and he's not going to get the run off that delivery. It will be a maiden first-class century for Matty McKiernan, following on from Shan Masood's brilliant double century yesterday, I beg your pardon. So Derbyshire in complete control at the moment. The question only, when will they declare? So McKiernan is forced to play out a maiden there. Barnes keeping him honest, so no presence. And McKiernan prepared to be patient. He does not want to give it away now. 99 not out. He's waiting now. The far end as Ackerman and Parkinson, who's bowled throughout the first hour, converse. And then Parkinson takes off his long-sleeved Leicestershire sweater, hands it to umpire Pratt. He is going to continue over the wicket to the left-handed Duploy. He is in. Duploy goes back, forces it back down the pitch, hard down into the ground, taken on the full by Parkinson, down to his left. Parkinson is in, a bit more air this time, drifting it towards middle and leg. Duploy is forward, just pushing it out to Azad, who's at a short, straight mid-on. Hands plunged deep in pockets between each delivery. Parkinson is in and bowls, and Azad again in the game. This time had to move to his left. It's clipped into the ground by Duploy. All that fuss about nothing.
That was a beautiful maiden over, wasn't it? Yeah, good maiden over from Barnsley. Well done, son. Keeping
McKiernan in suspense for at least another few deliveries. Parkinson is in. Duploy is forward, pushing up to Azad again, down to his right. I'm not going to say Leicester have got some control back when it's 496 for 4, but the run rate has slipped a point to 3.8. In goes Parkinson, bowls, Duploy forward. Could we be about to have successive maidens? It's gone a bit cloudy and grey again. The sun was threatening to come out. It is scheduled to do so. I think it will be a much better afternoon. Parkinson is in. Duploy is just dabbing into the leg side, and a momentary hesitation, and there would have been consternation if they'd gone for that one, because they weren't going to make it. End of another maiden over. Consecutive maidens from Leicestershire. Something they have very rarely achieved, if at all, in this innings to date. 496 for 4, therefore, remains the score.
They'll lead 283 now, which is pretty decent. I think everybody will agree. Might even be enough, but it would be exceptionally cruel if they were to pull out now. You could pull out with anybody on 99. Was it? What was Graham Hickam? Was he on 99?
6 was it? I think
96. Was it Atherton?
98. Yes, it was.
It was Atherton who pulled out. Here we go then, Ed Barnes into Matty McKinnon. He's on 99 and he guides this down to third man and punches the air because that is his maiden first-class century. Well batted Matty McKinnon came in at number 5. No overt show of emotion. He does now remove his helmet though and lifts his bat towards the pavilion down below us. He's got 99 from 189 deliveries with 11 fours and a 6. And he's taken Derbyshire on to 497 for 4, leading by 284.
Very well batted, Matty McKinnon, and hopefully from his and Derbyshire's point of view, the first of many, but it will give him a lot of confidence going forward.
He's not really guaranteed his place in the side. He's only in it because he wanted an extra bowler. Interesting. A bit of a dilemma for Mickey Arthur. The right kind of dilemma, of course, as the next ball from Barnes is left alone outside the off stump by Leicestershire to go through to Harry Swindles.
That's all you can do, isn't it? If you get a place, make it as hard as possible for the selectors to drop you.
Yes.
He can't have done much more. Produced a beauty to bowl Kimber in the first innings out of the blue. Now he's got an unbeaten century.
At the moment, as his next delivery is defended by Leicestershire out into the offside, while he doesn't have a batting average yet because he hasn't been out. His batting average will be over 100 and his bowling average is 11 or 14, one of the two. So he's had a pretty good few days, I think it's fair to say, as Matty McKinnon, 14. 5 overs, 1 for 14 he bowled in the first innings. And as soon as he's out, he'll have an average of 100. That'll be 3 batsmen with averages of 100 as Ed Barnes bowls to deploy, turn into the leg side. Nicely fielded, tumbling by Sam Evans, tumbling to his left. And there's no run. Yeah, Anuj Dal the third, but obviously Shan Masood's got an average in excess of 3 figures, but Anuj Dal also has an average at the moment of above 100. He's next. He's in next. And then it'll be Alex Thompson.
What a turnaround it's been for Derbyshire.
It's bizarre.
Abrupt.
It's bizarre.
How quickly it can happen.
Bit of
we cling to that.
Barnes around the wicket, bowls to deploy, who drives but doesn't really time that one. It goes out into the offside where Azad does the fielding at backward point. Yes, well, despite the fact that they got their only win of the season last season down at Sussex, it was a very inexperienced and injury-ravaged Sussex side that they beat, the only team to finish below them in the county championship. And it was clear it wasn't going to paper over any cracks, but Dave Houghton had already announced that he was leaving, or it had been announced that he was leaving as Barnes bowls, and that's off a thickish edge down towards third man. They get 1. They're going to come back for the second as well, as there's a little fumble down there in the far distance. That's good work from Leicestershire to spot it. It's Callum Parkinson, I think, down there, just ringing out his left hand. That one will have hurt. It went down to him at a rate of knots. And walking across the outfield, score 499 for 4, incidentally, the lead 286. Walking across the outfield, you can still see, we were looking at, you were pointing them out, the holes from when it was drained, verti-drained. And we've seen 1 or 2 bobble. I mean, it's a beautiful surface, but we've seen 1 or 2 bobble. So if you're out there in the far distance and the ball's coming to you at a rate of knots and just takes a little deflection, it's going to hurt. And he just wrung out his left hand again. He was hit on the arm when he was batting as well. Was Callum Parkinson. He's okay, he's going to bowl the next over, but the Derbyshire on the brink of 500 again.
Clint Mackay used to call it the ice rink.
The ice rink?
The outfield, because it was so hard. Parkinson around the wicket, lots of air, and comfortable for McKinnon to drive it away through straight mid-off and take 1. Brings up the 500. Consecutive innings. the open-topped bus.
The parade is on. I'm
Has
just
been
organising it
recommended.
now. Just organising it now.
Awaits. Town hall reception. Parkinson is in, hit hard back towards him. He manages to get across and half stop the drive from Duploy. Azad completes the fielding. McKinnon has to skip out of the way as the ball deflects just past him. Parkinson in again. Forward goes Duploy, pushing the delivery out into the offside. Has been a slight falling off in the rate of scoring in recent overs, but so much time in hand. Derbyshire, there would be 76 overs remaining after this one today and 96 tomorrow. As Parkinson is in, hit hard down into the ground again by Duploy into the leg side and goalkeeper style. Azad takes it two-handed just to his left, sort of shoulder height. Falling away, keeps hold of it, not the continental style of pushing it away, keeps hold of the ball. Parkinson drops very short and back goes Duploy, chops it out into the offside, looking to sort of cut it away, but mistimed it rather, and it bounced quite nicely for Evans, Alex that is, to make the stop at extra cover. Parkinson in and bowls, leg stump, and that's comfortable for Duploy to go back to, just work into the gap in the leg side and jog a single. He moves on to 42, keeps the strike, 501 for 4. The score, the lead now 2-8-8.
Remember the pitches we used to play on club cricket? You probably played on slightly better ones than me because you're a better cricketer than me, I believe. That looks nice, doesn't it? Club
Too much wrong there. That is in
West Alton Cricket Club, that where Blackrod are playing this afternoon. My son's just sent me a photograph of the pitch saying they prepared the M62 for us. West Alton do host Lancashire's second 11 games, so
played on some rough ones though. I'm thinking of the village games I used to play in North Yorkshire, Spout House, Farndale, places like that.
You got rid of the sheep, you could get your game on, couldn't you?
We had sheep on our village ground at Broadby.
We used to do that.
But yeah, the club cricket games were in East Yorkshire the pitches were pretty good by and large. Chalk, you see, underneath.
Chalk, is that right?
Drained well.
Good luck to everybody who's playing today for the first time this season. I hope you all have a good day and enjoy it. The rain keeps away. Here, Derbyshire are 501 for 4. McKinnon 101. Duploy 8 away from his first half century of the season. He got 8 ducks last season. Clears Duploy. That's a lot of noughts. He waits now for Barnes to bowl to him, and he drives it out into the offside, into the ground. It bounces up and over the man in close at extra cover. There's a good sliding stop out there in the distance away to our right by a man wearing 34. Sorry, it's George Rhodes. I thought it was 14. I'd have been very clever, but it was a good piece of fielding by George Rhodes. It bounced up and over Louis Kimber, I think, which is a good effort because he's a tall man, and they picked up a couple of runs. Duploy moves on to 44. David Griffin tells us it's only the second time in Derbyshire history they've had successive innings of 500. This next one is dabbed backward a square into the offside. McKinnon calls Duploy through for a comfortable single.
So you need all this to happen again next week, and it really will be record breaking.
Yes.
Masood and Derbyshire.
That thud you can hear in the background. I thought for a moment that Derbyshire, I'll tell you what they did last week, that the Derbyshire bowlers were starting to warm up, but it's actually Lewis Rees with one of those medicine balls, and they just crash them into the ground. It sort of loosens them up before they do some exercise. He's got the compression socks on as well. Looks every inch the athlete, Lou, which of course he is. Missed out on this game for the man who's got 101, which perhaps you'll be pleased for him, I know, but you'll be slightly concerned as well with Lewis Rees, I'm sure. As McKinnon waits and Barnes bowls him, strikes him on the pad. That's out. He's gone. McKinnon knew it as well because he didn't even look up to see umpire Bainton raised the finger, and a very fine innings from Matty McKiernan comes to an end with the score on 504 for 4. He's been trapped leg before wicket by Ed Barnes for 101.
I only thought, again, actually, my instinct was that looked highish, but
I thought it looked out, and McKiernan didn't bat an eyelid, did he?
No,
Basically
he didn't.
carried on walking.
He got his 100, didn't he? So, had it been on 99,
Oh, I think it is. I think it is.
he would have been bitterly disappointed, but raises his bat. Touches fist bump, I believe is the expression,
Indeed.
with Anuj Dal.
He gets applauded from the field by the man he replaced, Lewis Rees. Excellent work from Matty McKiernan, who now has an average in the championship of 101, which is entirely meaningless. Here's the man who's got an average of 114, Anuj Dal. He has a couple of not-outs.
Yeah,
He's only
no, fair
batted
enough,
3
because
times.
his knee was bent slightly, so although it sort of hit on the knee roll, it did look as though it, fair enough.
Looked a good shout,
Yeah.
didn't it, even from here?
Yeah.
I know we're not in line, but you can almost tell, can't you, if something is right or isn't right. And the appeal as well is always, is often a bit of a giveaway, but it's,
Partnership 96, is that right? 94.
94.
94 for the 5th wicket, and probably I think a deserved reward for Ed Barnes. His first wicket of the innings, he has plugged away, and I think you could make a case for him being the pick of the Leicestershire seamers in the game. Moulder's been unlucky as well. He's produced some good stuff, some good deliveries. Barnes, as ever, has been sort of honesty personified in terms of his effort and application.
So the lead 291 is decent.
Yeah.
Probably enough.
No
You
sign
would
of
say.
a declaration.
No, nothing.
As McKiernan came off there.
Absolutely nothing.
Might leave it until lunch. Don't lose any overs then.
Yeah.
But if he goes in on after lunch, then it becomes one or two eyebrows will start to be raised, I would suggest.
So Anuj Dal, first delivery to him, bowled by Ed Barnes, is just guided away down towards third man for a single. Dal off the mark straight away. Busy batsman. Anuj Dal likes to tick the scoreboard over. And of course, as Richard's already alluded to, his running is exceptional. You wouldn't necessarily want to be batting with him, although deploy's quite quick between the wickets as well. But I'm not sure I'd want to bat with Anuj Dal. I think I'd be lapped very quickly. Deploy 5 away from his first half century of the season as Barnes bowls to him and he drives it out into the offside. It's on the bounce and fielded by Kimber. There's no run. Dal's 106 came in that game against Leicestershire, I think. Was it against Leicestershire last season? Did we play last season? I can't remember.
I see how
That bit, the very large stand between Dahl and Brooke Guest was in the.
Was it towards the end?
Yes, it was towards. I think yes.
Here we go. We did play you.
Excellent. This next off, my mind isn't completely gone. Deploy turns that into the leg side. It was a pretty flat pitch, as I recall.
56 for 5.
Then Dahl and Guest, look, they were
Dahl
13 and
Guest.
37 at lunch, and they went on to add. Oh dear, they went on to add a record.
6th wicket partnership versus all teams,
Yes.
not just Leicestershire. Dahl made 106,
Partnership
Guest 160.
227. They had Derbyshire in trouble, and they put on 227 for the 6th wicket. Dahl and Guest, when Guest was batting where wicketkeepers generally bat, as opposed to number 3.
From 56 for 5, 283 for 6.
Wow. Indeed. And that was when he got his high score of 106. He's got a half century already this season as well as Uptonsteel. 52 down at Lords.
Leicestershire still enforced the follow on, but Derbyshire batted out the second innings comfortably. Parkinson is in, back goes Dahl, defends out into the offside, the ball trickles towards point. 100 partnership between Godalman and Matt Critchley. 203 for 3. When the players shook hands, Parkinson is in and bowls. Forward goes Dahl, again pushing out into the offside. This time it's Sam Evans who fields in the covers.
Yeah, it looked pretty, not as flat as last week's pitch, but it looked a pretty flat pitch last season. This one still looks a good pitch, but there is something in it for the bowlers.
Parkinson in, Dahl goes back, a delicate little late cut, but he can't get it past Vian Moulder at backward point. Looks like Parkinson's just going to keep going at that end.
Yeah.
Well, in he goes. Plenty of air. Forward goes Dahl. He has settled into a decent rhythm. Famous last words. Defended out to Azad at short straight extra. Bowls. Ooh, back goes Dahl, and it stays a little bit low, and he does well just to defend it back down the pitch on the offside. Every little hint of variable bounce will be greeted with pleasure now, I would imagine, in the Derbyshire dressing room. The batsmen want to get it into their opposition's minds that it's a minefield. In goes Parkinson, bowls. That was a good delivery, floated it up, a little bit of flight, and slightly done in the flight there. Dahl leant forward, not at the pitch of the ball, took a thick outside edge and went down into the offside. End of a decent over from Callum Parkinson. 1 for 113 from 38 for him. Just the 2 wickets now, so he was 1 for 141 coming into the game, 1 for 113 in this game, so 2 for over 250, bless him. Early doors.
It is early, isn't it, really, for spinners to be taking too many wickets. Alex Thompson's picked up 6 with his spin. Leicestershire got a wicket already this season, remarkably. He's batting at the moment. He's 5 away from his first half century of the season. 28 not out, his previous high score. Here is Ed Barnes around the wicket, bowling to Leicestershire, who just dabs it down into the offside. Backward of square, they scamper through. When I say scamper, Dahl sprints through for the single to get up to the danger end. 506 for 5, deploy onto 46. Get yourself 2.
Yeah, that was a good shout.
Yeah, it was.
Swindles.
I thought it was somebody coming into the box. It's that loud.
Sudden burst of and yeah, no, that's Harry Swindles. He's giving it plenty from behind the stumps. Good volume.
Yeah.
Good volume, Harry.
Content, 2 out of 10. And goes Barnes again. It's left alone outside the off stump by Uptonsteel, who clearly hasn't been told to get on with it, because that one was there to be hit, really, but he decided against it. To say they're 7 away from a 300 lead at 506 for 5, and we've got.
They know the forecast is good.
Yeah.
So
35 minutes to go
till
lunch.
If it was sort of threatening or the light was an issue, but it certainly isn't.
Ackerman warming up. Barnes in, bowls to Dahl, who dabs it down into the offside. No run. We're just waiting now, though, aren't we? really.
We have been all morning,
yeah,
really.
everybody's been waiting. We were waiting for McKinnon to get to 3 figures. That was nice. It's Deploy's opportunity to get to a half century for the first time this season. I'm not sure there's much in it for Dahl, really. Certainly not for Thompson, should he be required. There is Matty McKinnon sitting proudly in 3rd place in the Derbyshire averages as Dahl turns his next delivery from Barnes into the leg side. And there is no run. Dahl's strike rate's the lowest of the 3, remarkably. This is 48. McKinnon's over the course of his innings there was 53. And Shan Masood, who's just head and shoulders above everybody else, his strike rate's 74. 611 runs with a strike rate of 74.
It's a point he did make, didn't he, yesterday, that it gives you options.
His next delivery. Oh, strikes the pad of Anuj Dahl. There's an appeal and he's gone. Very understated celebrations, but Anuj Dahl has been dismissed for just 1 and Barnes gets a 2nd wicket. Very quick decision, and it looked a fairly straightforward decision, even from our angle, to fire off Anuj Dahl by umpire Bainton. As we watch the replay, he's out, isn't he? And Ed Barnes finally getting the rewards that his toil deserves.
And bounce as well. There's still something there.
We love it.
That's a shame for Dahl, but again, I don't imagine the Derbyshire bowlers watching the replay there and watching from the balcony will be too upset. The pitch certainly isn't dying.
No.
It's not flattening out, and there'll be something there. Certainly, I mean, this ball is what, 54 overs.
Yeah.
Sorry.
54
overs old, nearly 55. So, well bowled, Ed Barnes, but encouragement as well as disappointment in the Derbyshire dressing room.
2 for 95 now to Barnes, 2 for 22 in this spell this morning, which is an excellent effort.
So you see, Harry Swindles was right. Get yourself 2, but now he's got to shout, get yourself 3, Barnesy.
Yeah, yeah. Content moves up to 7 out of 10. Still no sign of a declaration though, as no. Alex Thompson walks out to the middle.
I think we can assume we're going to go through to lunch at the earliest and maybe into the afternoon.
Yes, looks like it. Something's just fallen over.
That didn't sound too good, did it?
Not really.
Maybe it was something in Just Easy Bargains.
There's something out the back. They do an awful lot of loud, noisy work at the back, don't they?
Works.
Yeah.
The factories and some clothing works and all sorts of businesses behind the Uptonsteel County Ground, or between the city centre and the Uptonsteel.
Keep looking out for the cathedral, but I can't see it.
It is a big parish church, essentially, but it's got a king in it.
Yes. It goes Barnes, bowls to Thompson, who's edged behind. First ball. He had a little push at that one. He had no need to. And Swindles takes a comfortable catch, moving away to his right-hand side. Ed Barnes is on a hat-trick. Thompson's gone first ball for naught. Derbyshire 506 for 7.
Just couldn't stop himself having a little twitch at that one. Thompson, it was a nothing shot. It was a wide ball that he really should have been either looking to crack away or leave, and he's shaking his head as he goes. All he did was poke at it, and faint edge. And Harry Swindles, who dropped, remember, Wayne Madsen on 14 yesterday down the leg side, dived away to his right, got 2 hands to it and held the catch. So, as Fletch said, suddenly, such as other vagaries of cricket, Ed Barnes is on a hat-trick against his former county. 5:06 for 7. Out to replace him comes Nick Potts. Now, how many balls left in the over? None. So we are going to have to wait, or Eddie Barnes is going to have to wait until his next over, assuming he gets one. It would. Colin Ackerman was warming up, but it would seem a little harsh for him to replace Ed Barnes. Now, whatever happens, Barnes' next delivery will be a hat-trick delivery, whenever it is. The lead 293. All too late for Leicestershire in terms of bonus points, of course. That ship sailed a long, long time ago. Barnes is walking back with Parkinson, who's wondering what he has to do, I would imagine, to pick up a couple of wickets. But suddenly Eddie Barnes' figures don't look quite as bad. 3-4, I think 93 he's got at the moment. Let me just check that. 3 for 95. But this spell, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 3 for 22. Parkinson is in from the Bennett end, bowls, gives it some air. Deploy advances down the wicket, but defends it hard down into the ground. Parkinson leaps into the air, takes it two-handed to his left. No run. Long on and long off, both posted. Again, plenty of air, and that one is forced past Azad at straightish mid-wicket. Runs out towards long on. Who comes running in with the ball, because Parkinson will be bowling to the new batsman, Nick Potts. Calls for a helmet. Rather peremptory calls for a helmet, actually. Colin Ackerman, oi! He shouted at the balcony. Azad, we saw this yesterday. Came running down to get a helmet and couldn't find one amongst the many things that are down there on the boundary edge. But we have a delay. Well, out comes Will Davis, carrying a helmet for Azad, who eventually jogs to meet him. So we had a brief appearance from Davis, who is acting 12th man. Ackerman went off, didn't he, for a couple of overs. Azad puts on the helmet, tucks his cap in the back of his trousers and goes in. Is it going to be leg slip? It is going to be leg slip rather than short leg. He does now tweet as ex-bat pad man rather than just bat pad man. In goes Parkinson, bowls. That's coming off the pad. Inside edge perhaps as well, because the appeal, the nascent appeal, was choked off as Potts plunged somewhat uncertainly forward. Suddenly it's a different game.
Yeah, minefield out there.
Parkinson in. Potts does get full face of the bat to that one in defence as he leans forward, strides forward.
Before this innings, Nick Potts had got the only 6 that Derbyshire had scored this season so far.
Parkinson bowls. Potts. Oh, edges just wide of Ackham. Bounce and turn for Parkinson there. Runs down towards third man with Leanne Moulder in pursuit. Drags it back around about 3 yards inside the ropes. Potts picks up 2. But again, Derbyshire may not be entirely displeased to have seen that delivery.
No, I think they'll be very pleased with the way things are going at the moment. They've got a huge score on the board, and the ball's doing all sorts out there.
Parkinson in, bowls, very straight, but a flatter delivery didn't really give it too much chance, and it didn't turn too much. Potts leant forward and pushed it back up the field to the bowler, who takes his cap and just rolls the ball back down the pitch to Harry Swindles and walks off. A little fed up with life in terms of his lack of return. He's not getting much luck in this long, long spell. Callum Parkinson, what is his spell now? 12 overs, none for 32. Eddie Barnes, 7 overs, 3 for 22.
Remarkable.
And he's on a hat-trick.
He is. He is. And Derbyshire did go from 304 for 6 to 304 all out at Lords. Just to prove the...
Shall I do the hat-trick?
Oh, absolutely, you should do the hat-trick ball.
We haven't had many opportunities in the game so far.
Yeah, go for
Barnes around the wicket, but he is bowling to Leicestershire. In he comes and bowls. Deploy defends on off-stump, just calmly pushes the delivery out into the offside. They're looking, I suspect, to give Deploy a single. The offside fielders were deep-ish, and he duly and happily enough took it. 510 for 7. So not a hat-trick for Eddie Barnes.
Might get 3 and 4 though, so you better carry on. No.
Well, he's got the new man.
Yeah.
He's just getting it to come back in a touch.
He's getting it to do what Sam Connells will be getting it to do in an hour or so's time, with a bit of fair wind behind him. Lead of the thick end of 300 behind him, if not more. Had a slip for a while. Got one now. Barnes is in, bowls to Potts outside the off stump, leaves alone. Didn't bounce much. Nick Potts just allows it to go through. Strong lad, Nick Potts, as I say, hit the 6. The bowler from the city end at the county ground. So running towards us in our commentary box, and he hit it over the members' pavilion into the car park, which is a fair hit. I had seen Andre Russell hit a ball onto the roof of that pavilion. Broke a tile in a T20 match as Barnes is in again and Potts leaves alone outside the off stump. Ball goes through to Swindles, but you often see them going through the gap and bouncing away into the car park. But to get it over the roof's a fair hit. He's got 9 off 9 deliveries, so he came into this game with a strike rate of 100. That's already tumbling. 2 from 6 so far. Deploy on 48 at the other end, leaning on his bat, the South African. So he had a really good winter with southwestern districts. The second tier of South African first-class cricket as Barnes bowls to Potts. This one's pushed out into the offside. It's fielded by Evans and there's no run. Scored his... achieved his highest score in first-class cricket in the winter at Leicestershire. Come on, Barno. That's a poor nickname. 510 for 7 then as Potts waits, raises his bat now, and Barnes bowls to him and he plays at that one outside the off stump. It flashes past the edge of the bat and through to the keeper. That wasn't a great shot at all. That was a shot of a tail end batsman. I'm going to try and give him some space on the leg side now. Ask him to play across the line because the man at mid wicket's gone out to the boundary over on the far side. The far right hand side. There's a man gone out. The point's gone out as well. So he can hit it square either side of the wicket and, of the pitch and pick up runs, and he's bowled him. I think he got some bat on that into the ground, into the stumps, and Barnes is on for a 5-fer. He's picked up his 4th wicket. Potts goes for 2 from 9 deliveries. And Derbyshire, having been 504 for 5, and now 510 for 8.
Suddenly Eddie Barnes is unplayable.
Which is terrific news for the Derbyshire bowlers, I would respectfully suggest. I was going to tell you what happened last week and completely forgot. It was interesting because Sam Connors is coming out to bat, but last week when Potts went to bat with the score on 500 and plenty, Surenga Lakmal and Sam Connors were on the boundary's edge warming up, ready to bowl, so we knew that the fall of the next wicket would be the declaration, and I've never seen that before. Sam Connors is coming out to bat here though. Barnes has now got.
You do sit in club cricket quite a lot, don't you? But
He's got 3 in 8 balls.
yeah. From 504 for 4 to 510 for 8.
It's not the first time they've had a bit of a collapse, but when you're collapsing from 500, it doesn't really matter too much, does it?
No.
It's if you're on 110 and you lose your 5 in quick succession.
So it might not be a declaration. It might just be a case of
A natural wastage.
the game progressing under its own momentum. So
Well,
to
if
speak.
Barnes I know that was the end of his over again. He's taken wickets with the last ball of each of his last 2 overs, as well as the penultimate ball of the previous over. If they suddenly take 2 and have to go out and bat for a couple of overs, that might be quite nice for Derbyshire.
His spell is now 8 overs, 1 maiden, 4 for 23, and he's 4 for 96 overall. Parkinson, you must be wondering what he has to do to get a wicket. Bowls to Duploy from over the wicket. Again, this nice bounce. But Duploy is equal to it on the back foot. Wind has gotten up under a couple of dark clouds that are being blown over the Uptonsteel county ground. Drops a little bit short on that occasion. Parkinson pulled away, but it didn't really get up, so he couldn't time it as well as he would have liked. Leos Deploy has to settle for 1 as it rolls easily out towards deepish mid-wicket. The single was comfortably there, but it does mean that Parkinson has the new man to bowl at, Sam Connors.
Can hold a bat, Sam, but
Yep. Just the 1 innings.
he is a number 11.
And didn't manage to score in it as Parkinson is in. Bowls to him. He leaves, just leans forward unfussily. Swindles takes the ball and
Destroys the stumps.
rather unnecessarily, because there wasn't a twitch from Connors. He just leant forward, didn't he? It wasn't no suggestion he was going to leave his crease. Parkinson gives it a bit more air down the leg side. Can't get that. It's going to be 4 byes or leg byes, judging by. Must have just flicked the pad. No byes. He came out, umpire Pratt there, with his right hand pushed out in front of him as though he was going to raise his right knee to it, but then just raised his right hand. It was 4 byes. So Swindles didn't get across.
Lead above 300.
Yeah, 302. Derbyshire clearly are going to go through until lunch at the very least now, as Parkinson is in to Connors, who's forward, defending, with the air of a man who doesn't expect to be there that long.
These two
That has
batted
to
for
be
a
said.
long time in the Bob Willis
well.
Trophy game at Trent Bridge. Deploy went from something like 70 to 150, while Connors made 1 for the last wicket in a game that Derbyshire eventually won.
Parkinson bowls to him, he
Bounce,
leaves, and
bounce.
that bounces and is taken above shoulder height by Harry Swindles away to his right. Parkinson's got his hands
I'm not
on his
surprised.
hips saying, can't one of those be straight? And because that bounced and turned dramatically.
Yeah, absolutely. This is terrific.
Wow.
From a Derbyshire perspective, this is exactly what you'd want to see. 2 wickets left. Deploys almost certainly, unless Ed Barnes can pick up a 5 to deny him his half-century, his first half-century of the campaign. And then come out after lunch, and 2 sessions later, job's a good one.
It must have bounced 5 feet. I mean, Swindles is not a tall man, but he took it above his shoulder, his right shoulder, and his hands were still going up.
Yeah,
So to speak.
no, there was a lot of bounce there. Bit of turn, lot of bounce.
Goodness me.
There's Barnes then, from the pavilion end. Bowling to Leos Deploy on 49, and there's his half-century. Much to the delight of his teammates below us. A very welcome first half-century of the campaign for Leos Deploy from 108 balls and with 4 fours. Not completely fluent, but it will give him an enormous amount of confidence, I'm sure, Leos Deploy.
Barnes hasn't got a first-class fifer, so
Go on then.
his best is 4 for 61, so he hasn't got that at the moment. He is over the wicket to Connors, who is back on his stumps defending, thick edge along the ground. He'll say that was a deliberate shot. Not entirely certain it was, but he got it down to third man and picks up 1. Good delivery to him, to the new man from Eddie Barnes. Not quite good enough. Leicestershire retreat because Deploy is on strike saying, take 1. Please take 1. All the fielders have retreated. Each and every one. Barnes around the wicket. Bowls, Deploy back foot, works towards mid-wicket and is happy to take the 1, knowing, as Fletcher explained, that Connors can stick around if he wants to.
He can certainly hold about. Have to look up and see how many they actually got. I'm sure it's on this computer.
Everybody comes running in. Over 8 is level for the innings now, but the run rate has actually dropped from the 4 at which it was overnight to 3.7. Barnes looking for that maiden fifer is in and bowls very straight, but Connors solid in defence. Pushes the ball off middle and leg out towards Ackerman at mid-on. Very nice, mate, says Harry Swindles. There is a slip alongside him, Azad, who's at second slip rather than first. Who's gone in there at, I think it's Rhodes who's gone in at backward square on the catch. Barnes is in to Connors, again bowling straight, but again Connors equal to it. Same shot, same fielder, Ackerman at mid-on. And now the field retreats because Barnes has just 1 delivery left in what will be his 24th over. And Leicestershire and Parkinson would prefer to be bowling to Sam Connors and then Layers Deploy. 13 minutes until lunch.
They had 80 for the 10th wicket, these two at Trambridge in 2020.
Barnes is in. Connors is looking to drive, getting ambitious. It was slightly outside off stump, but he ends up shoveling it out to Ackerman at mid-on again. So no fifer, at least not obtained in this over for Barnes, but I would imagine that he'll get what remains of the bowling in this session from the pavilion end. 5-1-8 for 8. Deploy 51. Connors won the lead 305.
Yes, Deploy made 130 in that first innings at Trambridge. It took Derbyshire to 239. And Sam Connors made 5 from 55 balls in that partnership of 80 for the 10th wicket. So Deploy went from pretty much 80 to 130. It's Callum Parkinson bowling 2. Lewis Deploy turns this one into the leg side, picks up a single, happy to do so. 519 for 8. Now Deploy moves on to 52. He'll be happy with the way his morning's gone so far. Started the day on 16 not out. A little scratchy last night, could have been out first ball indeed, with an edge.
Does the fact that he's not trying to whack it away suggest nobody said to him we're declaring at lunch? Whatever. May come back out.
The lead of 306. Here comes Parkinson again, bowls to Connors, who pushes it straight back to him. He definitely knows they are. He knows there's no chance of getting to 3 figures. He wants a red inker, and everybody in the Leicestershire side thinks, well, they might be batting again, so they're not thinking that they don't have to tell them till presumably half 1. Connors uses his feet to clip this up to a deepish mid-on and picks up his second run. Nicely done. 520 for 8. The lead is 307. The sun is shining. Well, nearly. It will be. As Parkinson is in again and hits Deploy on the pad. A big appeal, not out. And he's Well, he's frustrated. Bless him. He's Callum Parkinson. He is very frustrated. He thinks that's out. Colin Ackerman thinks it's out. I'm not sure he had the best view at slip.
Yeah, the body language of the Leicestershire players is disappointed, to say the least.
Yes, very disappointed. He daren't turn round there, Callum Parkinson, and look at the umpire who'd given not out decision or hadn't given the out decision for fear of saying something.
You know, I think he might just have been outside the line again. And it would have gone on to hit the stumps, no question about that. But it shuffled forward a bit, and while that in itself isn't necessarily the issue, it kind of shuffled slightly diagonally, so it hit him low down and it turned, but he was just outside the line.
You also wonder the point of sending Saranga Lakmal out to bat, in all honesty, as this next delivery is driven by Leicestershire up to mid-on, and there's no run.
Is he not?
No, it hasn't shaped. I mean, he's not out. He's not been out yet this season. But he's only batted once.
Got out, yes.
The Parkinson bowls. That's smashed away down the ground by Leicestershire. How far's it gone? It's gone all the way for 6. And poor old Callum Parkinson takes his sweater off the umpire and his cap and marches away, having had a very good appeal for leg before wicket, turned down 2 deliveries earlier. A 6 from deploy takes him under 58. It's 526 for 8 now. The lead is 313. Bless him.
Gestures.
He's such a nice lad as well. He's wholehearted.
Yeah, and he's a very fine cricketer.
Absolutely. And he's never mentioned really in dispatches as far as England are concerned, mainly because he's playing in the 2nd division and nobody comes this far north. There's 2 reasons. There are 2, well, it's funny you should say that, but there are 2 reasons why they don't. Matt Critchley has suddenly become a live England contender. Now he's playing in the 1st division at Essex. He's the same cricketer. They haven't improved him over the course of the winter.
Barnes is in, looking for that 5 for bowls 2 Connors. There's hands start to go into the air. It's very straight, but it's bat as well as pad, and probably bat first. Otherwise, there would have been another big shout for leg before. If Callum did get picked out as one of 5 potential sort of introductions to the England team by Wisden, the magazine Wisden, in their sort of, I was going to say spring, but it's a monthly, so probably their April edition of County Preview, as the only England-born spinner to have taken 50 wickets last season. In goes Barnes, bowls and swung down to 3rd man on the bounce. He'd no idea really where that had gone, Sam Connors. He was looking, I think, to hit high over extra cover, and it flew off the edge and down to 3rd man it went, and he picks up 1.
Those 2 definitely played together when Barnes was at Derbyshire. Connors and Barnes. Just had a brief chat there. It was all fairly amicable, I'm certain. I don't think either of them have got a nasty bone in their body, to be brutally honest with you, these 2. For fast bowlers, they're both very, very nice and pleasant. Not nice. Nice is a horrible word. They're very pleasant. That's not much better.
Well-mannered young men.
Yes, that's
well
better.
Brought up.
Yes.
Round the wicket goes Barnes and bowls to Duploy, who waits on off stump and just works it out into the offside. Zad coming in from backward point on the boundary is the fielder, so again Leicestershire giving Duploy the single. I think the fact that he went for that 6 off Parkinson rather belies what I had previously said about lunch. I'm pretty sure it will be lunch.
You'd hope so, wouldn't you? You'd hope so. 315 lead.
Indeed. With another innings to come.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like 315 to win.
Oh no, I think they'd bat until tea, wouldn't they, if they could today, if they didn't have another innings in hand.
Indeed. So that's a series. Barnes is in to Connors, bowled him. Barnes has his maiden first-class 5-for, and he jumps into the air. He really has his reward today, and all the Leicestershire players surround him. He puts his arms around their shoulders. He gets lots of hugs. Well bowled, Eddie Barnes, and Leicestershire will be hoping that is the first of many.
Yeah, well bowled, Barnes. Sam Connors will be disappointed to have been bowled by him. It's quite a sharp delivery from Barnes, it looked like to me. Connors goes for 3 from 13 balls. The lead is 315, and we are going to see Saranga Lakmal with the bat. So
we might as well now, mightn't
pop
we?
the kettle on, everybody.
Yeah.
Sit back.
It is almost lunch. So he's coming out for the last 5 minutes. So Barnes could get a 6 for.
He certainly could. Here he comes. Lakmal. Lakmal is the size of person who looks like he could do some damage, but the way he's shaped up, I'd be surprised if he did any damage at all to anybody. But Barnes, well played. 5 for 101. His figures. Still
Just have been a little inside edge onto that,
yeah.
but it came back a bit.
It just seemed to beat him for pace as much as anything, which you can do with a number 10, who is really a number 11.
The spell is now 9.4 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 28.
It's not bad, is it? Not bad.
So 5 for 101. That was 0 for 73, as he was overnight. Has become 5 for 101.
And they've lost their last 5 wickets for just 24 as well. Derbyshire.
Strange times these are.
Well, as I say, if you've got 500 runs behind you, it doesn't really matter if you lose 5 for 24, does it? When you're already on 504 in the first place.
Parkinson having come up to congratulate his teammate.
Begrudgingly. No, I'm sure it was
he will have meant every word of it, but he's just bemoaning his own. What do I have to do to get
a better chance of a 6 for here, Barnes.
In he comes and bowls to Lakmal, very straight, but Lakmal is solidly behind it. He is clearly a batsman of much ability.
That was
the
the number 11's defensive shot, wasn't it? Come on.
It was.
You tell me it wasn't.
But he got in. He didn't. He wasn't backing away.
No. I
Like
don't think he'll back away.
No,
I don't think he's.
He reminds me of Mo Abbas, actually, who's could be quite hard to get out, but he didn't have a shot in his locker other than the stop. But sometimes it took teams a while to prize him out. Barnes is in, bowls, and he requires no foot movement of Lakmal, who can just wait for the full delivery on off stump and bunt it out into the offside. But applause, fully deserved for Eddie Barnes. 528 for 9, the lead with probably 1 over to go before lunch. Might just be two.
Either way, if a wicket falls, it'll be lunch, and
yeah.
Parky might get a couple in. Or with Parky bowling, they might get a couple.
I'm thinking Deploy might now have another couple of big swings.
Yes.
He's got the wind behind him if he hits to that short leg side boundary, short-ish leg side boundary. And as he showed, he cleared it by a long way in the previous over.
He's a terrific white ball player as well, there's Deploy. Got a 20 ball. 20 ball 50 up at Headingley a couple of years ago. Here's Parkinson then from the Bennett end, bowls to Deploy, uses his feet and clips this and takes a single rather bizarrely. He clips it up to long on. He moves to 60, 529 for 9. The score now brings Lakmal onto strike and brings the entire field in to within touching distance of the batsman. Coming in, they're swarming in.
Odd.
There's a short leg.
Piece of cricket, isn't it?
Yeah, it made no sense. Yeah, well, made no sense really, did it? We won't get another over in, I don't think now. It's 12:59 and there's 5 balls to go in it. Rather bizarrely. So Parkinson in and bowls forward goes Lakmal. When I say forward, I mean dancing down the pitch, and plays a defensive shot. Don't know why. He might as well have a swing, really, unless he wants to maintain his not out record. Parkinson bowls back into his crease. First run for Derbyshire for Saranga Lakmal. He might get 2 here. No, he won't, because it's been fielded by Buren Hendricks. And Lakmal's got his Derbyshire batting up and running. 530 for 9, a lead of 317.
That definitely will be it before lunch, won't it now?
Yes.
Every fielder has to run 50 yards off to the boundary now, just about.
3 deliveries to go until lunch as Parkinson's in. Bowls to deploy, who takes the single. Don't know why, but he's taken it. Pushes this one up to long on to move to 61. 531 for 9.
Fielders come running back in.
Yes, 505 they made last week, the highest score of the season by distances. He goes down the track to Saranga-Lakmal and chips it straight to the man at mid-wicket, and Callum Parkinson does have a wicket, his second of the match. He got the first as well. Saranga-Lakmal goes for 1. Derbyshire 531 all out. They lead by 318. Lewis Duploy, the not-out batsman, he made 61.
Alex Evans, the substitute fielder, was the catcher. And in the end, after a relatively uneventful first hour or so, the end came quickly. 531 all out. Update coming for BBC Radio. Leicester and Fletcher's off to update BBC Radio Derby. They've had rather a good last half hour, the Foxes, at one stage. The Derbyshire had taken on their score to 504-4-4, but I can tell you as the players leave the field for lunch, they are 531 all out. So they lost their last 6 wickets for just 29 runs. And the main man, as far as the Foxes were concerned, was the young Yorkshire-born seamer Ed Barnes, who has taken his first 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket. Bowled a really good spell of 10 overs, 1 maiden, 5 for 28, giving him overall figures of 5 for 101. Derbyshire still in complete control of the game. They lead by 318 runs. Leicestershire will need 319 just to make Derbyshire bat again. But that little burst of wickets will lift the Foxes going into lunch on day 3.
Right, them red seats and that red sign. Actually, it's not too bad, it comes out the window. Sure is above the houses.
Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. Second session on this third day of the LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Why can I hear myself in my headphones? It's being played back to me by the studio. I can hear the studio in the background, so if the studio could possibly switch that off, I'd be very grateful. Leicestershire about to start their second innings, and I am going to have to call the studio in a moment unless somebody is listening and switches off the sound of the studio, which means we can hear our voices in our headphones. It's BBC Radio's Leicester and Derby bringing you ball by ball commentary on the game. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your commentators on the game. Two Leicestershire openers out there. The scoreboard is sorting itself out. Hassan Azad and Sam Evans will open the batting for the Foxes.
They've got us on talkback back in the studio,
have,
which
so
is slightly irritating.
So they can hear, but they're not actually listening in case, so that they know when the commentary is back on. But unfortunately, nobody's actually listening. So I may have to make a phone call.
Yes, I think you might.
I did want an update at 22, which is now. However, so hopefully somebody will start listening shortly. So I'll just give them a
Earth
few
calling
deliveries.
Leicester City Centre.
We could sort of shout out of the back, couldn't we, and see if they could hear us. The wind would carry it away, I feel. Sam Connors is going to open the bowling for Derbyshire, looking for an early breakthrough. Hassan Azad, if Leicestershire are going to stand a chance of saving this game, remember they need 319 simply to make Derbyshire bat again. Hassan Azad is one of those Leicestershire batsmen one feels, from an objective point of view, is going to have to score big. He is on strike now as Connors comes down the slope and bowls to him. Good lift and carry, and it bounces back in towards Azad, swings a little bit as it's allowed to go through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps.
Doing all sorts already.
It's a curious effect, isn't it, listening to ourselves in there.
Home at tea.
Tea tomorrow.
Today.
Oh. Famous last words.
I'd rather them be only 4 down at the close than 9, though.
Connors is in bowl, slightly short of a length on off stump, stands up tall Azad, tries to force out into the offside, doesn't time it, hits it hard down into the ground. It goes nowhere.
Nobody wants them to be on the brink and then have to come back tomorrow morning.
3 slips, no gully, just a backward point. Anujdal is almost as good in there. In goes Connors, bowls outside off stump, grunt of effort, but a little bit too wide, and Azad can let it bounce through to Guest safely enough. A very fine catch there in the first innings, Dahl, to dismiss Colin Ackerman, arguably Leicestershire's key batsman.
I'm also delighted to report that Matty McKiernan's parents were here today, which is nice.
Fantastic.
They've seen his maiden first-class century.
Are they not regulars? So it was just
Well,
a
it's
nice
difficult for them to be
coincidence.
regulars because it's only his 5th game.
Yeah, of course it is. In goes Connors, bowls far too wide on that occasion, actually threatening to be called wide, but wasn't by umpire Bainton.
They wouldn't have been there for his half-century at Aigburth because that was behind closed doors in the COVID year. So they've certainly seen his well, they've clearly seen his best score in first-class cricket, but they've seen him go past 50 for the first time with their own eyes live, as it were. They may have been watching, who knows.
I wonder if the gate, during the pandemic, some of the Leicester supporters watched from the road behind the behind the railings as in goes Connors and bowls again too wide, and again Azad can leave. I better make the phone call. I'll finish this over. Shall I finish this over?
Finish the over now that you've got this far. Over 8 -1, carried over from the first innings, of course, so they'll better get rid of that at some point, Derby, so that's not going to be a major issue. I wouldn't have thought. They've got 65 overs to do what they can.
And of course, 96 tomorrow. Connors is in and bowling. Azad almost chops on. Goodness me, was up on his toes, looking to punch it away on the offside. Got an inside edge and it runs down to long leg. Could easily have gone onto the stumps. Didn't. He survives, picks up one, keeps a strike. End of the over. One without loss.
Rich is just going to disappear, so if they do come to us for an update on Radio Leicester, I'll be more than happy to give it to them. Both barrels. The phone's going in the office now, I can hear that. It's a shame they can't hear us, really. Just turn our voices off in our heads, please. Reminder that in the second division earlier, we've already seen a victory for Middlesex at Glamorgan by an innings and 82 runs. Nottinghamshire are now 432 for 7, leading Durham by 202. And Sussex are 5 without loss, following on against Worcestershire. They still trail by 217. Now, I heard you talking to them because I heard them the phone going. They haven't done anything.
They will shortly.
Well, I think
they promised.
Do it immediately would be nice. Here's Saranga Lackmell then from the pavilion end. Should do it the way I do it and just phone directly through to Salford. Cut out the middleman. Lackmell bowling to the left-handed Azad. They haven't done it yet. That's left alone outside the off stump and through to the keeper. Very much as I thought the way things would pan out this afternoon. The message I got from our base was that 2 or 3 updates pre-kick-off, then at half-time, and several between 5 and 6. Several. Just a basic task of pushing a button. Here's Lackmell. 2 slips in place. He's in and bowls. Now he's pushed out into the offside. Shan Masood. There we go. Oh no, we've got the full thing now. This could be an update, couldn't it?
Two big commentaries, surely 3. Well, Leicestershire have got underway in their second innings, as you say, needing the small matter of 319 simply to make Derbyshire bat again. But conditions are still good for batting. There's a little bit in the pitch. Hassan Azad may hold the key for the Foxes. He's 1 not out. He's already had one sort of slightly fortunate escape in the very first over when he played an inside edge that didn't go too far from his own stumps. Sam Evans has yet to face a ball. Azad has 1. The Foxes then are 1 without loss.
Well, even switched on. Lackmell's next delivery, turning to the leg side.
Just one button.
I know. Yeah.
I think we're there.
Well done, boys, back in the studio. Well done.
We're back. Normal service has been
2
resumed.
without loss. Normal-ish.
It's pleasant again down there.
Warm, isn't it?
Actually, talking about warm, I can switch the heater off.
I think you probably can, actually. That'll be why I'm sweating profusely. That and the hoodie that I'm wearing, which I bought myself, paid for. Lackmell with 2 balls left of his first over. It's the second over of the Leicestershire second innings. They're still trailing by 316. They're 2 without loss, and Sam Evans, for the first time in the innings, will face a delivery. Lackmell bowls to him and he pushes it out into the offside where it's fielded by Shan Masood. So I won't get a huge amount of warning for my updates during the football programme. You know what it's like. They do enjoy catching you on the hop. Last Sunday I was getting the warning. There's cricket in his day, Fletcher. That was about the warning I was getting, which was slightly alarming. But I think Colin will give me slightly more warning than that. His next delivery is nicely used by Evans to go past the off stump and through to the wicketkeeper Brooke Guest.
Are both your teams playing? Both Derby? Let's say as in BBC Radio Derby's teams.
Derby County are at home.
Okay.
to somebody. Oh, I should know who they're at home to.
It kind of doesn't matter because they're relegated anyway, doesn't it?
Yes, by the Football League. They've been relegated by the Football League, Derby County. They're at home to Bristol City today. And Burton Albion, who I cover in the winter, are away to Doncaster Rovers, just up the M1. Pete Spencer taking care of business up there for us. I'd stay with the cricket, really.
Indeed. Connors over the wicket, down the slope from the Bennett end, bowls to Azad, who steps across, gets a delivery that just rises up towards his waist, turns his wrists on it down. The ball runs towards square leg, and a comfortable single is duly taken. Azad on to 2. Evans, of course, yet to score. He looked in reasonably good order in the first innings. Hassan Azad, before Connors, got him with an in-swinger that swung back in. He cut away a few nice, I think 3 nice boundaries, Azad, but he was trapped by the in-swinger, having scored 17 of the first 18 runs of Leicestershire's first innings. Connors with the right-handed Evans to bowl at, but he's going to stop halfway through his run and turn around and walk back. Looking around, can't quite see why. Ready to go now. A characteristic little hop, and comes in and bowls to Evans, who's leaning forward, bat in front of pad. Something of a flourish, a sort of a little stylish move from Evans, as having played the defensive shot, he lifts the bat, and it's just a habit, a part of the shot. It's become a part of his defensive shots. As Connors is in, bowls to him full, and it's clipped away off his toes down towards deep backward square. Should be a couple, and will be a couple, as long leg has to run around towards deep backward square. So Evans off the mark with 2 in the first innings. Evans 63. Again, he, like Azad, was dismissed by Connors, who was very much the pick with 4 for 62. For the Derbyshire attack, he is in and bowls. Evans leaves, big stride, outside off stump. And he poked a sort of wide delivery. It was a bit of a nothing shot on 63, and gave Madsen a reasonably straightforward catch in the slips. Cannot afford anything like that this time round, Leicestershire, if they are going to have a chance of saving the game. 5 without loss.
They're probably going to have to bat until tea time tomorrow, aren't they?
Yeah, 4 sessions essentially. As Connors is in, Evans is turning the face of his bat on that one. A straight delivery, worked it out towards backward square again, without the flourish of the previous shot down there, but the effect is precisely the same. Long leg has to run up to deep backward square, and Evans picks up 2.
We were thinking exactly the same last week. The lead was 331 last week. It's almost certainly the first time they've had first innings leads of more than 300 in successive matches.
Connors is in onto Midland leg. Evans solid in defence, pushing it out towards mid-on. Again with that slight flourish, having played the shot. The wind has gotten up.
I had a brief chat with Neil Bainton, the umpire, who said it is a lot colder out in the middle than it was in front of the pavilion, where it's quite pleasant, and you'd be pleased to see Billy Godleman with his long sleeve sweater on. I know. 1 or 2 of them have got long sleeve sweaters on out there. It is clearly considerably chillier out there than it looks. We're behind glass, of course, I'm delighted to say. As, at the moment, Sam Evans is just dressing himself again in the middle of the pitch, so slight delay.
You're behind glass. I could adjust the window so we were both looking into clear air, so to speak, if you want
I'm
it.
looking through two of the dirtiest windows I've ever seen as this next delivery is clipped into the leg side. First ball of a new Saranga Lakmal over. That's a nice shot by Azad. Is he going to get 4 runs? Not quite, because it's been caught by Alex Thompson about 1.5 yards inside the boundary rope, so he's had to run the thick end of 100 yards there to catch up with the ball. They've gone through for 3 runs, and Azad moves on to 5. Leicestershire 10 without loss.
Bring the window lean next week. I didn't think they were.
Have you seen them? Somebody's been...
I'm so used just to having them open that they don't really look. But yeah. Poor.
I think that's the club's fault, not yours.
Oh, that's bring in a cleaner next time. I forgot to bring the.
Well, you could do it
3-in-1
yourself.
for
You don't need to bring a
squeaky chair.
cleaner in. Blimey, that's a bit
as
much.
in
Oh, right, okay.
proprietary product.
There's Lakmal, bowls to Evans, on target, defended back to the bowler. Lakmal now got those 2 bandages around, up above and below his elbow, which he always had, but there's now one linking the 2 around the back of his elbow. So, just a few running repairs for the Sri Lankan opening bowler, whose shot to get out to end the Derbyshire innings was every bit as impressive as I'd imagined he could bat. Chipped it to mid-wicket. He's in again now and bowls, and that's guided away very nicely along the floor by Evans out towards the backward point region. Anuj Dal is chasing it. He'll make sure they only get 2. Just for a moment, Azad tapped his bat and turned for a potential 3rd, but Dal was already at the ball by that stage. So do you not have a news at 2 o'clock then?
Not because of the sports programme. So the next one is 2:25.
But why do they not have news?
Don't know what the format is. How it works.
Early kick-off is a bit of a bizarre concept. 12 without loss. As in goes Lakmal again. That was left alone outside the off stump by Evans. Goes through to the keeper.
Yorkshire are not getting themselves into very strong positions. Yorkshire leading by, curiously, 317. So almost exactly the position Derbyshire were in at lunch here. Obviously, though, they're batting in their second innings, so as and when they declare, they won't have the insurance policy.
Yes. It's like Mal bowls. That's a good leave by Evans. Raises his bat high out of the way as the ball flies through to Brooke Guest.
Who's captaining Yorkshire this year? Suddenly occurred to me. I'm not quite sure who's been making that decision.
I don't even know who's playing for them. I know they've got the old band back together as coaches, haven't they? Every single former cricketer that he could muster. Otis Gibson is the main coach, isn't he? But Goff's got something to do with it, and Harmison's there. And
Goff's director of cricket.
is he? Next delivery is defended by
Patterson again.
Evans.
So
There's no run.
Lythe, Karan Aratne,
Aratne, who's only signed for 3 matches, the Sri Lankan captain.
George Hill, David Malan, of course, Harry Brook, Harry Duke, Don Best, Jordan Thompson, Matthew Revis, Stephen Patterson and Harris Ralph.
2 decent overseas, an opening batsman, opening bowler. But talking to Doige, and apparently Ralph bowled really quickly down at Bristol. But he hasn't played an awful lot of red ball cricket in his career, Harris Ralph. And he is in the country, but they're not sure whether he's playing T20. It would have been good to see Harris Ralph bowling to Shan Masood in a T20 match at Chesterfield, obviously, or at Headingley.
Connors coming round the wicket to Azad. The wind really getting up as that one is in towards middle and leg and just calmly pushed by Azad out towards mid-wicket. Forecast is good for this afternoon, and there's plenty of blue sky where the weather is coming from, but just at the moment there are a few sort of darker clouds with little squally winds underneath that are being blown over the Uptonsteel County ground. The players' shirts and indeed their white trousers billowing and flickering in the breeze as Connors is in, bowls on back foot. Azad just outside off stump to a slightly short of a length ball, looking to force it out into the offside. Finds Dahl at backward point. One of Eddie Barnes's 5 victims this morning. His first fifer in first-class cricket. And his steady but very clear upward progress continues, Ed Barnes. And it's really good to see. I'm sure Derbyshire supporters pleased for him as well. In goes Connors, bowls, pushing slightly across his front pad, Azad there. But it's he sees it's going wide of mid-on, and therefore, despite the fact he always worries me a bit when he's taking a quick single, Azad, but just because of his slightly shortened stride running. He's not a natural runner, as he acknowledges himself. But he got there. Updates time for Dave, if not me.
Serious commitment to cricket.
Has Connors back over the wicket to the right-handed Evans, who's looking to york him. It's full, and he's laid down on it, but he's solidly down on it. Takes a thick inside part of the bat, runs towards deep backward square, and the single is taken. So the runs have come at a reasonable rate for Leicestershire at the start of their second innings. 14 without loss after 4.4. Evans has 7. Azad has 6, but they still need another 304 simply to make Derbyshire bat again. Hampshire getting in a very strong position against Kent as Connors is in, outside off stump. Azad steps forward, leaves. They're 476 for 4, having bowled Kent out in their first innings for 305. The lead then 171. Essex in trouble against Warwickshire, 168. Warwickshire 385, Essex now 91 for 3, still 126 runs behind. Innings break at the Oval. Connors is in, Azad forward, leaning forward, bat close to pad in front of his stumps, middle and off, bounces down back to the bowler end of the over. 14 without loss. So we having made 308 in reply to Somerset's 337. So might be heading for a draw there, unless Surrey can bowl Somerset out cheaply in their second innings. Lancashire 437 for 4 against Gloucestershire's 252. They lead by 185. Yorkshire, as we've said, lead now by 323. Nottinghamshire lead by 219 against Durham. They're 449 for 7 as in goes Lackmar. Bowls outside off stump. Evans lets it swing through to Guest behind the stumps. No run. Wide-shouldered man Lackmar bowls on off-stump. Evans is forward, playing it out to Shan Masood in the covers. Readily identifiable, even or especially with his back to us, because of those sort of orange-heeled boots, fluorescent orange heeled boots. His hands together at mid-off with his suitably worn Derbyshire baggy cap as Lackmar is in and bowls again an outswinger to Evans that pitches outside off and goes further away, so he can leave, and does safely. Too early is the call from the slip cordon. 14 without loss, Leicestershire, as Lackmar is in past umpire Pratt and bowls, and pushing slightly across his front pad. Evans, hence the oohs and the ahs from behind the stumps, pushes the ball off the middle of the bat out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Turns, is in, good lift, but again the direction is awry in that it pitching just outside off stump and going further away. Evans can leave safely. Taken on the rise by Guest behind the stump, so he's working up a decent lick, Lakmal, but not really at the moment threatening the stumps. Is in again, far too wide, and it's a slightly slingy action, hence the outswing really, and it's readily readable at the moment. He's not bringing it back in, and Evans, especially the right-hander, can and safely does leave plenty. End of the over, the 6th of the Leicestershire second innings. No real alarms other than in that very first over for Azad when inside edge went within a foot or so of his stumps. In goes Connors, bowls, nicely clipped away off his legs by Azad, out towards deep backwards square, should get two and does. As in from the long leg boundary comes a fielder. Connors is in and bowling, played firmly back past him, almost a drive, but did check the shot slightly, Azad, and brushed the fingers of Connors as he reached down towards the ball. It trickled fairly slowly in the end up to mid-off, no run. Bowls short, good bouncer, and Azad seemed to see it a little bit late, ducked and almost toppled backwards, took a step backwards as he did duck, and had to take another couple of steps just to steady himself. Bowler won't mind that. And Lakmal goes up to have a word with Sam Connors, having seen that. A little bit of encouragement. Connors is in and bowls, but bowls too wide outside off stump and a little bit short, and Azad has nothing to do with it. Got a shortish mid-wicket in. They know he does like to clip the ball away through mid-wicket, Azad. Connors bringing the ball back in towards, looking to swing it back in towards Azad. Is in and bowls. Azad is forward, pushing into the gap. The speedy Dahl turns, chases after it, but it should be a comfortable two. He puts in the slide, doesn't pick up the ball cleanly at his first attempt, so what was a reasonably comfortable two becomes a very comfortable two. Azad into double figures, to 10, 18 without loss. Fletch back, having updated a proper radio station.
No. The lacquer's not come off the ball yet, has it? So it's doing absolutely nothing.
It's usually about sort of 15 overs, maybe a bit more.
Yeah, then it'll do something, then it'll stop.
But not just the lacquer off the ball, as we've been explaining, as Will Smith explained to us, it's off the seam as well, and it becomes more pronounced.
Yeah.
It starts to do a little bit, or at least that's what the bowlers hope will happen.
Well, now we've got 2 slips and a leg slip, look.
Yeah. Deploy as another bouncer. Azad plays it rather better in that he ducked it and went down on his knees, leaning back. He didn't go right down on his knees, but almost. But he was still up on his toes, if that makes any sort of sense at all. But it looked a better way of playing the bouncer than his previous duck, when it ended up sort of staggering slightly backwards. End of the over, 18 without loss remains. A score, 7 overs have been bowled. Something to be said for having your sort of second string seamers start the new ball, isn't there? Just to take and then bring your main men on when the ball's sort of at its best, so to speak. But there'd also be something wrong with doing that in a way.
Lackmel from the pavilion end, bowling to Evans, who guides this out very nicely into the offside. Masood does the fielding and then hurls the ball in, forcing he apologises, of course he does, forcing Brooke Guest to dive away to his right hand side. And Liz Deploy says, "Were you throwing that at me?" Certainly was nowhere near Brooke Guest, who did well in the end. He apologises when he's fielding. Goes Lackmel again, and that one's just shaping a little bit away. Goes through to the keeper.
He's warming up at mid-wicket.
Well, I'm assuming it's Nick Potts, but it's not. It's Alex Thompson, the off-spinner, because he would normally stand at first slip. So who on earth is standing at first slip? Then perhaps that's Nick Potts. No, Potts is at mid-on. Wayne Madsen at second slip, Leicestershire Deploy at third.
Is it McKiernan?
It is Matty McKinnon, you're absolutely right. That's normally the preserve of Alex Thompson. Well, actually, it's normally the preserve of Ben Aitchison, bless him, but he's got the back injury that's going to keep him out for a while. He is a terrific slipper. Thompson's gone out onto the boundary now at square leg, but he is warming up quite vigorously, I think it's fair to say. When he did that in the first innings and never really got on. Here is Lackmel again bowls. That's left alone outside the off stump by Evans. Goes through to Brooke Guest, who takes it in front of Matty McKiernan, who I didn't recognise, and yet my esteemed colleague on my right did.
Process of elimination.
Well, I was trying to eliminate them and failed to eliminate them, unfortunately. I'll keep an eye on the old mobile to see when they want me to go and...
They decide as they go along.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
It's an absolute nightmare. I know they're listening at the moment. Here is Lackmel, halfway through his fourth over. Full delivery, and it's a wild shot, really, in the circumstances, from Evans. Reaching for it. It was a full delivery, but wide of the off stump. Had to reach a long way for it. Evans didn't get anywhere near it in the end, fortunately for him. Well, they had just removed the third slip, so it may well have flashed where third slip is, but it was a strange old shot. The lead is 300 of the deficit, depending on which side you're standing. It's a lot of runs, 58 overs left in the day after this one, plus tomorrow's allocation. As in goes Lackmel, bowls, and that one is defended. That's much better from Sam Evans, pushes it up to Billy Godalming at mid-off. And Derbyshire with that insurance policy of the second innings as well.
It's 3 sessions worth, isn't it, really, if you look. I mean, 100 runs in a session isn't a bad return at all.
No.
So, it's going to be at the earliest, if they bat that long, Leicestershire, sort of lunch or maybe just after, before they're even on level terms.
So which is why, and then they've got to go on and bat until probably beyond tea to bat Derbyshire out of the game. So it's going to be a big effort. If Leicestershire can do it, Derbyshire will be disappointed, I'm sure, if they manage to do it as well, having not won last week, although the pitch was much different to last week. This one's Still doing enough once the ball gets a little bit older. We're going to see some off-spin very early in the piece. In fact, after just 8 overs, 18 without loss. The score after those 8 overs. I'm going to see Alex Thompson come on. We didn't see Alex Thompson for ages and ages in the first innings. I remember he kept warming up, didn't he, at slip, and he was fielding at slip then. He kept warming up and being ignored by Billy Godleman, almost as if he'd been told to warm up and then ignored after that.
He's got a nice, hard and potentially bouncy ball. Godleman will have noted the occasions on which Parkinson, who bowled throughout the morning from the Bennett end, managed to get a lot of bounce.
He gives it a rip as well, Thompson. He really does.
And he's a good, 6 inches, 8 inches, maybe more, taller than Parkinson.
Yeah.
So the ball is coming down from a much greater height. Longer arms as well. So best part of a foot probably in terms of difference of height at the point at which the ball is delivered. So he will be looking to bounce it and turn it away from Azad. Short leg is in, and of course Madsen at first slip. Those are the only close fielders, obviously, other than Guest at the moment. Let's see what happens. Just walks into his delivery and bowls a full toss that is clipped away to the mid-wicket boundary. It's going to be cut off by deep backward square running around out there. Is it Potts out there? And just a couple to Azad. He's got a towel hanging out of the back of his trousers. I can't imagine there's much moisture around.
Always, it's clearly a habit that he's grown up with, isn't it?
There isn't much of anything wet around the ground. In goes Thompson again, plenty of air. Azad is poking forward. The ball comes off a thick inside edge, runs out towards McKiernan, who's at mid-wicket. I imagine he'll be getting plenty of bowling if a breakthrough doesn't come. Thompson is in. Again, it's clipped out by Azad just past McKiernan. It should be 2 if they both go together, and it's a comfortable 2 because McKiernan slides, but he can't pick up the ball cleanly like Dahl at the other side as they put in the slide. I sometimes think you're better running and picking up on, in the old-fashioned way.
Unnecessary sliding, yeah, absolutely.
Thompson is in, Azad is forward, back up the pitch. It goes to Alex Thompson. But it is de rigueur now, the slide, isn't it? You have to do it. Thompson is in, Azad is forward. Another Staffordshire boy. Denstone College Uttoxeter, and he went on to Cardiff Metropolitan University. Of course, it's Sarge, isn't it?
Good old Sarge.
He says. In goes Thompson, bowls, brings Azad forward again. It's a very almost delicate delivery from Thompson. He sort of picks his way to the crease, but as Fletch says in his delivery, he does give it a rip, but not much there for him at the moment. Of course, there's the effects of the roller to come off.
Yes, true.
Well,
true.
And I have to admit, during the lunch interval, I didn't see which roller they put on. No. I am assuming Leicestershire went heavy.
Went heavy. Derbyshire went heavy, didn't they, first innings? So, yeah, you'd expect the heavy roller to have been used. Absolutely. You can only use it once, of course, if the regulations haven't changed, which is not a guarantee anymore these days. They change every 10 minutes. 22 without losses. Richard strips off to reveal he's still got a sweater on underneath his gilet.
Yes, absolutely.
Dear, oh dear.
Casnera Clout still maybe out.
Here's Lackmell from the pavilion end bowling, and that's turned into the leg side by Evans, fielded by Potts at mid-on.
Madsen incorrigibly enthusiastic as ever. Aye!
Yeah.
That was him. Aye! As it thudded into the
middle of the bat. Yeah.
Evans is back.
Yeah, I don't never knowingly undersold. Much in the way of interaction today, but it is having a day off on a Saturday. better things to do than speak to the likes of us. As Lacknall bowls to Evans, who pushes this one up to mid-off this time, where of course Billy Godalming is fielding.
I do fear that the advent of the streams and the commentaries probably didn't do too much for production levels in various offices and things like that. I suspect we tend to get almost more interaction during work hours than...
It's a bit of a concern for everybody, really, isn't it? But
and during weekends.
22 without loss as Lacknall goes in and bowls to Evans, who turns this into the leg side as an appeal for no apparent reason. It's going to be leg byes, but it's far too high, surely. It is leg by. Evans remains on 7. It's 23 without loss.
Big man, Lacknall, isn't he?
He is a very, very big man.
Broad-shouldered.
Yeah, always smiling. They say last week somebody spotted him and Sam Connors, who'd become quite close quite quickly, walking across the outfield, and Connors was wittering away and Lacknall was laughing along. And they said, "Oh, has Saranga learned some English?" He said, "No, I think he's just being polite." As he laughed at everything that Sam was saying. We have got a new viewer. Emma in Pittsburgh is joining. That's Shane's daughter.
Hello, Emma.
Welcome along. Your dad will explain all about the game to you. What he sent to me last night is anything to go by. Is Lacknall around the wicket, bowled to Azad, and it's fielded by Leicestershire, whose throw to Guest wasn't particularly great. But
did you favour the pizza place again yesterday?
Yeah, beautiful.
But you didn't go 14-inch though this time. You learned your lesson there.
I actually went 8 and 10.5 in 2 different pizzas, which is more than 14.
Sorry, you had 2.
Oh yeah, I was starving. I didn't have any lunch, did I? As I haven't today, for reasons we won't be going into here. Around the wicket goes Lacknall, full delivery. It's driven, but it'll be stopped by Nick Potts, whose throw is as wild as Deploy's was, and has the slips scurrying to back up just in case the ball gets past Brooke Guest. It didn't.
But you could go down the 2 very different toppings.
Exactly. Yeah. They weren't massively different in fairness, but they were different, but not hugely different.
Plenty of cheese involved there.
And a certain amount of chili as well.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
short leg.
I'm going on in 2 minutes, if you wouldn't mind.
No, not at all. In fact, we're not so very far away either. 2 or 3 minutes as Lacknall around the wicket to Azad, up onto his toes, turning it past short leg, but in control of the shot, keeping it down. Thompson runs in from deep backward square, picks up at around about the 45 and gets his throw away. And Azad has to settle for 1. General post in the outfield means that it's the end of the over. Fielders running hither and thither. 10 overs. Leicestershire have negotiated then. Well, potentially 96 plus 66. Ten of the 162 overs that were theoretically left in the match at the start of the Leicestershire second innings. If they are still batting with 10 of those overs remaining, then we won't have those last 10, I wouldn't imagine. Thompson then round the wicket, bowls, Azad defends. Updates time, here it comes. The sun has come out at the Uptonsteel County Ground, and indeed everything looks a little rosier as far as the Foxes are concerned. In the half hour before lunch, Ed Barnes took 5 very quick wickets, all together basically, including he was on a hat-trick, and he took 3 wickets in 8 balls in the end to bowl Derbyshire out for 531, albeit that gives them a massive lead, or gave them a massive lead of 318. Leicestershire obviously have begun their reply, and they've begun it pretty solidly. Hassan Azad is 15 not out. Sam Evans is 7 not out. 24 without loss are the Foxes. It means they still trail by 294 runs. They have an awful lot of batting to do, probably until tea tomorrow, if they are going to save the game. But at the moment, the heavy roller having been on the pitch, they look in reasonably good shape. They're 25 now without loss. Update done for BBC Radio Leicester. Sounded as though Adam was at Welford Road. Thompson is going to go over the wicket to the right-handed Evans. I think this is the first time Evans has faced the tall off-spinner, who is in and bowling. Evans goes back and looks to force it out on the leg side. It is fairly straight though, so he has to be careful. Clips it out towards mid-wicket. Dahl, who's out there, gets across in front of mid-on to stop the ball. Thompson is in again. Evans is going back, and this time playing it firmly down into the ground on the offside. Thompson himself feels in his follow through, and despite the fact he's only got a 3 or 4 pace run up, throws the ball to Dahl to a spot of polishing. It is only 11 overs old, almost. Thompson is in. Oh, and there's an appeal for a leg before, but he's well forward, and it looked to be outside the line, and it was a fairly singular appeal on the part of Thompson. It was a stylish one. It was one of those when you go down on one knee and you raise your hand in the air and turn to the umpire in supplication, but umpire Bainton has been a hard man to convince in this match, and certainly he wasn't on that occasion. Seemed to get his bat on it, as far as I can tell, looking at the replay, but I suppose it might have been a bit of toe involved as well, and Thompson suggesting it could have been toe first. End of the over, 25 without loss. Leicestershire in their second innings after 11. So 151 overs left for Derbyshire to bowl Leicestershire out again.
The first proper appeal of the innings though, wasn't it? It's getting closer. Like Mal around the wicket, bowling to Azad, who just drives out into the covers. Shan Masood picks up the ball, number 94 on his back. There's no run. Still plenty of chat out there from the Derbyshire fielders, as you'd expect. There's a lead of 293, plenty to play with.
That's it for me now until 5 to 4.
Really?
Half time.
I think I've got another one, or one other one, I think. Goes Black Mulligan. Oh, stays really low outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Azad. There are only 2 types of leave, and that's a good one, because the ball went into the gloves of Brooke Guest, but dear oh dear, there was no bounce at all there. I'd be worried if I was a batsman. Nigel's watching back at base on the stream. Very what's the word? My mind's gone blank, but he says the production is excellent. He's not wrong. His next delivery's turned into the leg side by Azad. He asks Evans whether he fancies a single there, and Evans quite correctly says, I don't think so.
I'd quite like to stay batting if that's all right.
Yeah, the ball's only got 5 yards away from you. Why would it run to that end?
Short legs just picking it up. I think not.
Yeah.
They are good. Great camera work by the Grace Road team.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? Because it's good at Derbyshire as well. And when they do replays, like they do here, they do replays from different angles and all the rest of it. But at Lord's, where you'd think that they had plenty of cash, they clearly don't. They show a replay of the same incident at the same speed immediately after it, which is almost entirely pointless. Here goes Lackmal again around the wicket and balls. That's a one that really bounces, but it's a no ball. Down the leg side, but there was good bounce on that one.
Yeah, I should warn Leicestershire listeners that it won't be me on the stream next week. Derbyshire listeners already know, having played down there, that it is the MCC, or Middlesex, I should say.
Middlesex,
Who have their own commentators on the stream, one of whom is not connected in any way with the visiting county. So, although our commentary will be available.
It's like Mallows in around the wicket, and balls turned into the leg side by Azad. They go through for a single as Potts comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. 28 without loss.
You will have to, if you particularly want to hear my dulcet tones, coordinate it with the and watch. You'll have to sort of coordinate it with the stream. I'm sorry about that.
It can be done, because I was told it could be
always
done.
used to be done, didn't it?
You can
People
do
have
that.
to do it,
Yeah,
but,
you can do that.
but it does require a certain amount of fiddling around.
Yes, yeah.
But just warning you in advance.
Well,
Middlesex, Gloucestershire and Somerset, I think,
Yeah.
are the three counties.
Lackmal in again, bowls a full delivery that Evans drives up to Potts at mid-on, and there's no run.
The last two are an irrelevance to us.
I think Warwickshire as well, again irrelevant, but I think they've got their own. Were Warwickshire not charging? One of them was charging. Surrey were thinking of doing it this year, but decided against it in the end.
Thinking of charging, or thinking
of doing their own commentary.
Work, okay.
And obviously the away team points supporters via its social media to the live pictures rather than the live audio, as this next one is another full delivery that's driven out the family to the offside by Evans up towards Billy Godalming, wide mid-off, 28 without loss at the end of the over. So yeah, it is a bit fiddly, and I understand, and you will understand why, but they are very, very Middlesex centric, I was told. And the other thing that slightly disappointed me, and it's good that you've had an opportunity to tell everybody, because we didn't, because it was the first game of the season. I bumped into a regular listener down on the boundary down below us on day one. He said, "Oh, you weren't at Middlesex then?" I said, well I was, but I just wasn't on the stream. So my recommendation will be to match Richard and whoever he's commentating with. It could be anybody. It could be absolutely anybody.
Thompson around the wicket to Azad, who a bit thick outside edgy, looking to push that out much straighter than the ball actually went. It ran out towards cover. Dahl ran across to field, and Azad picked up one, but suggesting that straightened a fraction. Certainly didn't come out the middle, but Azad moves on to 18. 29 without loss. Thompson sort of gestures at mid-on, I think is Lackmal, just to go back a bit, goes in and bowls to Evans, who uses feet, chips just short of mid-wicket. Dahl went down on his knees, but he couldn't scoop it up. It was probably a foot and a half short of him, maybe 2 feet short of him, but, well, 2 deliveries and 2 hints of something happening now for Derbyshire. Thompson is ready to go, but I suspect he got a big gust there. He had to just step back. Steps in again and bowls. Evans is down the pitch, working it into the ground, bounces out towards Lackmal, intercepted en route by Dahl running across. Wasn't too far away, that one.
It's happening.
Thompson bowls, back goes Evans, and from his stumps strokes it back down. From in front of his stumps, strokes it back down the pitch towards Thompson. Shirt sleeves and t-shirts down below us. Now, if you're out of the wind, it's glorious again. Thompson is in, Evans is forward. Back up the pitch, got to the pitch of that one. Back up the pitch it goes to Thompson, who just bends down. He's got a long way to bend down, as we've said, he's a tall young man. Just dries his fingertips in the dust. Is in and bowls. Back goes Evans. Works it past short leg, but it's in the air again, and deployed for a second, thought he was in the game, reached out with his right hand, and again, twice in that over, Evans has played the ball, and in both cases it's landed within almost sniffing distance of a fielder. He's got away with it on both occasions he remains 7 not out, 29 without loss. Leicestershire 13 overs have been bowled. They trail by 289.
The strange thing is that we'd expect after 13 overs or so that the lacquer to start to be coming off the ball. It is quite abrasive out there, and it's a very dry outfield. It was almost crunchy the other day when myself and Richard were walking back to the car park at the far end. Sam Connors is swapping ends incidentally. He's going to bowl from the pavilion end. But why would losing the lacquer make it more likely to turn? That doesn't make any sense to me. He's just got his fingers warmed up, I suppose.
Seam will be getting a bit more pronounced.
Of course, yeah, that's a shout. That is a good shout. So we're going to see Sam Connors for the first time, I reckon, from the pavilion end, and he's going to have the wind blowing from left to right rather than right to left. So the wind hasn't changed direction, of course. Yeah, it's going to push it across the left-hander, and perhaps get one to come back into the right-hander. We shall see. We shall see. Going over the wicket to the left-hander, and that one is just guided down into the ground, backward of square on the offside, where Dahl does the fielding by Azad. That's interesting. What is the caption? Oh, he's watching a different thing. According to Nigel, who's watching back at base, the caption says the score's 155 for 13, which is clearly not a score, but it doesn't say that on ours, so we'll move on. Connors is in again, and this one is forced off the back foot out into the offside, where it's fielded by Masood, sliding to his right. Those very bright orange backs to his boots makes him easily identifiable. Not that we haven't seen enough of him over the course of the last 3 matches or 2.5 matches to identify him almost immediately. Bumped into him this morning and he was nice to see, shaking hands. What a nice man. He knows where I am. In goes Connors, and that one is defended off the back foot by Azad. Pushed up towards mid-on, where it's fielded by Saranga Lakmal.
I'm beginning to fear that he's so good and so pleasant, and so good a player and so pleasant an individual, that he's going to spoil you for future overseas.
Well, yes, there is that possibility. I just want to make the most of it while we've got
You're good,
him.
but you're not, you're not my man. You're not Shan Masood.
No. Well, whoever comes in next as an overseas opening batsman, if they choose to go that route, is going to have an awful lot to follow. Connors bowls full delivery just off the inside half of the bat into the leg side from Azad. Connors just raised the arms for a moment, thinking he might just squeeze that one through, but not quite. Wholehearted cricketer Sam Connors is as well. 4 wickets in the first innings for him. On the anniversary of his first fifer, I noticed a tweet from David Griffin. Next delivery is clipped into the leg side by Azad. Saranga Lakmal does everything he can not to field the ball cleanly, and still they only get 1 run. That was a very strange piece of fielding from Lakmal. I was wringing out his right hand because he'd have landed awkwardly on it.
There was not a natural movement there throughout, was there? Really?
No.
He knew he sort of had to get down, but he sort of stopped in preparation for a dive and then fell on it. But he did his job. He got there.
Really, he should have done what Bjorn Hendricks did this morning and just stopped it with his foot.
Just stick out a big size 12.
Stick out a boot and stop it, then bend down and pick it up. Nobody's expecting world-class fielding from him. Connors bowls. That one is turned into the leg side where Lewis Deploy is waiting at a short mid-wicket. It's the end of the over. Connors has now bowled 5 overs for 13. Evans has 7. Azad has 19, and Leicestershire 30 without loss, still trailing by 288.
Could be a long spell for Alex Thompson here as the wind gusts again, but the sky away to the east is now almost uniformly blue. There's a few sort of white fluffy jobs over there, but we are very much set fair for the rest of the day, and again not an over lost in the game thus far. 52 remain to be bowled today, and with all these overs of spin, Could we finish on time? Thompson round the wicket to Azad, who is poking it out into the gap in the covers. They've dropped a man sort of back on the edge of the square. Derbyshire, it's Sam Connors, who is about 45-50 yards from the bat. So he's sort of sweeping on the offside, although he's a good 25-30 yards in from the boundary. Thompson back over the wicket to the right-handed Evans. Fuller delivery, forward goes Evans. Getting to the pitch, defending it out into the offside.
Unlike his fellow opening bowler, Sam Connors is an excellent fielder. I'm not saying that Blackmal wouldn't catch one if it came his way, but...
Thompson bowls. Back goes Evans, an appeal for a leg before going down leg side, I think. And there was a little signal from umpire Bainton. Let's have a look at
kept low though, didn't
the replay. It did.
Low again.
He's playing with fire going back.
Yes, he is.
Evans going to get the next delivery before the one, because Thompson is getting through his overs quickly, goes in and bowls. Evans pushes it out into the off side. Yeah, going down. A little bit of turn, and it did keep a little bit low. So, as you've been saying, Fletch, things
just starting to happen a bit now, aren't they, after 12, 13 overs?
There's been something there throughout, hasn't there? I think it's a brilliant cricket wicket,
absolutely.
really.
Masood said as much, didn't he, last night?
Thompson is in. Back goes Evans again, but the length isn't quite there, so he's able to play it off the pitch firmly out to Dahl at that mid-wicket position.
Put it in the right place, he told us last night, and there's something there for the bowlers.
Thompson to finish his fourth over, bowls to Evans, just drifting towards middle and leg. He's forward, pushing it out to Dahl at mid-wicket. End of Thompson's fourth over. None for 7, but there's been a few close calls for the batsman and encouragement, I think, for the off-spinner and for Derbyshire. They know that Leicestershire, over the first 3 games of the season, have tended to lose wickets in clusters, and one may bring 2. 31 without loss. Azad 20, Evans 7. Well, Connors, he had a good rest. He's going to draw on all that energy he's saved up. Keeps going.
Yes, he was very pleased with the rest he'd had yesterday, wasn't he? Here he comes, bowling to Azad, who defends this one off the back foot up towards Sarangal Lakmal at mid-on. And there is no run. That sounded like a motorbike, but it was a blue car that needs fixing. I would respectfully suggest my car sounded like that, I'd have it taken away. Well, I've got a new car this year. Very exciting. The old one died. He's only done 260,000 miles as well. They don't last anymore, do they? Connors bowls a short delivery, and Azad just sways out of the way of that. He did leave his bat up there, which you might have to be careful of.
So when you say new, do you mean brand spanking?
Oh gosh, no, but 19 plate, I think it is. That's quite new, isn't it?
That's extremely new, I would suggest.
Yeah, it's got all the whistles and bells. It's got the old power steering, the
wheels,
DAB radio. Yeah, it's got wheels. Yeah.
All the whistles and bells, and engine, wheels,
it's doing all right.
Windows, the roof.
All right at the moment. Connors bowls, and it's defended by Azad up to Billy Godleman at mid-off. I call it bronze. The official description is beige. Definitely bronze, I think you'll find.
It's unlike a marketing department, isn't it?
You want to call a car
go for something
beige,
a bit cooler.
Yeah. It suits me though, beige, I think. I hate cars. I absolutely hate them.
Well, it's a Vauxhall insipid, is it? Remember the Jasper Carrot?
Yes. Yes. It goes, Connors, that's short and pulled around the corner out towards the mid-wicket boundary. That's a good piece of fielding out there in the deep. I think that's Nick Potts it is. A decent enough throw as well, but it can't prevent the batsman from coming back for 2. Azad moves to 22 now. 33 without loss. It's a Fiat something.
One of those rather stylish little Unos which you see around the cities these days.
Not stylish, would be very much against the grain. Is it a punto? I don't know. Something anyway. It's alright. In goes Connor's full delivery and almost gets through an inside edge down to fine leg from Azad. It's picked up by Thompson out there in the deep. Never seen him fielding out there before, but he is. And just things starting to happen, or things just starting to happen. Rearrange the following words into a sentence. 34 without loss. Azad moves on to 23 from 52 balls. Evans 7 from 44. He batted like this in the first innings and batted well, did Sam Evans. Did exactly what you want an opening batsman to do, really. Stay out there and tire the opening bowlers out. He's there now, and Connors bowls till he turns it into the leg side where Leas deployed does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. 34 without loss. Leicestershire still trailing by 284. And we've got 18 overs until tea. They can of course take the extra half hour today if required.
Friends at Trent Bridge have finally declared as they look to hack their way out of the wilderness.
Yes. I'm glad you bought into this.
With a lead of 258 at Durham.
Well, they're going to win the odd match, aren't they? It's the match that they lost to Glamorgan, who've now been thumped by Middlesex. That makes no sense.
Well, they turn up when they want to, don't they? There's knots.
Yeah, so I know Darl for the first time. It's interesting. Thompson's had a little go.
I'm surprised. I thought he asked a few questions, Thompson, and there were a couple of shots, certainly from Evans, which did not land very far from fielders, but Godleman mixing and matching, changing things around. It may be that Thompson will come on at this end.
Yeah. Cummins has just bowled 2 overs for 4 runs from the pavilion end.
Round the wicket comes Anuj Dal and bowls to Azad. Drops a little bit short. He drops it down towards point, then looks inquiringly at Evans, who answers in the affirmative as the man at extra cover. Nick Potts has to run down towards point. It's an odd habit. I'm sure when he looks at his opposite number looking for a quick single, he sort of gestures with his hand. Well, are you interested or aren't you? It
like
must
a
be annoying
negotiation
for a partner. But anyway, Evans shouted, called him through. He moves on to 24 Azad. Evans has been on 7 for what seems like a good half hour or so. Over the wicket goes Anuj Dal and bowls to Sam Evans, who gets a straight ball that he defends on off stump, strokes it back past Dal out towards mid-off.
He certainly hasn't scored a run in the last 5 overs.
No.
According to my laptop.
He's faced 46 deliveries now. And the run rate, which was 4 throughout, well, not actually at the start, in fairness it wasn't, was it? But Dal is in and bowling. Evans has picked up a run. He's looking to drive, gets a thick inside edge that runs down towards deep backward square. Connors comes in, not from the boundary, but from offering cover down there. And Evans moves on to 8. It was 2 at the start of the innings for a while, about 16 to 20 overs or so at the start of the Derbyshire innings, and then of course they had that superb innings from Shan Masood. In goes Dal. It's driven back past him, a foolish delivery, but only as far as mid-off. And the ever busy Wayne Madsen, and that increased the run rate to about 3.5, 4, and it stayed there throughout the rest of the innings. Leicestershire will be hoping for similar fecundity from their batsmen. Whether it will come remains to be seen. Dal in and bowls outside off stump, rather floats through to Guest as it's left alone, well outside off stump by Hassan Azad. The sun warming the commentary box. And when I say warming, I mean heating.
I might have to take this jacket off in a minute.
Jumpers may be removed.
It's
be
going.
warned.
It's going.
If you
Have you got a good T-shirt?
didn't yesterday, it's shocking old marathon thing. Checks what he's got on. Hopefully, it's not the same one. No, it's not.
Different one.
Different. It's a different, shocking old one. But
Wafted it outside the bedroom window for half an hour just to freshen it up a touch. Excellent.
Dahl is in again. It's outside off some, a little closer this time, and it sort of goes on with the arm, but it, again, very safe leave from Azad. End of the 17th over of the Leicestershire second innings. Not entirely without alarm, but solidly enough they've made their way to 36 without loss.
282 the deficit. We're going to see Sam Connors continue from the pavilion end for the time being. He's having a conversation at some distance with Billy Godalman, who handed Connors sweater and cap to umpire Pratt. Come on, youth, I think I heard then. He is still only young, Sam Connors, despite being one of Derbyshire's main bowlers these days. He's in and bowls to Evans, who turns it into the leg side. Going to get a single as the ball is picked up by Shan Masood, who's now patrolling the mid-wicket boundary.
Hampshire bat on. They're leading by 259 on first innings against Kent. 564 for 5. Yorkshire bat on, slightly surprisingly. They already lead by 372. I don't know how many. You would think.
Declare it tea.
Yeah, probably.
That's their second innings, isn't it?
It is.
Yorkshire. Connors in again. Azad defends it up to mid-off, where Billy Godalman comes in to do the fielding.
Essex have lost another wicket against Warwickshire. They're 139 for 4 in their second innings. Still trailing by 78. Game at the Oval is going nowhere. Not for the first time at the Oval.
Don Topley will be disappointed.
Oh yes, of course.
That's
Yeah.
where he was going.
Well, the Oval.
Well, he doesn't support Essex anymore. Connors bowls. That one is pushed up to mid-off. It's fielded by Billy Godalman.
Is Reese playing?
I've no idea. I take precious little interest in anything that Don Topley does, or even says.
And as you know, Middlesex beat Glamorgan by an innings and 82 runs earlier this morning. And will be even now heading back up the M4.
Yeah, celebratory mood. Halfway through this, Connors over. Next delivery is pushed into the offside by Azad, where it's fielded by Shan Masood. There's no run. Yes, Durham have got a lot to do to save that game, haven't they? Up at Chesterle Street now. They're in trouble.
Innings break. Notts leading by 258.
Martin will be telling his listeners that they could well lose it today. And when they're only 4 down, he'll say, well, we could win it tomorrow. They swing wildly. It's Connors. Bowls driven very nicely indeed by Azad. That's 4 runs. Glorious shot out to the extra cover boundary. Just leant into it, really. No hint of violence. And he moves on to 28. And Leicestershire to 41 without loss. Beautiful.
If you're in the vicinity, come on down, because it's lovely out there now. Get yourself out of the wind. And, potentially fascinating 50 or just under now overs left in the day here at the Uptonsteel County Ground.
2 slips in place for Connors now. She bowls to Azad. He turns this one that's on the stumps down towards fine leg. Thompson does the fielding out there in the distance. Azad moves to 29. 42 without loss at the end of the over. Evans has 9. Azad has pinched the strike. And Leicestershire trail by 276.
Friends of Grace Road doing their lovely cakes as ever. It is now open, 2:30 to 4:30, I think. Up in the meet. Fletch is hopping next door. He's got an update to do. We don't on BBC Radio Leicester for the time being. So I can talk you through this next Anuj Dahl over. He's going to Be bowling to Hassan Azad on 29. 2 slips for Dahl, McKiernan and Madsen. Shortish mid-wicket as he scurries in and bowls, but too wide. And Azad is almost walking away before it's past him on the way to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. Rest of the field, point. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, as I've mentioned. Deep backward square and third man. BBC Radio's Leicester and Derby, bringing you ball by ball commentary on the game. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, your commentators. In goes Dahl and bowls. He's trying to get some seam movement, a little bit short there, and Azad stays on the back foot and plays it firmly out to mid-off, where Godalman is the fielder. 42 without loss. Dahl is in, wide again. It's coming back in a bit, in that's the direction of travel. He's bowling from wide around the wicket. But Azad is leaving very safely. There's still good carry through to Brooke Guest behind the stumps. The pitch, though, which looked to have greened up a little bit this morning. I mentioned it to Fletcher when we came in, but now looks pretty biscuity again. In goes Dahl, bowls again very wide, and again Azad is walking away towards short leg almost before the ball is in the gloves of the wicketkeeper.
Quickest update I've ever done that.
I was going to say that.
When I got in there, they said, right, we'll get to the cricket then. Blimey. Only slightly out of breath.
Dahl is in. It's straighter, but again it's a little bit too short and up on his toes. Azad can cut it away down towards the man at third man, who is Sam Connors. Takes one, moves into the 30s on 230. Hassan Azad of 66 balls, 43 without loss. Evans, by contrast, has rather gone into his shell. 9 off 48 for Sam Evans. Leicestershire will not mind a jot about his scoring rate as long as he is still there.
Yeah, that's the key, isn't it?
Dahl over the wicket to the right-hander. It's slightly overpitched on leg stump, but Evans doesn't try and overhit it. Might have tried to clip it away, just steered it out towards mid-wicket, where Duploy is the fielder. End of the 19th over of the innings. Leicestershire 43 without loss, still 275 behind. Derbyshire settling in for a game of patience, waiting for the mistake, trying to make it happen. Leicestershire digging in.
Well, at the current run rate, they're still going to be 190 behind at the close if they carry on at this speed, which is an awful lot of runs. Cameraman tiptoes back to his camera. Here's Sam Connors from the pavilion end in and bowls to Azad, who defends this one into the onside. Leicester Ploy fielding at mid-wicket. And there's Dahl at extra cover on the other side. There's a man out on the point boundary.
Make you a cup of tea.
That's nice. Well, thank you very much.
Give me a minute.
Oh, very pleasant. Strawberries, that kind of thing. Comes Sam Connors from the pavilion end, bowls to Azad, who guides this out to the man on the point boundary, Shan Masood. And there is no run. Connor's back to his mark already. Sets off past umpire Pratt and bowls short, and it's pushed into the offside. Up on his toes there, Sam Evans. Just a slight misfield by Leicestershire, but he did have Billy Godleman behind him, backing up just in case. The danger with having a cup of tea in this commentary box with 14 overs to go until the tea interval is the distance to the toilets. As Connors bowls, and that one is defended back to him by Evans. Again, plenty of encouragement for the bowlers out there. But I was talking about finishing today. I mean, Derbyshire won't care when they cross the victory line, if indeed they do, as long as they do. Both sides looking for their first wins of the season, having drawn their opening 2 matches. Derbyshire well on top for most of the game against Sussex. Connors bowls, full delivery, driven into the ground and up and over the slip cordon. There's a chase on here. Madsen and Nick Potts are chasing it. Potts gets there, pulls it back to Madsen, who hurls the ball back in, but the batsmen are going to get through for 3. Not entirely in control of that shot wasn't Sam Evans, but he's picked up runs. He moves on to 12. And Leicestershire to 47 without loss, trailing by 271. Connors will go around the wicket. I'll be keeping an eye on Burton, of course, which is my winter job, if you like. They're up at Doncaster. Bristol City at Derby County. As Connors bowls, and that one is pushed out into the offside by Azad. There is no run. There's a game taking place at the King Power, as you might expect, just down the road. A breakthrough will come. Ball just starting. Just started to do a bit here. Cameraman tiptoes back to his camera. And Alex Thompson's going to come on once again from the Bennett end. Adam News not going to Pride Park today, so sticking with the cricket. Good for you, Adam. Fingers crossed for some early wickets. That was 40 minutes ago. They haven't. Thank you, Richard. They haven't got an early wicket yet, but Tomo's back. Alex Thompson.
Yeah, not the greatest brief spell that Najdal has bowled. Thompson is in. Evans goes back, works it into the gap. Dahl himself runs onto the ball at mid-wicket. He just didn't get his line and length right. And Billy Godleman, a man of decision. So if you're going to bowl that, you're off.
But 2 overs for 3 runs.
Yeah,
they
didn't get him away, but they didn't play it at the left, I would think.
Oh, that's all. Blimey.
Sorry, it has just
just been boiled.
Yeah. Thompson around the wicket to Azad, who pushes it back past him on the onside, but Akmal just reaches down with that big right hand and stops the ball at mid-on. Thompson steps and bowls. Nice loop to the delivery. It's rather jammed out into the offside by Azad, out to mid-off. Godleman, as ever, is the fielder. Gestures to Dahl to go a step or 2 closer to extra cover. Thompson is in. Azad is driving into the gap between Dahl at extra cover and point, out to usually Connors out there. I think it is again out there on the cover almost. He's at the deep cover, but he's still a good 30 yards inside the ropes on the edge of the square. It's like Potts is beginning to hop around, hopefully. Azad picks up 1, 32 without loss.
Godleman's just had a chat with Thompson,
who is in and bowling. Evans is playing it out into the gap. Says run. orders run. McKiernan chases after it, picks it up, but the single is taken, and that is the Leicestershire 50, greeted with quite a warm round of applause, actually, because they haven't lost a wicket in reaching that little landmark. Awful lot of landmarks need to be passed before Leicestershire can redeem themselves in the game, so to speak, but they've made a solid enough start. 50 without loss. Thompson around the wicket to Azad. A little bit short, stays low, it pops up and he's gone. He has gone. Well, that solid start has come to an end. It stayed very low. Whether he popped it onto his boot and it popped up to Madsen at first slip, only the replay will reveal, but that was a really curious dismissal. But it was to do, I'm sure, with the ball staying a little bit low. I think it came off.
It definitely came off somebody's foot, whether it was the wicketkeeper or the batsman, I'm not sure.
It came off the knee roll of the pad, so it must have been bat onto pad, and then it just looped up in a most kindly way for... Azad looks most unhappy, doesn't he, as he goes off.
It does. Wayne Madsen with the catch.
Important breakthrough.
Another Wayne Madsen catch.
To see them.
I think. It was Madsen, wasn't it?
It was Madsen, yeah, absolutely. He'll never have an easier one either. Azad goes for 32 off 72 balls. Once again, the Leicestershire batsman. Again, he's looking back. He's really unhappy. Here's the replay.
I can't see what it came off, but it's gone down and it's come off.
It came off the inside of the bat onto the knee roll and just sort of
looped up.
Looped up.
Yeah. Why is he unhappy then? Because it wouldn't have looped up like that if it had just come off pad, would it?
No. Well, I suppose it would, because it hit pad last, if you know what I mean, after the bat. Unless, and then.
Yeah.
But I think.
Yeah. No, I'm with you.
Yeah, we'll try and find out afterwards. Bottom line.
But Derbyshire won't care, will they?
No, exactly.
I'll let you find out.
Caught it by Madsen.
I'm not bothered.
It's bowled by Thompson, and the breakthrough has come just as I was saying. Unless you had made a solid enough,
well done, Richard.
That's
start. That's fantastic. Another wicket to Richard Ray.
The Leicestershire supporters
how many is that this season?
Will be giving me evils.
Yeah.
50 for 1.
Well, I just had a message from somebody who's watching the cricket who said, "Oh, we need a breakthrough," and I said, "Relax. The ball is starting to do something," and then about 2 deliveries later they get the wicket, which makes me look really good. So
you have to say,
if you're still listening, I told you so.
Obviously didn't play it well, but it was a sort of jammed up, strange attempt to play it from Azad.
9 to go. 45 overs remain, so 1 every 5 overs.
That's a big one, Azad. They know he can bat a long time.
Connors is going to continue from the pavilion end and bowls to Evans, who pushes this one up to very straight mid-on, where it's fielded by Saranga Lakmal, and there's no run. Rhiannon Steenekamp, who listens from South Africa, regular listener.
It does sound a South African name.
It is quite South African, isn't it? I'm not even sure if I pronounce it correctly, but it says Shaheen Afridi's dismissed Marnus Labuschagne twice in the Glamorgan game, rather cheaply too, 8 and 32. Has he been figured out? Well, I wonder. He says, "What do you guys think?" I don't think Marnus Labuschagne will ever be figured out, if I'm entirely honest with you. He's such a fine batsman. As Connors bowls, and that one is outside off stump and a little bit short, and it's just guided into the offside by Evans. For
I saw the first dismissal. I didn't see the second. So unless it was an identical or roughly similar dismissal, I suppose he's got these sort of little eccentricities, hasn't he, Labuschagne? And it's
very
quite hard to figure him out.
idiosyncratic. Yeah, absolutely. I think it would be difficult to completely work him out. But as you say, if it's the same dismissal twice, that will get around the circuit very quickly indeed. There is, as somebody, who was it who pointed out, there was no hiding place in county cricket anymore.
He sort of chopped on, didn't he?
Luke Wright, wasn't it, the other day?
Yeah.
Connors beats Rhodes. The first delivery that Rhodes has faced, he's playing down one line, the ball was going down another, and Rhodes looked very uncertain there as he just lunged forward in a defensive mode. He's leaning on his bat. What Leicestershire can't really afford is 2 quick wickets, because that's the kind of thing that starts to spread panic.
Well, Rhodes, he is batting in the last chance saloon, I'm afraid.
Here's Connors again. Having beaten him once, bowls, and he leaves this alone this time round. That's much better. He goes through to Brooke Guest.
His 5 innings so far this season. 0 and 12 against Worcestershire. 2 and 23 at Durham. 6 in the first innings here. So they've had 6 chances by the end of this game.
Look at you with all your notes. That's a nice school notebook, that. Beautiful. There's Connors again outside the off stump, left alone by Rhodes to go through to the keeper. Richard Ray, form 3B, it says on the front. It doesn't.
Is that dismissal again? Still struggling with it.
Yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
It certainly came off his back pad at some stage. What part of it was the bat? Before? Afterwards?
If it's back pad, it must have been before, surely. I don't know. Connors bowls. That one is guided down to the vacant third man region. Wayne Madsen gives chase. It's the first runs for Rhodes. There's 2 of them. Just 2. Rhodes did turn and offer the opportunity of another. Thank you, Renan. Pronunciation just fine, he says. I'm always slightly concerned when I have to pronounce a name that I'm not familiar with. 51 for 1 at the end of that Connors over. Evans has 15. And it was Evans, was it, who scored those runs? So I thought it was Rhodes, I beg your pardon. I'm convinced that was Rhodes. Anyway, he's yet to get off the mark, but he'll be on strike now. How's he managed that?
Azad was dismissed off the last ball of the Thompson over.
Oh, okay, I've got it. Oh, yes, I've just commentated on an over and got it completely wrong. Not for the first time, it has to be said. Hopefully nobody was listening. We'll just scrub that one when we go live. We'll just get rid of that.
So Evans is forward to Thompson, defending out into the offside. There is no run.
Perils of live broadcasting.
Thompson in. Back goes Evans, plays it out into the offside. Thompson is in. Nice loop along the ground, off the edge, out towards Madsen at first slip. Falls to his right to make the stop, but Thompson again asking questions, to which the answers are vague and unconvincing at the moment. He is in and bowls a full toss, almost, not quite.
Yeah, close, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the drive was slightly half-hearted from Evans, and Thompson himself just calmly stepped across and fielded. He is in again and bowls. Evans forward again, pushing out to Dahl at that close-ish mid-wicket. Over 8, -1. They still haven't quite caught up from the first innings, but with Thompson bowling these overs quickly, it shouldn't be long. He is in. Evans forward. It sinks to his knee, having stretched forward. He's not a tall man, so it does have to be a stretch for him to get to the pitch of the ball. End of the over. Thompson 6 overs, 1 for 10. Leicestershire not wobbling, they've just lost their first wicket, but Rhodes at the crease desperately in need of a score, both for himself and for his county. 53 for 1.
Billy Godwin has moved Anuj Dal from the Bennett end to the Pavilion end now to replace Sam Connors, who bowled 5 overs for 17 in his latest spell. 9 overs for 29 in total.
Chocky Bicky?
No, that's very kind of him.
After your meltdown.
Yes, no, it's around somewhere, the chocolate, but I'll eat it at some point. I have to put it in the fridge when I get home. Here is Dahl then. from the pavilion end, bowling to Rhodes, who drives, but almost straight to Billy Godwin, who's gone down and has stayed down. And he went down rather awkwardly there. He's going to be okay, I think. Is he? He's getting back to his feet rather gingerly. Left leg. He's all right. He's not limping. He just stayed down for a moment there. It was a little bit awkward the way he fielded that one. The Derbyshire skipper. It's turned into a picnic in here. Dahl bowls. That one is driven. Full delivery. Again to Godwin, who again fields it rather awkwardly. At mid-off. 53 for 1 it remains. 265. The Leicestershire deficit now. 531 is Derbyshire's 27th highest innings total, but only the second highest against Leicestershire. That one is, beating the edge of Rhodes' bat again. Very similar to the ball that beat the edge of the bat from Connors in the previous over from the pavilion end. Not far away from taking the edge. 531, the second highest innings total against Leicester, but the highest here at Leicester. Leicestershire fans will be pleased to know. It's the first season in which Derbyshire have secured first innings leads of 300 plus in 2 matches. The next delivery is driven very straight. There's a shot at the stumps from Lackmell. That didn't miss by much, you know. The ball was driven straight by Rhodes. Lackmell picked up really nicely and threw at the stumps. Wasn't far away. And I rather fancy that Rhodes might have been in a spot of bother there had the bails come off.
It was almost a sort of double jeopardy job, wasn't it? He threw from directly behind the stumps at the bowler's end, and although he missed them, and as you say, Rhodes was close, he almost hit the stumps at the other end as well, and Evans would have been close.
Dahl is in again. Evans turns it into the leg side, where Deploy will do the fielding. Still got the fielding pads on, I think they're Leas Deploy, so takes him a little while to get into full flow. 55 for 1. Evans 16. Rhodes back on strike, has 3.
Everything about Evans sort of suggests nerves, doesn't it, really? The way he's batting, the way he's running.
Rhodes waits and defends this one from Dahl. Back to the bowler.
It's better.
That's the end of the over. 55 for 1. 24 overs in. 55 for 1, as I say. Evans 16, Rhodes 3. The deficit 263.
Now, up on the board, the dismissal of Azad has gone down as caught, guessed,
/
bowled
Madsen.
Madsen. But as far as I could see, watching the replay several times, it had nothing whatsoever to do with Brook. He didn't cut it into his gloves, didn't pop out. It came off the bat and pad.
But that isn't a mode of dismissal anyway, is it?
It isn't, and it's also incorrect.
Because if it was Madsen who took the catch, it's like those ones on the boundary in T20. The person who dives over the boundary and flicks it back doesn't get the credit for the catch. It's the person standing inside the boundary. Yeah. And you don't get this. I don't quite understand. But weirdly,
actually, Durham did this last week when Borthwick popped one up and it was caught by, I think
perhaps it's a new mode of dismissal that we haven't been told about.
Yeah. Thompson is in. Evans is leaning forward and just sort of flicking it rather back to Thompson, turning his wrists on it. Thompson is in. Evans forward, rather more stylishly this time. Back up the pitch on the on side, trickles out to mid-on. The wind really gets up again, despite the absence of any dark clouds whatsoever that I can see. Thompson in, Evans forward. 16 he's on now from 65 balls. The dismissal of Azad means much more responsibility now on Evans. Thompson is in, bowls to him, bat and pad very close together, jams down on it. Madsen, convinced that was almost through. Then he always is.
He always is. We should see him when he's bowling. Everyone a prize.
Thompson in, Evans forward on off stump, middle of the bat, but as you say, Madsen still. I think he's done that, heaven knows how many tens of thousands of times. throughout his career from first slip. Thompson in, drops a little bit short. Evans goes back, works it out towards mid-wicket, but the scrambling Dahl ensures no single to be had. Maiden over for Alex Thompson. 7 overs now, 2 maidens, 1 for 10. His impressive figures. And as in the first innings, Derbyshire controlling the scoreboard.
Yeah.
Wickets might take a bit more chiselling out. But they'll look at the run rate, 2.2, and think, well, Leicestershire not going anywhere. Really, certainly not going anywhere too quickly.
Crick Info has it just caught Madsen.
Well, that's all it was.
Whereas the NV Play, which I think is linked to the computers that the scorers use, has caught Guest / Madsen, which I've never seen before. No.
Nothing to do with it.
Well, he was watching. This one is turned into the leg side by Rhodes as Dahl begins a new over from the pavilion end.
There have been a couple of what can only be described as wrong calls in the last match as well. The dismissal went up. It was incorrect.
Yes, it does happen. Here comes Dahl again then. In and bowls. That one is off a thick edge down to third man. Rhodes gets another single rather fortuitously down to Thompson in the far distance. 56 for 1 now. Rhodes moves on to 4. It's a very fetching pale blue number today. Hold on. It's quite old though, isn't it? All the logo on the front's disappeared now.
It's another marathon one.
Dahl bowls. That's off an edge and just to the right on the floor of Wayne Madsen at second slip.
Much better length he's bowling
Yeah.
now.
Starting to happen. Or continuing to happen, really. Buxton can get into the National League North today. Very exciting. They're going to win the NPL Premier Division. Derbyshire football on the up in parts. As this next delivery beats the outside edge of Rhodes' bat. It doesn't look comfortable to me, Rhodes.
It just looks like a man searching, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And he's going to need luck to get through 8 overs until tea. So he's going to need real luck to get through to tea. But if he does, well, the longer he's out there, more chance he has of settling.
I saw that with deploy. Dahl is in full delivery, full toss in fact. It's driven down the ground. Lacknall this time doesn't pick the ball up, so therefore can't have a shy at the stumps, and they do go through for a single. 58 for 1. That was a poor ball from Anuj Dahl, blaming his left boot. Just adjusting the Velcro down that goes over the boots a lot of the cricketers. I think he was just adjusting that. He turns at the top of his mark. Evans is ready. Dahl bowls trim.
Oh.
That one is at play and a miss. Did he actually hit that one?
Yeah.
He got an edge on that one. It fell short of Brooke Guest. So Evans not looking 100% either. It's the end of the over. 58 for 1. The ball hit the edge of the bat 3 times in that over. And as Dahl remains wicketless, 4 overs for 8 runs. 58 for 1.
Didn't quite have the carry to reach. Just checking the replay. It was a awful jab. It's how he got out in the first innings, Evans. He's talking to Rhodes now. They have to settle these two. Leicestershire cannot afford to go to the close, probably more than 2 down, something like that.
You think?
If they're going to save the game, you feel. Maybe 3 at the very most, if they're going to have a chance of saving the game. And there is a long, long old way, 40 overs for them to negotiate until the close of play today. Alex Thompson to bowl the first of those overs is in and bowling. Rhodes stretches forward and defends. 58 for 1. Evans has 17. Rhodes 5. Still need another 260 just to make Derbyshire bat again. Thompson steps and bowls a little bit short. Rhodes goes back, puff of dust as his feet shuffle into position, and he blocks it back up the pitch on the onside. Dahl picks up. No jeopardy for Thompson at the moment in that he can bowl a loose ball should he want, so that turns. It's a decent shout.
Turned too much, I think.
It really did. He went back onto his stumps, Rhodes, and it bit and turned. We'll have a look at the replay.
Turned an
Umpire
absolute
Bainton
mile.
said no. Maybe it did, as you say, do too much. Going back, it didn't look a bad length ball, actually. He's absolutely playing with fire. Thompson is in, Rhodes is driving, and it was exactly the same time as he delivered that ball that the replay kept, that the stream sort of was behind, so I couldn't quite see it. I can't tell you just how much it turned and bounced, but it did.
A long way,
Both those things. Thompson is in, Rhodes is playing firmly. Good diving stop to his right by Alex Thompson in front of the feet of Sam Evans. That would have been a single otherwise, out towards deepish mid-on. Kamal halfway back towards the press box in the Turner Indoor Centre. Thompson is in, it's bowled him, gone straight through Rhodes. Looked to me maybe to play inside the line, I'm not quite sure, but his off stump is out of the ground. George Rhodes bowled for 5, Leicestershire now 58 for 2, and Thompson has a second wicket.
Comprehensive, wasn't it, really? Off stump cartwheeling out of the ground. Has that turned? Or did he just play down the wrong line?
Down the wrong line.
Just played down the wrong line, George Rhodes. It just offers more encouragement to Derbyshire's bowler, to their spinner certainly. And well, the wickets are starting to come. They're not going anywhere as far as runs scored are concerned. The rate has dropped down to 2.2 as Colin Ackerman, a very much a key figure for Leicestershire, marches out to the middle. But 39 overs remain today. 58 for 2, still 260 behind. And Rhodes, having faced 19 very uncertain deliveries, or faced 19 deliveries very uncertainly, really, finally disappears.
He was almost putting an end to his agony, wasn't it, really? That, I'm pretty sure will be that for George Rhodes for now. Anyway, he's going to have to possibly go back to the twos and score some runs, find some confidence.
Indeed.
Yeah, Ackerman really has to go big in this innings if Leicestershire to have any chance. From here on in, he's not going to be on strike though, because it was the last ball of the over.
Derbyshire's 12th man Lewis Rees and Harry Kame leave the field with the drinks. As Dahl prepares to start his 5th over, conceded just 8 runs so far. The first delivery is pushed to a very straight mid-on where Lewis Deploy does the fielding. Alex Thompson 8 overs, 2 for 10. It's not necessarily all in this spell, because this spell is 4 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 3, which isn't bad. It's Ed Barnes like. Here is Dahl in again and bowls. That one is pushed into the onside once again by Evans, but you can imagine there's going to be an awful lot of noise out there. The Derbyshire fielders.
I don't think they're a noisy side though by any stretch.
Derbyshire, no, they're not.
They're really not.
They're not in between deliveries. Like at this
No,
moment in
it's
time,
not
you'll find out on Thursday if Middlesex are in the field. My word, they're noisy. Dahl's in again, and that one is turned into the leg side once again, and again it's fielded by Leicestershire Deploy. So they're basically strangling the life out of Leicestershire here, the Derbyshire bowlers. not scoring any runs. They've lost a couple of wickets in the last 25 minutes or so. Thompson, well, his tail will be up. He's basking down at third man at the moment as this one is turned to backward point. As Sam Connors finds himself, I'm not sure I ever had Sam down as a backward point, but fair play, he'll field anyway. He's got a really good arm, Sam Connors. Saranga Lakmal's warming up again. Interestingly. In comes Dahl again. That was turned into the leg side by Evans. He's heading for a maiden over here, is Sam Connors. Two more deliveries, and one more delivery, I beg your pardon, left in the over. The over 8's still -1. If anybody can explain to me, I don't want you to give me any formulas or anything, but how on earth we work it out? We've had a spinner on for the last 4 overs and it remains -1. Dahl is in again and bowls, and they're not fetching the ball back from the boundary. That one is played up to mid-on. It's another maiden over. It's Dahl's first, but another maiden over for Derbyshire. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8. 58 for 2, and Ackerman will be facing Derbyshire's wicket taker, Alex Thompson, next up.
I don't think they kind of work out the over 8 at the end of each over. I think they kind of do it when it occurs to a little bit.
That's almost what it seems like, because if they were fetching the ball from the boundary and all the rest of it, you'd think, well, yeah, it might slow down a touch. But it hasn't moved from -1 from the start. And I know we're going to go to tea
I bet you
a little late.
Oh wait, yeah, what time is it? 1:30.
Not too late though, 6 overs till tea. It's not massively late, are we?
Yeah, be about 10 minutes, I suppose.
I've never commentated on a Derbyshire game, if they go on to win the game, of course, where they've picked up maximum points from a match.
Really?
Yeah, in 6 years it's never happened to me. So a 24-point win would be something special.
It's looking a distinct possibility as Thompson goes in to Ackerman, who hits hard down into the ground through mid-on. It bounces swiftly out there to Lakmal. He won't want Thompson just to be able to bowl in the way that he has done in recent overs. Oh, crumbs. In goes Thompson and bowls. That is the loudest clang I've ever heard. It was the noise of the chair being moved as that's pushed into the offside by the cameraman, who I did have pointed out to him that the effects mic is quite close, but I think he's taking it as a challenge rather than
he doesn't care,
admonition. In goes Thompson. It's clipped by Ackerman, but only as far as Dahl, who fields well at mid-wicket. It sounded like hammer on an anvil, didn't it? Well, quite a light anvil, admittedly. Thompson is in, edged by Ackerman, but past Madsen at slip. It's running down towards third man. Madsen in pursuit, puts in the slide, drags it back, but Ackerman and Evans complete 3.
Could they have another slip in place, do you think? I don't know. Or would Wayne Madsen move slightly further round to sort of be 1.5 rather than first slip, just leaving the ball that would go to first slip to the wicket keeper?
It's very much the prize wicket now, as Thompson is in to Evans, who goes back, plays it down into the ground to short leg, where Deploy picks it up on the bounce. 61 for 2. Bowls foolish outside off stump, steered pleasantly out through the covers by Evans. Should be a couple. Masood has ground to make to his right, makes that ground, gets his throw away, but Evans picks up those 2 runs, moves on to, he says, waiting for the scoreboard. Has it already put them up? On to 19. 63 for 2, 5 overs until tea. Yes, it has already put the runs up. Derbyshire will be happy enough, I think, with the 2 wickets that they have taken.
Yep, I'd have thought
another
so.
one, and they'd be absolutely delighted, and especially, well, either of these two would probably do, but
Get Ackerman.
Ackerman would be
Yeah,
almost the final nail in there.
it's good
In
to
the
get.
coffin.
Always good to get the captain. Saranga Lakmal's returning to the attack from the pavilion end, and Uptonsteel having bowled 3 overs for 5 runs in his latest mini spell, because that's what they are really. Bradford City have had a penalty saved. Mate, Gassana have met back in the side. Probably starting since for the first time since he did a Panenka penalty, and Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank absolutely tore a strip off him. He scored it, but he didn't like it. And Hasselbank said, if I knew he was going to take a penalty like that, I wouldn't have let him take it. Ackerman on strike as Lakmal is in, and that one is just pushed out square on the offside by the Leicestershire skipper, fielded by Uptonsteel, who polishes the ball furiously. But it makes little difference to Burton Albion what happens now, but they've kept 4 successive clean sheets. And were very impressive in victory over Rotherham on Tuesday night.
So the partnership between Masood and Madsen was 221, and that's the sort of scale that these two have to be thinking about.
Yeah, indeed.
Leicestershire, if they're going to have any chance.
Madsen's at second slip. Blackmell bowls left alone. Good leave by Ackerman, but the Godman's got his hands on his head. Derbyshire skipper, knowing how prized the wicket of Ackerman really is. 4 overs until tea after this one, so we'll get a 3 over burst from the pavilion end, will Saranga Lakmal. At the top of his mark already. Sets off now past umpire Pratt and bowls. Ackerman defends it. Back up to a very straight mid-off. Nick Potts comes around from mid-on to do the fielding. And there's no run. There's not an awful lot of action to describe other than a defensive shot from another delivery from insert Derbyshire bowler's name here at the moment. The run rate is slowly subsiding down towards 2.14 now. It's like, well, he's in again, the Sri Lankan. Bowls to Ackerman, who goes back and pushes it out into the offside. Sam Connors cover does the fielding on this occasion. Sun moving around to set where it normally sets in the west. As I discovered yesterday. Who knew?
Or over there, I think was the
Yeah, over to our right. Who knew it always set in the same place?
in this hemisphere.
Yes. His Lakmal bowls. Oh, beats Ackerman. Good delivery. Not far away. Perhaps just got the ball to move a little bit either in the air, although yesterday when we spoke to Masood, he said there isn't much movement in the air, but off the pitch there's a bit of movement. And Lakmal's just found a bit of movement there off the pitch, I fancy. And as a result, Ackerman has played and missed. .63 for 2 it remains. Lakmal to complete another maiden over. He's in and bowls to Ackerman, who just lets that one go past the off stump. It is another maiden over. He's now bowled 7 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 9 as Shan Masood leaves the field temporarily to be replaced by Harry Kame. Leicestershire are 63 for 2 with 4 overs to go until tea.
Interestingly, Thompson has been taken off.
Oh yes.
And Dahl is coming back on.
They
Bit surprised.
They clearly fancy Dahl for a wicket here, didn't they, Billy Godwin? He's had a premonition. We haven't seen the leg spinner yet, Matty McKiernan.
Last one before tea, do you think?
Just so he can nick one out. Well, if it is, he's going to have to bowl it from from the pavilion end, which would mean that Lackmal would bowl just 2 overs. But who knows?
So Anuj Dal, who's been changed ends twice in the space of bowling only 5 overs, is in and bowls to Evans, who's leaning forward, thick inside part of the bat, pushes the ball out towards mid-wicket. Potts runs in and field, and there is no run. They really dried up the runs as well. Derbyshire.
Of course, having missed a penalty, but then concede. Blimey.
Dahl is in and bowling straight. Evans is stroking the ball. He plays it out in defence, and then, as I say, there's that odd little sort of flourish he does, which makes it look as though he's stroked through the ball. But he kind of hasn't. The stroke stops and then starts again with that little flourish. Dahl is in and bowling onto the legs of Evans, who up on his toes works it out to mid-wicket. Was straight, and if he'd missed it, it would have been sort of a probably leg stump leg before. He didn't miss it, so but that's why the oohs and the ahs were slightly risky.
Apparently he's got it on a string, according to one of the shouts there.
He's got another string.
He's got it on a string.
Oh, he's got it on a string.
Yeah, he's got it on a string here.
Dahl is in and bowls, and that one is drifting onto the leg stump and is worked down towards long leg. Good work down there by Connors, getting to the ball. Quickly running around from backward square means it is just a single to Evans, who is up to 20. He's had to work very, very hard to get there. 83 balls he's faced for that 20, so strike rate of pretty much 24%. As Dahl is in, driven in the air, he's gone, Ackerman has gone, he has hit it in the air, he cannot believe what he's done. Well, Dahl has worked it, and Leicestershire really are in desperate, dire straits now. Ackerman just clipped the ball in the air, stroked it in the air, and it was a comfortable catch in the covers. Quite what he was thinking, whether Dahl perhaps held it back a bit, but whatever, the result is the same, and Leicestershire have lost their captain and key batsman for just 3, and they are 64 for 3.
I think it was Alex Thompson, wasn't it, with the catch? I think it was Alex Thompson with the catch. I'll have to wait and see, but it looked like him. That is a big, big wicket, isn't it? And a very tame dismissal. Really tame dismissal. 254 runs in arrears still. Extra half hour, anyone? To get Ackerman for 3, though, that is a huge, huge boost. To get Azad and Ackerman before tea is massive. And now Louis Kimber comes out to face the music. And the music is getting louder from a Derbyshire perspective as well, I fancy. Because they...
Here's the replay.
Firmly believe.
He did. I think it was a slower ball.
Yeah.
I think it was the slower ball. It drew him into the drive. It was Thompson.
Yeah.
And, well, the call from the slips was he's got it on a string.
If you watch him, he looks like he just basically rolls his fingers over the ball every single delivery, Anuj Dahl. And the one that isn't is the surprise one. But he does that a lot. He rolls his fingers over the ball, and well,
from 50 for none and looking reasonably solid. Leicestershire have lost 3 wickets in the space of adding just 14 runs, and it's not all over because Kimber and then Moulder, frontline batsmen to come, as well as Evans. But goodness me, this is not pretty watching, or indeed of course listening, for Leicestershire supporters. Derbyshire supporters will be loving it.
They will.
3 overs and 1 ball, and Thompson's warming up again, so I think he is coming back on at this end. In goes Dahl and bowls to Kimber, who is leaning forward, very tall young man, dabs it down into the offside end of Dahl's successful over. Godalman knew what he was about, making that change. It worked, but he held it back. It was the slower ball.
Yeah, yeah.
And it drew Ackerman into the drive. It was a comfortable catch for Thompson.
Well, it was a dolly, wasn't it? Absolutely just floated into his hands. It was a bizarre dismissal, really. Out in the covers, just straight to him. Straight to him. Made no sense whatsoever.
But the bowler can claim a lot of credit. I
Yes,
think.
yeah.
It was an awful shot, but the bowler can take credit. I would be if I was the bowler.
Oh, well I would quite, yeah, absolutely.
That was me, that
All
was.
down to me. Here's Saranga Lakmal from the pavilion and the penultimate over from the pavilion end before tea, and that is defended by Evans out into the offside, fielded by Sam Connors. So in the first innings, Sam Connors did most of the damage, a couple of wickets for Saranga Lakmal and Nick Potts. In fact, he barely bowled in the first innings, Alex Thompson, 2 overs for 11. Wicket apiece for Anaj and Matty McKinnon as well. But he's bowling nicely in this second innings, and now he's taken a catch as well. As Lakmal is in and bowls to Evans, who turns this one into the leg side. It'll be fielded by Harry Kane, who's still on the field of play out there in the distance, and in place of Shan Masood. Masood's going to stay off for the rest of the game to make sure that he doesn't have to bat. If Derbyshire have to bat again, so he doesn't miss out on his opportunity to make 3 successive double centuries. How about that for a theory? It's an absolutely hopeless theory, of course. He'll be back fairly soon, I would imagine.
In the event of them only needing, say, 10 to win.
I wouldn't send him out if I was Derbyshire.
No, I wouldn't.
But you don't know, do you? For him to finish 0 not out would be a real shame. Here's Lakmal, bowls to Kimber, who pushes this one. First delivery, he faces up towards Billy Godalmon at mid-off.
Leicestershire supporters still hoping desperately that that will be a moot point, i.e. not required to be considered, because they'll still be batting at 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Yeah, it could happen.
Could happen.
Could happen. Might sleep in the car tonight, save time. 65 for 3, I won't. As Lakmal is in, bowls to Kimber, who pushes this one defensively up towards Potts.
You learned that lesson, have you?
Oh, I've slept in cars before. Yeah, oh yeah. Many times.
I did.
Not very comfortable.
No, I had a couple of hours once because I was doing a Grand Prix, but for BBC Online Sport. It was one of the ones in the Far East, so it started at stupid o'clock, sort of, 2 o'clock in the morning in Australia or something. So I had a couple of hours in the car beforehand. But
Lakmal's in again. That's left alone by Kimber. Didn't miss the stump by much. Goes through to Brooke Guest.
not to be recommended.
No, I've done it a few times and to save money, but I end up spending it all on a chiropractor. It's just not very comfortable. I've slept in some very strange places to save money. Cricket Pavilion. Here is Lakmal in bowls and back into his stumps goes Kimber, defends it out towards Billy Godalmon at mid-off. It's the end of the over. Just the 1 run from it. 65 for 3 Leicestershire now. Evans 21. Kimber yet to get off the mark. And they still trail by 253.
That wasn't a case of waking up in the Cricket Pavilion, it was a genuine...
No, I went to the Cricket Pavilion to go to sleep. Yeah.
After a particularly joyous celebration.
No, oh gosh, no. Nothing to celebrate.
When you got your 30.
Nothing to celebrate with my cricket. Here's Thompson. He's back.
He's back. So Dahl back for 1 over, took a wicket, taken off.
Yeah.
Everything Godalmon tries coming off. The man has the Midas touch at the moment. Wiping his hand in the dust, Alex Thompson, who has been involved in the fall of all 3 wickets, taken 2 and caught 1. Godalmon just suggesting Dahl go a little bit closer at mid-wicket as Thompson is in to Evans, who is hitting a straight ball, full straight ball, back down the pitch to him. Holds the bat very low, Evans, looking at his grip, it's right down close to the handle. Thompson is in, bowls to him with a beauty that beats him in the flight, goes on with the arm, and Evans was groping, he thought it was going to maybe come back in, he was beaten in the flight, he wasn't to the pitch of the ball, it slipped past the outside edge into the gloves of Guest. Gorgeous delivery from the off spinner, who is in again and bowls. Evans is forward, getting to the pitch of that one, jamming it out to mid-wicket. Gosh, that was a lovely delivery from Alex Thompson. Classic off-spin, sort of teasing the batsman, slipping past the outside edge. He is in. Evans goes back and plays it down into the ground, and Guest waits a moment because he's played it right down into the ground at his feet, and Guest is thinking that could land on his foot and trickle back onto the stumps. It didn't. But everything is very, very uneasy for Sam Evans at the moment. Can he get through until T? Thompson is in, bowls to him, he's forward, getting to the pitch of that one. It prods it out towards point. Madsen jogs after it. Leicestershire sort of absolutely wondering where the next run is coming from, completely becalmed, just looking to get through to T here, and the field is coming in all the time as Thompson is in, clipped onto the ground and in the air through mid-wicket by Evans, but only as far as mid-on. The end of another lovely over from Alex Thompson. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 15 the off-spinners figures, and Derbyshire have Leicestershire absolutely on the ropes, and they are pummeling them. 65 for 3. Evans is ducking and weaving at the moment, and he's just about still standing.
We've got a good cuts man.
33 remain, one before tea.
I think you're going to need one.
One before tea.
It's going to be bowled by Saranga Lackmal. This is quite good because Derby County's game hasn't reached half time yet, which means that we'll be doing the report into the half time, or during tea rather, into the half time sequence. Here is Saranga Lackmal then, begin the final over out before tea. That first delivery, Kimber pushes it out into the offside. They will enjoy their scones and sponge cake though, Derbyshire, if indeed that's what they have. I somehow doubt it.
It'll be energy drinks and energy gels perhaps, and
dear. The romance of cricket's gone, hasn't it? Gone.
They might make cucumber sandwiches and angel cakes, but I suspect not.
Nice bowl of jelly.
Sausage rolls.
Bowl of jelly. it's like, well, bowls to Kimber, who's alone outside the off stump. Through to the keeper. Four balls remaining. Alfred winning again. They could sneak into the playoffs in the National North if they're not careful. Alfred saw them the other week on non-league day. Very good. Just thoroughly enjoyed my visit to the Impact Arena.
Is that one below the division that's sort of top of the non-league pyramid then?
Yeah, okay. National North and National South below the National League.
Okay.
Here's Lackmal again over the wicket, bowls, and that one is defended out into the offside by Kimber. Fielded by Sam Connors. 3 to go till tea. They're not noisy between balls, to be fair, Derbyshire. I haven't got that annoying habit of screaming in your face all the time. I don't think they ever have, actually. Well, they haven't had an awful lot to scream about in recent years, to be fair. They have at the moment, leading by 253 as Lackmal is in and bowls to Kimber, who pushes it out into the offside. Sam Connors does the fielding once again. I'll just stop leaning like that because I'm starting to get a blister on my hand. That's how little manual work I do. Hopeless. Hopeless.
You wouldn't look at our hands and have us down as manual workers.
No, that my hands are exceptionally soft. It's pitiful, really. Pitiful. Here is Blackwell. Once again. Runs away from us. Balls to short delivery this time to Kimber. Just makes a nice change. He ducked underneath it fairly comfortably.
Seems to gather a bit of pace off the pitch sometimes.
Sure, physics would allow that to happen.
Is it that sometimes with that slightly slingy action
Yeah,
that like
yeah.
Mal has, sometimes it just sort of skids.
So the final ball before tea on a day dominated once again by Derbyshire.
Had that half hour. Eddie Barnes had that half hour.
Oh, yes, he did actually, to be fair. 65 for 3. Oh, almost gets a wicket from the final delivery before tea, like Mal, as Kimber plays and misses outside the off stump. But that is tea, and Derbyshire have got 3 of the 10 wickets they need. Leicestershire are 65 for 3 at tea. Evans, the opening batsman, still there on 21. Kimber yet to get off the mark. And Leicestershire still trail by 253. I'll leave you to it.
Perfect timing for an update for BBC Radio Leicester. Give them some rather bad news. Yeah, they've had a tough session as well, I'm afraid. It started well enough. Remember, Derbyshire in their first innings were bowled out for 531, giving them a massive lead of 318. Leicestershire set about reducing that deficit in some style. Hassan Azad and Sam Evans put on 50 for the first wicket without too many alarms, but then Azad on 32 got an edge to the off-spinner. Alex Thompson came off his pad and was caught at first slip by Wayne Madsen. And I'm afraid George Rhodes' trials and tribulations continued at number 3. He was all over the place in his brief innings before being bowled by Anuj Dal for 5. I beg your pardon, bowled by Alex Thompson for 5, just played down the wrong line, 58 for 2. And then worst of all, a few moments before tea, the captain Colin Ackerman, Anuj Dal bowled him a ball. He just held it back a bit. He went for the drive, spooned it into the air and was caught at cover by Thompson for 3. At tea then, Leicestershire are 65 for 3. Sam Evans is the only one who is standing firm. He's 21 not out, scored 63 in the first innings. Lewis Kimber has yet to score. He's faced 11 balls. They're still 253 runs behind. Simply need that simply to make Derbyshire bat again. They are going to have to find some spirit and, more important, some batting qualities if they're going to have any chance whatsoever of saving this game. They're 65 for 3 in their second innings at tea. Welcome back to the Uptonsteel County Ground, Grace Road in Leicester. The evening session on the third day of this LV Insurance County Championship fixture between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Ball commentary brought to you by BBC Radio's Derby and Leicester. Dave Fletcher and Richard Ray, that's myself, bringing you the ball-by-ball commentary as the BBC does on every ball bowled in county cricket throughout the season. Say the evening session on the third day might also be the final session. Leicestershire desperately striving to take the game into a fourth day. They are in all sorts of trouble. 65 for 3 in their second innings, still needing a small matter of another 253 runs simply to make Derbyshire bat again. The two not out batsmen. Sam Evans, he is on 21, he's been there since the start. He's faced 91 deliveries for those 21 runs. They've been eked out, rather. And Louis Kimber, who has yet to score, he badly needs an innings. He has faced 11 deliveries. He came in when Leicestershire suffered what I suspect many of their supporters will feel to have been the final fatal blow, the dismissal of Colin Ackerman. But a slower delivery from Anuj Dal shortly before tea just held it back. Leicestershire's captain went for the drive, spooned it into the covers, and Alex Thompson took a simple catch. Thompson, the young off-spinner, having taken the two previous wickets to fall, those of Hassan Azad and George Rhodes. Not surprisingly then, Thompson will be the man bowling, and he'll be bowling from the Bennett end in glorious sunshine here at the Uptonsteel County Ground. Light and certainly not rain are not. That's a double negative, wasn't it? Neither are going to be a factor.
Neither are not going to be a factor.
I nearly said it.
Yeah.
Fletch, over to you.
Thompson bowls the first ball of the evening session to Evans. Plays it back to him. You've gone all pessimistic all of a sudden. You were all bullish at lunchtime. Now it could be the final session of the match.
It tries to be.
It could be 40
positive.
overs long if it is. As Thompson's in again, that's defended by Evans once again. They can't just defend though, I don't think, Leicestershire. That's going to be the major problem. The overall run rate's 1.9 runs an over, and I know they were playing for tea for an over or two before tea, but it hasn't really got much above that. The entire time they've batted, 65 for 3. Thompson floats one up, and that is driven out into the cover region. Harry Kame is still on, so Shan Masood's still not back out there. Going further to my theory that he doesn't want to bat in the second innings. I can't imagine Shan Masood not wanting to bat at any point in his life. We'll get an update on him if the game finishes today at the close from Mickey Arthur, as this one is a full delivery. Pushed out into the offside by Kimber, who's yet to get off the mark. He's faced a couple of overs worth of deliveries now. Came in when Ackerman departed, and this time, he gets a bit of bounce on that one. I thought that hit the gloves, but there was certainly some bounce there for Alex Thompson, who well, Richard mentioned he just dries his hand. He dries his hand every single delivery in the footmarks. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. He's in again and bowls, and that one is a fuller delivery that's driven into the onside, fielded by Anuj Dal. So the first over after tea comes to an end. 66 for 3, Leicestershire. They're still 252 runs behind. Evans has 22. Kimber yet to get off the mark.
The two batsmen having a long chat in mid-pitch. I can't imagine there's much to be said that wasn't said during the tea interval between them, over at a time, I'm sure. But as you say, when the run rate is now below 2 and falling, it means that the likes of Thompson, well, any of the Derbyshire bowlers, but they can all bowl without any real jeopardy, essentially. Perhaps that was what was in Colin Ackerman's mind when he was trying, I suppose, to be positive against Anuj Dal, but he was done by a slower ball, for me.
Yes, I think you're right. I think it was a slower delivery. He's got a lot of those in his locker as Anuj Dal.
Lakmal, who has bowled 9 overs and has 5 maidens, none for 10. To open the bowling in this evening session from the pavilion end is in and bowls to Evans on off stump. Defends it out into the offside, wanders off towards short leg. It means Godalming can pretty much set the field he wants. It's relatively still a conventional field, but I'd be inclined to think about a gully and maybe a short leg, and because
he could attack more, couldn't he? He could attack more if he wanted.
yeah, I mean they're in complete control, and there's no criticism to be levelled, but it's an option anyway. Lakmal is in, very straight. Held that back a little bit, I suspect, as well. Evans waiting for it, pushing it out into the on side.
Durham aren't showing much fight, are they?
I don't know.
76 for 4,
Are they?
trailing by 182, allowing Nottinghamshire potentially to win their second game of the season, having also lost one. Just helping them escape the wilderness of the second division of county cricket.
Lakmal is in and bowls, again very straight. Evans solidly enough behind it, staying in his crease, pushing it back past the stumps, loving it, Brooke Guest. He's loving it, you know.
Loving life. Well, Yorkshire are still batting. They're now 490. They've just declared at 406 for 3. They lead by 498 at Wantage Road.
That's a very Yorkshire declaration, isn't it? Absolutely no risk of losing the game.
Yeah.
490. That if they don't win it.
Be funny, wouldn't it?
In goes Lakmalan bowls. Evans is forward on off stump, defending out to mid off.
Speaking as a Lancastrian, it would be very funny. Lancashire declared on 556 for 7, and Gloucestershire 8 without loss second time around, trailing by 296.
That is a ludicrously cautious declaration, really, Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Maybe they're a bowler down or something, who knows. But we shall see. Billy Godalming didn't have to declare, of course, here, as Lakmal is in, bowls full. No swing for him. But even so, Evans, almost a half volley, pushes it out to mid-off.
Sussex hurtling towards an innings defeat as well. They're 93 for 6. Following on, still 129 behind Worcestershire at New Road.
Yes, they are struggling if Haynes doesn't score any runs. But Leicestershire are not in a position to throw stones for anyone connected to the club, as in goes Lakmal. Bowls, goes past the outside edge of Evans' bat. End of the over, another maiden. 10 overs, 6 maidens, none for 10, but very nearly a wicket maiden. 100 balls Evans has faced, from which we can conclude his strike rate is 22%.
Hold up. Nicely done. Nicely done. It's always good when you look up at the scoreboard at that precise moment they've faced 100 balls, isn't it? Or 200 balls. In Shah Massoud's case, or indeed 300. You can sort of work it out then. Shah Massoud with the strike rate over the course of the season in the 70s.
He faced 268.
Did he?
Yeah, in this particular innings.
Thompson to continue from the Bennett end. He's bowling to Louis Kimber, who goes forward to the first delivery, pushes it out into the leg side, where it's fielded by Anuj Dal at mid-wicket. 1 run since tea. Leicestershire going absolutely nowhere at the moment. But at least they haven't lost a wicket since the second interval, as that one is pushed into the onside again by Kimber. But you would expect if they just played like this for the remainder of the match, they will lose 7 wickets. There is no question of that. And if they don't, well, something's gone horribly wrong from a Derbyshire perspective, as Kimber defends it back to Thompson again. Ball just 37 overs old. So it should be in its prime, really, before it starts to deteriorate further. As a Thompson ball that's clipped into the leg side. Dahl does the fielding. Just the 3 men out there involved in the game at the moment. Thompson the bowler, Kimber the batsman, and Dahl the fielder.
Seen the over 8.
Oh, excellent. This next one, they cut out the middleman and the ball goes straight to Thompson off Kimber's bat. Level. Fancy that.
And yet we didn't start until about not far off quarter past.
It's baffling. Completely baffling. Next delivery is turned into the leg side by Kimber. He's going to get a run here. It's fielded by Sam Connors, who loses his cap as he races round for the ball. Just the 1 run off that over. 2 since tea. 67 for 3. Kimber off the mark. Evans has 22. Leicestershire trail by 251.
20 deliveries. It has taken Louis Kimber to get off the mark, but he'll feel a lot better for that. Has another chat to Evans. As I say, 22 off 100. Run rate 1.8.
I thank Derbyshire for hyping up this session in their tweet. A massive session ahead. I'm not sure it's massive. They've got another 3 sessions tomorrow if they need them.
A very good forecast for the rest of the match.
Yeah.
Leicestershire are not going to be saved by the weather. Will they be saved by a combination of Evans and Louis Kimber? Kimber gets ready to receive a delivery from Lakmal, who bowls, bounces nicely. He leaves, but it looked like it came back a little bit, bounced over the top of the stumps, a good way over the top of the stumps, but again, just that little bit of extra something there for Suranga Lakmal. Kimber played it quite well in a way by leaving, but I can't help feeling I suspect he left on direction as much as length.
Slightly dangerous leaving on length with the ball, the odd one that keeps low, isn't it? So it is a bit dangerous leaving on length at this late stage in a match.
Lakmal looking for his first wicket is in, line and length. Kimber forward, pushes it out into the offside, wrapping weight. Back down the wicket to Sam Evans, who's having a chat to Neil Pratt.
No idea what they're talking about now.
Listening to see if I could pick out the odd phrase. You heard the odd word, don't
Wittering
you?
away. I'm sure that'll be Brooke Guest or Wayne Madsen. Madsen's usually the one who does most chirping.
Lakmal is in, bowls again, making Kimber play. He does so successfully. Stretching forward, defending out down the pitch on the on side, out to mid-on. We'll let you know if there's a run.
Well, it was a bit like that in the afternoon session, really, wasn't it? I mean, 65 runs scored in 2 hours.
Yeah.
Effectively 2 hours worth of cricket.
I say they started solidly enough,
They'll
but
never replace entertainment.
50 off 127 as Lakmal bowls a bouncer. Kimber takes his eyes off it. He ducked down, looking down at the ground. And if it hadn't gotten up, could easily have thudded into his
Didn't miss him
helmet
by much.
as it is bounced over his helmet. He's quite a tall man, Louis Kimber, as well. Lincoln born, not Scunthorpe born. It has been pointed out to me and has been corrected in the cricketers' who's who. Lindham It's his first club. Big opportunity for him as Lackmal is in and bowls another bouncer, and again he ducks. This time it goes over his shoulder. It wasn't quite as bouncy a bouncer, so to speak. It didn't quite climb at the same rate of knots. It rather looped over Louis Kimber's shoulder. Wind gets up again.
It is breezy out there, isn't it? It's beautiful down in front of the pavilion. There I had a little
saunter.
Yes, a slightly brisker saunter on the way, but much more sauntery on the way back. Very nice indeed.
Lackmal turns, runs in and bowls slightly short of a length this time. Kimber stays on the back foot, plays it forcefully back down the pitch. Doesn't quite time it though. Bounces back past Lackmal's right hand, I beg his pardon, and is fielded another maiden over. 11. In fact, he hasn't conceded a run in this spell, I don't think.
No, it's about
3 overs now, is it?
2 overs,
was
2
it 8
maidens.
at the start, and he's now 11. There was 8 overs for 10.
I'm not sure actually.
I
think it's 2. I think we've had 4 overs since tea, haven't we? So it's 2 overs.
Okay.
In this technically in this spell. He bowled before tea as well though, didn't he? So I'm not entirely sure what he bowled.
Either way, he has none for 10, and Thompson has 2 for 17 from 12. He's going to continue.
Thompson's bowled 2 overs for 2 runs since tea. They're the only 2 runs that have been scored since the tea interval. He's in and bowls to Evans, who pushes this one out into the offside. Here comes Matty McKiernan to do the fielding. Haven't seen him yet with his leg spin. I'm sure we will before the end of the day. Picked up that wicket just before lunch on day 1. Next delivery is a bit of a round arm delivery, perhaps pushed through a bit quicker by Thompson, but didn't fool Evans, who pushes it to McKiernan again.
Well, Chanel, the Labrador, is having a good time.
Oh, excellent.
Enjoying a cocktail sausage during the tea break. Jake has tweeted a picture.
Next delivery is turned into the leg side. Oh yeah, probably. Share them about. There's Thompson again. Back starting to give up. From the Bennett end, Thompson is in, bowls to Evans, who drives out into the offside. And there's no run, of course. Fielded by Matty McKiernan. Sprinkling of spectators around the ground. The majority of them are sitting down below us. So the drinks are brought out for the Derbyshire fielders, and Thompson's next delivery is turned into the leg side by Evans, and there's no run. Obviously. Conversations taking place. Always a good place to meet friends at the cricket. Which is what I'd do if I had any. Thompson bowls, and that one is cut away for a run, if not 2. Shan Masudi's back out there, gets the ball quickly, sends it back in. Decent return as well from Shan Masudi's back out in the on the field, and they pick up 2 runs, and they've doubled the number of runs since tea. 69 for 3 now. Evans moves to 24. Kimber has 1. Leicestershire trail by 249. They've got through the psychological 250 barrier. Well done them.
Saranga Lackmal will continue his work from the pavilion. He's getting a drink from the 12th man, who I assume is still Harry Kane, but he looks like he's got his...
I think that one's Lewis Rees.
Beg his pardon.
I think that one's Lewis Rees.
Yeah, it's not the short-sleeved gilet that Kane has been sporting throughout
Came somewhere, I think, down on the boundary.
He used to be limping a bit. Maybe it's just the way he's...
No, I still think he's struggling with his knee, that he had the operation
he's not
on.
happy, is
no.
he? Jogging there. Looked to be holding his sort of right side a little bit. The knee looked stiff.
It is a bit of a concern, clearly, for Derbyshire. The double operation in the winter.
Lackmal expectorates on the outfield as he turns and then runs in and bowls to Kimber, slightly short onto the hip. He looks to work it into the leg side. Pretty sure he didn't get any bat on that. Came off the thigh pad, runs out to square leg, and indeed umpire Pratt signals leg by as Duploy moves across from mid wicket and picks it up. So the rain's coming in a veritable torrent now, as Partridge would say.
There's no stopping him.
70 for 3.
Derby County trailing 2-1 now. Craig Forsyth's pulled one back for the Rams, but still trailing.
So is that both sides? Did you say Burton were losing to?
They're both losing at the moment. Yeah.
Okay. So I don't know what the City. I don't want to spoil it for the City's cricket listeners. In goes Lackmal and bowls. Evans solid enough. Straightish delivery. Back foot. Defensive out on the on side.
Tranmere's pathetic attempt to get into the playoffs is going to end in disaster and failure as they're losing 2-0 at Stevenage. Quite what they're doing, I've no idea. About 6 weeks ago when I went to see them, they beat Mansfield comfortably. And we're very close to the automatic places. I don't think they'll even be in the playoff places now if they lose down there. Salford are winning, which is disastrous because they're not a proper football club.
The ball is 39.2 overs old and is being shown to umpire Pratt. It is, I would suggest that if somebody works it out, the average age of the average time
it's not good,
the ball lasts is about 40 overs, something like that.
At all. Not good at all.
No score down the road.
Well, you said we were going to spoil it. That's why.
It kind of doesn't spoil it yet. There's plenty of time to go yet, but so that kind of is a teaser, isn't it?
Basically, if you're watching Match of the Day tonight, you've got until half time to make a cup of tea. If indeed you still drink tea at that time of night.
I suspect, looking at the scores elsewhere, that at the moment
might be on at the end of
the Foxes might be on towards the end of the programme.
I want to know what's happened at Hereford, if anybody knows. Hereford against Bradford.
I do. Because Foxy Phil is a massive Hereford
fan.
Fan.
Well, in that case, a lad called McLean scored on 45 minutes and was sent off on 46.
Lackmal is in and bowls onto the hip of Evans, who tries to turn it down to long leg, doesn't get anything on it, and I think that might have hurt a little bit. Just the way he reacted there might just have been above or to the side of the thigh pad. It looks a little uncomfortable. He's okay, but just the way that he didn't even think about trying to take a quick single suggests to me that that might just have stung a little bit. Foxy Phil would like... Fletch would like some information.
They were 3-0 up Hereford at half-time after McLean scored on 45 minutes, and Bradford Park Avenue, after McLean was sent off on 46, have now pulled 2 goals back. Burton are 2-0 down now, incidentally, at Doncaster. I knew I should have gone.
He is. Foxy's there for you, so any info you need, he can supply. Well, seeing the way he reacted, Godleman has reacted in turn, and Lackmal is going to go around the wicket to Evans, and they have posted a leg slip. The necessity for taking out a second slip seems to me minimal, but he has. Lackmal is in and bowls a no ball that he played rather well, Evans there, got up on his toes and fended it off sort of his armpit area along the ground all the way. If you're going to do that, you need a short leg as well, it seems to me. There wasn't one. It's a kind of slightly half-hearted bodyline attack, brief as it was. Or is he going to stay round to Kimber as well? He maybe is. Evans has gone on to 25 with that single. Yeah, he's going to stay round the wicket to Louis Kimber, who's faced 27 deliveries for his single run.
That's a strike rate of 4. At least Evans has got into the 20s.
He's actually, he's in the white ball side as a big hitter, Louis Kimber, but been given a chance to establish himself as a red ball player as well. Seems to have taken to extremes.
Very seriously, yeah. Taken it very seriously.
Well, they do now have a short leg in for Kimber, standing 2 strips back. leg slip and slip as Lackmal is in. Bowls a good bouncer. Kimber ducks underneath it, but that was sharp. And he played it well. He just sort of moved his head out of the way, but that was a tasty one.
It's a curious tactic, really, isn't it?
Bounce him out.
Yeah, when
Sensed it.
we haven't seen McKiernan
Weakness,
yet. We know that there's turnout there. You'd expect to see unless he's hurt himself batting.
He must be coming towards the end of his spell, Lackmal. You would have possibly another couple. In he goes and bowls full, looking for the Yorker, clipped away, not entirely convincingly by Louis Kimber. Great puff of dust, and it trickles out towards mid wicket. Shan Masood jogs into field, and the single is taken. Kimber on to 2 from 29. Evans' turn now to be peppered with the short leg in front of square, and standing a good bit closer than he was for Kimber. He's sort of half a pitch in as Lackmal is in and bowling and up on his toes as the ball bounces up towards again the armpit. It's a good bouncer, probably just needed to be a fraction higher, but he got on top of it. Evans turned it around the corner, leg slip, ran across and fielded, and there was no run. End of the over, 74 for 3. 26 remain today if we don't have the extra half hour, and Leicestershire still need another 244 to make Derbyshire bat again.
I see what you say about match of the day. Brentford Tottenham's got to be an absolute stinker, hasn't it, to promote Leicester City's game with Aston Villa to last but one.
Could be a humdinger with 15 shots aside that
could be
bouncing off the post and what have you, but one suspects not.
Potentially not.
They'll be having McKiernan warming up now.
I think
it is.
Yes, it is at cover. Yeah, good to see. Thompson begins a new over from the Bennett end, bowling to Kimber, who pushes it back to him. Yeah, it won't be long before we see Matty McKiernan, if he can get his hands out of his pockets. Sorting his arms out. Thompson bowls again, driven up to Billy Godalming mid-off, this time by Kimber. Just needs something to happen, Derbyshire. You just feel it's teetering. It's teetering.
The extra push, the extra brick out of the Jenga pile.
Yes, the whole thing will come crashing down. Oh, that one keeps a bit low as Kimber goes back into his crease to play that one. That's a very dangerous way to play a spinner on a pitch with a little bit of variable bounce, but he got away with it there and he moves on to 3.
Especially when you're tall and have a long way to reach down to the ball.
.75 for 3, trailing by 243, and we're going to see a little change in the field here. We're getting an extra slip. Going to have 2 of those. Matty McKiernan's gone to join Wayne Madsen, which means that Nick Potts goes out into the covers. There's a short leg as well. So just turning the screw here, Derbyshire. Good to see Alex Thompson being allowed just to tell everybody where he wants them. And this one is a shorter delivery that's easily played out into the offside by Evans. And Evans' dad claps in the crowd as he moves on to 26 from 111 delivery, 76 for 3. I don't know that it was his dad, clearly, but there was one solitary supporter clapping. 2 balls left of the Thompson over. He sets off now. That one is left alone. Well left by Kimber to go through to Brooke Guest, the Derbyshire wicketkeeper. Two runs off the over so far. Final ball, Thompson. Oh, and he gets an inside edge onto his pad. Hence the cries of anguish from the Derbyshire fielders and the bowler Thompson. Ended the over 76 for 3. Kimber has 3, Evans has 26. And we're going to see Matty McKiernan, but bowling from the Pavilion end. He got his wicket yesterday from the Bennett end. But I think it's a good move to bring him on. I'd have brought him on before tea personally, but I'm not the captain.
He's already had a very good day, Matty McKiernan. Going to a maiden first-class century, just.
Yeah.
Got out pretty soon thereafter.
2 balls he lasted.
Leg before wicket. There was a start of the collapse prompted by Eddie Barnes from 504.
Barnes
for
show
4.
for 45 minutes, wasn't it? It was terrific from
To
from Ed
5-3-1
Barnes.
all out. So the 6 wickets for, what was it? 25 runs? Goodness. No, 27 runs.
Yeah. And as we said, when you've got to 500, you can probably afford to lose
But yeah,
a few wickets.
context is all.
That'll be the headline on the Leicestershire website. It'll be Derbyshire collapse on day 3.
No, it'll say context is all. I like that. Erudite. Begs questions. Forward goes Evans to McKiernan. His first delivery is there or thereabouts, but doesn't give it too much air. And Evans gets to the pitch of it. Blocks it out into the offside.
I'd have another slip, mate.
Yeah, nothing to lose whatsoever, really. In he goes and bowls short down the leg side, and Evans steps across and doesn't play a shot at it, and then rehearses a punch away. That something in him said, no, he's really very much in survival mode at the moment. McKiernan is in, gives it some air, slightly over pitched, but again Evans is not inclined to drive and rather shovels it out towards Dahl in the covers. McKiernan walks in to his delivery slide, cut away. It was slightly short and wide on that occasion, and Evans is going to pick up runs, 3 of them in fact. He cut it away, not with any great force, down towards third man. Long chase round for the fielder out there, which has tended to be Connors.
Yeah,
I think it still is.
Yeah.
Long way away from us when he picked that ball up in front of the marquee. Evans scores 3, moves on to 29, 79 for 3. Two spinners operating in tandem. Get through these overs nice and quickly. In goes McKiernan, forward goes Kimber. McKiernan doesn't wait for somebody to go and get the ball for him. I know a lot of bowlers that would. He gets on with it. Wanders down, picks up the ball, throws it to Dahl to do a spot of polishing, blows 4 times, have counted 5 times on his right hand before running in and bowling. Kimber is forward, getting to the pitch of it, pushing it back past the bowler, but only as far as Godalman at mid-off end of the over. Just that single scoring shot, albeit for 3. 79 for 3, 24 remain today. Evans 29, Kimber 3. Leicestershire yet to lose a wicket since tea. And you would think they'd probably need to be 6 or 7 down before the half hour.
Yes.
Would be taken.
Yeah, no, I'm resigned now to going back to the
moment
hotel
we'll be
tonight.
back tomorrow.
I'm going back to the hotel.
Pizza place will be happy.
Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Where you're already known by your first name, I'm sure.
I think if you find somewhere that's good.
Yes.
The kebab shop that I used to go to in Leicester wasn't open the first 2 nights, but did open on the. I thought, not sure. Here's Thompson bowling from the Bennett end, rather reaching for that one is Evans as he pushes it out into the offside. Fielded there by Leicester Ploy, who's just put on a long sleeve sweater. Also had the helmet taken. I know he's under the helmet. Somebody's under the helmet. That was Matt McKinnon. And McKinnon's not going to field this one, is he? Yes, he is. And the ball is squeezed out back with a square on offside. I've lost my focus. I'm not sure I ever had it really, but 80 for 3. Evans to 30. Leg slip. Or leg gully. Or backward square leg. Depends where he stands when he finishes. Thompson doesn't let go of the ball on that occasion. Seen it more from the far end than this end, haven't we? So it must be windier at the far end. Alan Parkinson struggled a little bit on occasion. Thompson is in now, bowls. That one is, well, again he plays back. He must have just got a little inside edge on it. Because he was about to go up for the appeal, was Alex Thompson, and then thought better of it. But again, Kimber goes back, and that can only spell disaster ultimately.
And it was that one that sort of drifts on with the arm and took the thick outside edge.
And again reaching a long way down the pitch is Evans to push it into the onside where Dahl does the fielding. Hear him. Evans tapping his bat on the floor as Thompson's in again, and he drives this one out into the offside. Fielded out there by Shan Masood. They go through for a single, 82 for 3. There's one ball of the 43rd over remaining. These two put on 18 so far on the 4th wicket. Thompson's in again, and that was left alone outside the off stump by Kimber. Goes through to Brooke Guest. It's the end of the over. 82 for 3, 4 to Kimber, 31 to Evans. Matty McKinnon looks like he's having a drink. He's only bowled 1 over. He's having something. What is he having? I can't see because Harry Kame's back is shielding it from us. He's had a couple of tablets and a drink. Burton trailing 6 additional minutes up at Doncaster, but they're 2-0 down. They're not going to come back in that one. Final game of the League One season next Saturday, 12:30 start. Wickham at the Pirelli Stadium. So 1 over of Matty McKinnon then. He has just taken a couple of tablets and a drink though. I just wonder if he is actually injured. He just said he'd bowl an over to see how he was.
Perhaps he'll come on for Thompson, because that was the end at which he took his wicket. Connors is in grunt. It's slightly short of a length. Again, it doesn't get up too much. And Evans on the back foot, it was just outside off stump, is able to guide it to point.
Last week, when Sussex was saving the game, Haynes and Pujara were scoring relatively freely. So it's a completely different approach from Leicestershire.
Connors is in, turned neatly away through mid-wicket. There is a sweeper out there in the form of Masood, so just a single to Sam Evans. Don't think Evans has hit a boundary yet.
I'd be surprised if he had.
No, he hasn't.
No.
120 balls.
Neither of them have. Neither of these two have actually hit a boundary.
No. In fact, there haven't been many. Azad hit one, I think. In goes Connors and bowls again. Doesn't really get up, but Kimber is in control. He's leaning forward, blocking it out towards mid-on.
Azad hit the only one.
Okay, out of 83. 43.3 overs.
1 boundary. They basically dropped anchor, haven't they, at Leicestershire, and that seems to be their way forward. Not sure it's necessarily a good way to go, but
Connors is in. It's going down the leg side, I suspect, as it thuds into the bottom of the pads of Louis Kimber. He tried to clip it away towards mid-wicket, was full.
would have been a surprise, wouldn't it, if the finger had gone up for that?
Yeah.
Didn't look right.
It would have been a umpire has things to do tomorrow decision, but he not that you ever get anything like that.
No.
Let's move the game on.
Might have heard the cameraman tiptoeing around a few moments ago.
Yeah.
He'll be back.
Connors is in, edge just short of second slip. Foot short, perhaps, of Madison. Kicks at the ground in irritation. And I wonder if he'll take a step. Yeah, he does, of course. Well, will he stay there? But he's taking step after step closer. Wayne Madison. Connors is in to finish his 10th over. Bowls nice and straight. Defended by Kimber back down the pitch towards Sam Connors. End of his over. His 10th. None for 30 for him. Relatively, well, compared to certainly his efforts of the first innings when he picked up 4 for. Unfruitful overs in the second innings. But he's asked plenty of questions. 83 for 3. Evans 32. Kimber 4.
18 runs have been scored in the 10 overs since tea. 1 boundary in 44 overs now, Leicestershire. His run rate is 1.9.
Energy drinks, we might need 1 or 2.
Could have done with a slice of Brunty's cake for the sugar rush.
That was
That's
very good cake,
wasn't it?
Brunty, if you're listening. Not hinting or anything.
No. But I am here tomorrow by the look of it. This one is a new over from Alex Thompson. First delivery is defended by Evans towards Anuj Dal. And there's no run, but I have lost. Can't be trusted in anybody else's hands but mine. This one's driven into the offside by Evans, where it's fielded by Potts. Missed a penalty when it was 0-0. Conceded soon after. Doncaster are pretty much down anyway. They may well be down now. Thompson is in again. Turned into the leg side. So he's going leg side, offside. Leg side is Evans. Bit of emergency service activity in the background as Thompson is in and bowls a flatter delivery that's defended this time straight back to the bowler by Evans. Starting to feel resigned to being in, as much as I love Leicester, being in Leicester for another night. Thompson bowls, that's a full delivery that's dug out and played to Anuj Dal, who's at mid-wicket. He throws it back to Brooke Guest, who throws it back to Anuj Dal, who gives it a cursory polish. He'll return the ball to Alex Thompson.
Leicestershire Chief Exec Sean Jarvis will be interested, I suspect, to know that Bournemouth have lost at home to Fulham.
Have they indeed?
Huddersfield in the picture. Round the wicket goes Thompson, but he doesn't.
Calm down. It's mine.
Because
Let's ball
beg
of
your
my
pardon.
over. You just relax.
Sorry.
No, you just relax. Suddenly sprang into life. Thompson around the wicket, bowls to Evans, and it's the final ball of my over. At 83 for 3, Evans has 32 for Kimber has 4. Leicestershire trail by 235. Bournemouth have got 2 games in hand still now, though, haven't
Yes, they do. So it's still an unlikely prospect. He's anticipating a trip to Wembley to see the sort of playoff final between the Terriers and Nottingham Forest.
Be some game that. Forest have looked really good this season.
What's it worth now, Gamesley? For the winners, hundreds of millions, isn't it? Not just 50 million.
Lunacy. Absolute lunacy. And then Rugby League promote the £1 million game.
Yeah, that's a little bit embarrassing,
really?
isn't
Thanks, lads.
Sam Connors in from the pavilion end, bowls and forward goes it's Louis Kimber and defends it. Scoreboard momentarily behind the Times with its asterisk. Yeah, there is something of the was it Austin Powers with the villain who says, "I'm going to ask for £1 million."
Yeah, I'll pay it myself.
Connors is in, bowls. Kimber plays nicely through the leg side. There is cover out there in the form of Sean Masood. The shade. Well, everyone is in the shade at the moment. The sun behind cloud, but in front of the Uptonsteel stand, adjoining the meet. When the sun is out, the shade from the trees with the leaves now not fully out, but enough to cast some shade. Connors in to Evans, bowls down the leg side, shapes to push at it. Evans doesn't get anything on it, bounces through to Guest behind the stumps, takes it unfussily away to his left.
Buxton confirmed as champions of the NPL Premier Division despite a 1-0 defeat today. They were always going to win it on goal difference anyway.
Connors kicks up his heels, runs in and bowls forward solidly enough. Goes Evans, who's looking a little more settled now. He looked a little sort of out of sorts just before tea, understandably, having lost 3 partners in fairly short order. But although it would be an understatement to say that runs are not coming particularly quickly, he does look a little reasonably settled along with Kimber now. Well, it's going to be a long 4 sessions if we're going to bat like this. In goes Connors and bowls. Evans' back foot defensive shot out into the covers, and it's an unlikely prospect, one has to say.
Well, you could bat like this for 4 sessions and still not get to Derbyshire's score, which is remarkable, really. Connors being given a bit of encouragement by Saranga Lakmal. As I said earlier, those two have formed a close bond already. It's good to see.
I'll read out this from Fango Fox. In goes Connors and bowled, looking for the bouncer, doesn't really get up. Evans up on his toes, jumping up into the air, fends it down along the ground out towards square leg and takes 1. I'm very impressed with the Derby off-spinner. Plenty to work with there, nice and tall and has fantastic control. He will go well at Notts next season.
If you could call us Derbyshire, I might acknowledge you. But yeah, it's always a concern, isn't it, that Nottinghamshire will continue to exploit their youth policy and steal players from every other county that they possibly can, and then let them rot in the second team. But while they're in the wilderness of the second division, they might not be in a position to poach players away, really. So it's in everybody's interest to keep them in that particular wilderness. Thompson, who is impressive, is having a spell here because he's going to be replaced by Anuj Dal from the Bennett end.
16 overs, 2 for 24 for Thompson.
So here is Dal, then, who's got 1 for 9 from his 6 overs. In fact, his last spell was 1 for 1 and 1 over. If you can come in and just nick another one out here, I think we'll see Thompson back again. Got 1 slip. He's got a man close in at cover.
You don't have a 5 o'clock, do you?
No, we're just going to be told. Dahl bowls a full delivery and tries to York Evans, but he manages to get his bat down on it, lifts his leg out of the way and clips it into the leg side. Not as far as I'm aware, anyway. I did ask them throughout the course of the afternoon just to tell me when I was on, because otherwise I'd go through for no reason. They'll be speaking of Wayne Rooney at some point in the next few minutes, I'm sure, over on Radio Derby. Dahl is in again, and this one is left alone outside the off stump by Evans to go through to wicketkeeper Brooke Guest. Derby County have lost 3-1 in their game at Pride Park. Yeah, Leicestershire 85 for 3 as Dahl bowls, and that one is again pushed out into the offside by Evans. I mean, it's admirable what these two are doing. My word, it's dull. Leicestershire won't care, of course, because if they're only 3 down at the close, it gives them that little bit of incentive tomorrow. I'd prefer them only to be 3 or 4 down. I'd hate them to be 9 down at the close. Although it would be quite good. Here is Dahl again, and that one, well, he just about managed to get some bat on it, pushes it out into the offside, fielded by Thompson, one of 3 men relatively close in on the offside. Sort of cover, extra cover, and a point. I don't think we're going to see anybody under the lid anytime soon, because he's taken his fielding pads off, has he? No, he's still got them on. Clears to deploy. Here's Dahl again. Bowls again, rolls his hands and fingers over the ball. It's pushed out into the onside where it's fielded by Nick Potts, and there's no run.
Jake in the ground. He's not sure he's sold on the electronic scoreboard layout, but it's the initiative of Paul Rogers, Leicestershire's scorer. Jake, he thinks it kind of looks like a manual scoreboard.
This next delivery is defended by Evans. It was the final ball of the Dahl over. Another maiden for Anuj Dahl, a second for him, 7 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 9.
I'm getting used to it, but we got a lot more information from the scoreboard previously at the sort of change of overs and things like that. We used to get the bowling figures and all sorts of stuff. It was pretty useful. It just
what I think he should do is change the layout every game.
Just
so that you had to be on your toes
give
to
us
try and
something
work
to talk
out.
about.
Well, we may well be talking about the layout of the scoreboard tomorrow at this rate.
You used to get both bowlers on as well.
Yes, I like
previously.
both bowlers on. Yeah.
I think there might be room to do that. Connors is in and bowling, slightly short outside off stump. Kimber is up on his toes, playing his most arguably authoritative shot of the innings, punching it out down towards deep extra cover. Godalman has a long chase to get the ball, but it is the slowest part of the outfield, though that is relative. It does slow down, so Kimber picks up 3, moves on to 8, 88 for 3.
I'd quite like it if they didn't score a boundary before my next update, so I can say how many overs there have been, and that's how many boundaries we've had. I think the bowling's been really tight.
Still on the 1.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is a reflection of the bowling as well as attitude, if you like. Connors in to Evans, straight. Evans, straight-ish bat, thick inside part of it. Propels the ball out towards mid-wicket where Duploy picks up.
Matty McKiernan tonight, unless something remarkable happens between now and
I think so, yeah.
the close of play. Made first-class century.
Eddie Barnes will, I'm sure, be happy to speak, having taken his maiden 5. Connors is in. Fuller looking. Well, he wasn't looking to drive, really, just simply looking to get to the pitch of it. Steers it out into the offside to Godalman, Sam Evans. And again, of course, there's no run. Rehearses a drive. Showing admirable application. Sam Evans. Connors in and bowls to him. That's got to be close. He's gone. Yeah, it didn't really get up. His head goes down, but he was on the back foot. may have come back in a little bit, hit him around about, maybe just above the knee roll, but he's not a tall man. Thought about it, umpire Pratt, but for me, that looked pretty adjacent.
Again, it's one of those that just looks right, doesn't it? It looked right.
Yeah.
And it didn't bounce. And the real...
Oh yeah, oh crumbs,
Yeah.
didn't get up at all, really.
the
Actually, it was
real
knee
issue
roll.
is that having crawled along, that they now
The game
lose.
hasn't changed, has
No,
it, really, in that
just-
respect?
You've just lost another wicket, Leicestershire, and you're no nearer, really. It's still trailing by 230.
No boundaries then. And, yeah.
I'm not
And the
saying
thing is,
go
when
out-
the pitch is like this, as Masood said, there is one there that is going to get you in trouble
Yeah.
and maybe get you out, you know, at various stages, and that was the one. Evans goes, good effort for 33, but it has not changed the game. Almost 100 runs in the game for Sam Evans, 63 and 33. But they're not enough.
No,
They don't
They're not big
get you in
runs, are they?
positions
No, they don't.
to win you. You know, it's useful contributions, but you need others then to be scoring bigger contributions, and it's not happening for Leicestershire at the moment. Vian Moulder. Well, Kimber's got himself established, and Moulder has 5 or 6 first-class centuries to his name. He can bat, and we saw in the first innings, he's going to have to.
Yes, he is indeed.
As they say.
Might be a little more attacking as well. Behind
Yeah.
Moulder.
It's his instinct, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he'll want to hang around, will he, really? If he can help it at all, but he's got quite the job on his hands here, the South African all-rounder.
Still trailing by 230. The Foxes. Connors, first wicket for him of the innings. 5 now in the game for Sam Connors, who charges in and bowls very full outside off stump. Too early for Moulder to go through with the drive, just lets it go through. Hard man, the South African. He's come out in just his short-sleeved shirt. No sweaters for him. You're going to have to run up and down a bit though, because it's
Brisk.
as
Yeah.
umpire Bainton told you, it was chilly.
He
out
said it's
there.
cold out there, yeah. He's got his hands thrust deep into his pocket. Square leg.
Connors in, bowls again. Not quite as wide, but wide enough for Moulder to leave. End of the over. And I think a wicket made. Did Kimber
one off the
got
first,
the
one off
first,
the
yeah.
first ball.
So 12 overs, no maidens still. Shocking. 1 for 35 for Sam Connors, who gets a pat on the back from Wayne Madsen. 88 for 4. The prospect of the half hour, not extra half hour, not yet out of the question.
No, it's not. With 18 overs to go, that's a good hour's worth of, well, it's probably an hour and a quarter in Derbyshire terms, if they are true to form. And as Giles going to continue, he's going to be bowling to Louis Kimber. We've got 8 from 45 deliveries, and he bowls to Kimber, who goes onto the back foot, and we're going to see a boundary. We've seen a boundary. There we go, look at that. Out towards the point boundary, and it goes over the rope, and Louis Kimber adds an extra 50% onto his score. He moves from 8 to 12 with a boundary. So we had 1 boundary in the opening 48 overs. Wow. Kimber has broken that sequence. What will he do this time as Dahl comes in, bowls to him, and he turns it off an inside edge into the leg side. It'll bring Moulder on to strike. Evans Potts does the fielding. 93 for 4, 225 the deficit. Has he got a nickname, Louis?
He has. I must admit, I haven't heard it being used. But anyway, apparently it is
Legend.
No, Melmo, M-E-L-M-O.
Oh, right.
quite why or to what that refers, I'll have to ask him when he scores, when he comes off tomorrow at tee with 150 to his net.
It'll take him longer than that. This one almost keeps a little bit low from Alisdair. Not much foot movement from Moulder.
Well, I'd say he's a clean striker of the ball, and he's in the white ball side, and if his confidence comes and he starts to flow, he will go for his shots for sure. But playing this situation, Moulder might spark some aggression.
Dahl bowls to Moulder, full delivery again. He digs it out, pushes it into the onside where it's fielded by Potts. Yes, quite often if you go out to join a batsman who's sort of just blocking, you can end up doing it yourself, can't you? Whereas if the two batsmen who start to go for it, I don't think Derbyshire should be too disappointed if they did start to go for it.
He's still
offer a few chances.
Very young, Louis, very inexperienced. This just his 7th first-class game. No, 8th, because he played last week at Durham, so 8th, beg his pardon.
Well, that book not update automatically. Dahl is in the bowls to Moulder, goes back into his crease, pushes it out into the offside, and see, I think he's limping there, Matty McKiernan, as he went for that ball. He's definitely limping. I think he's got a problem, which is why he's not bowling, but he's still out there.
But I was going to say, he should come off then, shouldn't he, really?
Yeah.
Plenty of options. Well, no, they haven't. They've just got Kame, haven't they? Because Reese is still limping as well.
Yeah. Harry Kame's a perfectly serviceable fielder.
Absolutely.
Perfectly serviceable. There is Dahl again, bowling to Louis Kimber, who defends it back towards Dahl. Dahl doesn't quite manage to field it. It's the end of the over. 94 for 4, and Moulder's bravery in the short sleeve sweater has come to an end.
Just realised he's been sitting on the balcony.
It's a lot warmer here.
Toasty.
Yeah, a lot warmer here than it is out there.
Yeah, he's gone out into the middle.
He's gone for the He's gone for the long sleeve sweater, and I can't say that I blame him. So I think it's quite amusing. Or is it short? No, he's gone sleeveless. So I'll wait until the long sleeve comes out in about 5 minutes' time. 94 for 4, 224. Leicestershire still trail by 13 to Kimber, 1 to Moulder. And wicket taker Sam Connors to continue from the Bennett end. Not sure when I'll get the shout in this hour. Have you actually got one at
5:30?
Have you? Yeah. I'd be surprised if mine was around there, but there's no real natural break in the
it depends when
reaction.
Brendan Rodgers makes himself available,
Yes.
put it that way. Connors is in, bowls, goes past the outside edge of Moulder's bat. Tucked the bat sort of slightly inside the front pad, but no question, I don't think that he was playing at the ball. Connors, high cloud now obscuring the sun, goes in and bowls outside off stump, punched away off the back foot by Vian Moulder. Godalmand moving well actually in pursuit of that one, picks it up around 2 yards inside the ropes, down on the deep extra cover boundary. Nick Potts almost has an accident as he tries to relay that one, and it bounces most awkwardly. Could have been very embarrassing.
Good.
Happily it wasn't.
We haven't seen
He would have got no sympathy
wouldn't.
whatsoever, would he?
No. We haven't seen him bowl yet, have we?
We haven't. He has warmed up once, hasn't he?
Yeah.
But didn't get the call. Nice shot from Ian Moulder. Punched away off the back foot. He's watching now as Connors goes in to Kimber, who steps forward and then leaves his bat raised as it swings past outside off stump.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen him by now, but
Connors in and bowls a bouncer. Kimber just calmly ducks underneath it. Billy's. I forgot he was there, Fletch. I forgot he was there.
You wouldn't be massively surprised if he said that, in all honesty. Yeah, he's a proper character. It's Billy Godleman.
97 for 4. That punched 3. Connors is in, driven, but hard down into the ground. That full, slightly wide delivery, not timed by Kimber, and it bounces nicely for Nick Potts to make the stop in the covers.
Interesting reason for a match abandonment on the BBC Sport website. Oldham against Salford. Match abandoned - crowd. Doesn't sound good, does it?
Maybe somebody was taken ill in the crowd, but it may also be something, as it was something of a local derby.
Demonstration.
In goes Connors, and again looking to drive, and again not quite timing it, Louis Kimber, and again Potts saves. The Oldham chair, yeah,
they're going out of the league.
Yes, so they have sat on the pitch, have they, and caused an abandonment. So game awarded to Salford, presumably.
Oh dear, nobody wants that.
I'm old enough to remember when Oldham were in the top flight under Joe Royal and getting to. They should have got to the FA Cup final.
Yeah.
When they beat, really, they were robbed, weren't they, against Chelsea? Was it 3-3? No, were they up? Yeah, it was Chelsea, wasn't it? They were winning.
I know
they were robbed.
Yeah.
Dyche was in their centre half, I think, at the time.
Sky Sports were reporting the play was suspended as Oldham Athletic fans protested against the ownership of the club. Anuj Dahl begins a new over from the Bennett end balls to Moulder, who takes that one off his pads and pushes it into the leg side. I think Oldham have actually been relegated today, so you can perhaps understand why. There's been results elsewhere. The first team who've played in the Premier League to be relegated from the Football League, as in comes Dahl again. It's pushed out into the offside by Kimber. They'll have the opportunity to come back via the National League, which won't be easy, of course, and that's where football has the advantage over cricket, because rather than contracting like cricket wants to do constantly, World Cups, county championships, the lot. Football is very inclusive, and you can go from Buxton to the Premier League. Kimber pushes this one out into the offside. It's fielded by Matty McKeon.
He might not be able to go into Europe before long if certain clubs have something to do with it. European Super Leagues.
Well, yeah, but I think that's why there's such a groundswell of opinion
Anger,
against it, and anger, absolutely, because it goes against everything that the football pyramid is or believes in, as Dahl fields off his own bowling there. Kimber playing a defensive shot back to him. As you read there's almost a report every day saying how the structure of county cricket is going to change. 3 groups of 6, group of 10, he'll break away from everybody else. All the counties are going to break away from the ECB. Delivery from Dahl is played off the back foot and forced into the leg side, where it's fielded by Potts. 98 for 4. Leicestershire trailing by 220. Sun has disappeared potentially for the day. There is blue sky up above, but it's cloud is covering the sun at the moment, because the sun's over there, of course, isn't it now? In the west, where it belongs at this time of the day.
Bit more blue coming. We might just get a few more
I think the wind's changed
rays before
the
they're closed.
It's coming from the north now, so it'll be a chilly one. As Dahl bowls, and that's off a leading edge out towards Masood at backward point. In the air for a moment, heart in mouth for Kimber, but he survives. He's on 13. Moulder has 5. 98 for 4. With 15 overs to go today, /23. Derbyshire are going to need to take a couple of wickets quite quickly now to get us over the line.
But if they do break this partnership through to the all-rounders, so to speak, Swindle's the first of them at 7, then Parkinson at 8, Barnes at 9. Connors is in and bowls to Moulder, who drives most pleasantly, but he's picked out Godalming. It burst through the hands of Godalming and it's hit him on the knee, his right knee, and that has numbed poor Billy Godalming's knee. He's down with his...
He's in a bit of pain there, isn't he?
Yeah, head on the ground, and he has not moved for the last 15 seconds. He's got issues here.
Yeah,
And
Saranga Lakmal's calling for the physiotherapist.
Quite how he managed it bobbled a bit as it went to him,
He's barely moved.
but since that point he's stayed sort of as though sort of stretching his lower back, but he has not moved.
Of course, Julian, the
he's picking himself up
physiotherapist.
now. Very, very gingerly. I think it's his right knee or left knee. But he's picking himself up.
They want to stay out there, Billy Godwin, knowing Billy as they do.
He seems to be moving perfectly. I'm pretty sure it was his knee.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't mind seeing a replay of that. I don't know whether we will get to see one. There's one or two. There's a certain amount of amusement out there.
Oh, did it hit him there then?
I don't know, but
Because he
Sam
doesn't look to
Connors
be
thinks it's
flexing
very
his knee
funny.
in any way, does he?
Well, he can't have bounced up that high. I know he's not. I'm sorry.
Perhaps it doesn't have to bounce up that high.
He just.
I don't know him
seemed to
that
go
well.
through his
I don't know him that well.
hands. Anyway, Connors thought it was.
He's going to carry on. The
Yes,
physio,
the replay. We're getting a replay.
physio
now,
didn't,
so
the physio didn't rub
here we
anything,
go.
did
Let's
he?
see if they managed to pick it up.
Ooh.
You see, it was just his. He went
No,
down.
yeah, I think that.
Sure it's his left
I don't
knee.
think it's his knee.
In goes Connors and bowls, and
Because look how he's running there.
he's absolutely fine
Yeah,
as it's pushed out to him by Vian Moulder.
nothing wrong with his knee.
Currently being watched by his fiancée, who's on the ground. So I'll have to find out her name.
Was she down to our left, down here?
They're wearing black for the most part. Fair-haired lady. I wouldn't be surprised, sort of sitting with the Ackermans or with.
They have a dog with them.
In goes Connors, bowled, and that could be 4. It is going to be 4. Just leant forward Vian Moulder and steered it away through gully, and it runs over the ropes. And he picks up 4, moves on to 9, brings up the Leicestershire 100. Hurrah!
Oh, excellent.
102 for
Making
4.
note of that.
Probably with the Madsons as well, I would imagine. Might be.
I'm not sure. I'm not
they're
sure.
not here today.
I'm not sure.
Mrs.
No.
M. The girls aren't, obviously, are they? So I haven't seen them around. These little girls.
No, indeed.
They were most impressed with Brunty's
Weren't they?
Springer Spaniels.
As was I, actually.
Freddie, Bertie and Norman. Connors is in. Moulder very solidly leans forward and defends it out to mid.
Has he always had 3?
Well, Norman is still a puppy, so
Norman's new.
Norman's relatively
Yeah.
new.
Excellent.
So I think it was just Freddie and Bertie for a while. Freddie's 13 now, he's getting on a bit. And Bertie's, I think, 4 or 5. But he's at the height of his powers. He accompanies Brunty on all his runs. He's got them trained to pick up empty plastic bottles and bring them to him.
Brilliant.
In goes Connors and is driven for 4 by Vian Moulder. Over pitched outside off stump, and a lovely shot by the South African moves him into double figures on to 13 off just 13 deliveries. And he looked positive in his first innings, didn't he? He was always looking to score, and he's played some really nice shots in the brief time he's been at the crease.
He's clearly not been watching closely from the sidelines, because this isn't the way Leicestershire want to go about it, surely. Scoring a run of ball.
Well, he's already matched Kimber, who's on 13 off
Who's
57.
been there for 4 days.
Moulder has 13 off 13.
Good counter-attack. Good to
He hangs
see.
around for a while. It could be
Yeah, entertaining. isn't it?
Entertaining.
Yeah, of course it is.
looks a player.
Yes.
Connors in to finish his over. Bowls and a thick outside edge along the ground down towards third man. Update coming for BBC Radio Leicester. I was going to say they'll definitely get a result of some form. Yeah, they have been struggling since tea, which was taken on 65-4-3. They got to 50 without losing a wicket, Leicestershire, needing the small matter of 319 just to make Derbyshire bat again, but then they lost to Sanazad, George Rhodes and Colin Ackerman, most crucially, in fairly short order. So tea 65-3. Sam Evans battled away, got to 33 off 140 balls without hitting a single boundary before going leg before wicket to Sam Connors. He was gone for 33, made the score 88-4, but they have now passed 100. Louis Kimber, who has been battling away as well, has 13 off 57 balls, but Vian Moulder has come out and been very positive. He's played some lovely shots in going to 16 off just 14. He holds the key. This is the last partnership of the recognised batsmen as far as Leicestershire are concerned. These two have got to get through to the close if they're going to have any chance really of saving this game. But Moulder's looking good. The Foxes 109-4. And Billy Godleman has gone back to Alex Thompson, mixing it and trying a little bit of spin now against the South African. See, Billy Godleman is thinking what he makes of it. 10 tests Vian Moulder has played, the two most recent against Bangladesh for South Africa. Just a couple of weeks ago he finished, second test, finished. Or it was finished for him by COVID, unfortunately. Thompson is in, bowls to him just outside off stump, dabs it down towards backward point, holds up a hand inquiringly of Louis Kimber, who answers in the affirmative, and he indicates, having taken one, Moulder, that there was sort of almost a little bit of swing. Just, and there may have been. He may have just been looking to swing it away. There, Thompson, who is in, obviously bowling off spin, and is turned by Kimber out towards mid-wicket. Dahl feels, but occasionally the off-spinner will just sort of bowl a little seam-up delivery that just might move away, helped by the wind. And again, Moulder sort of warns Kimber to look out for that particular delivery. Thompson is in and bowls, that is the off spinner, drifting on to leg stump. Kimber misses out rather. He went back and turned it with plenty of time, but straight to the man at sort of almost on the 45 at deep back, not deep but wide backward square. McKiernan made the stop. Thompson in and bowls. Kimber is forward to deliver it on middle and off. Back down the pitch it goes to him. 13 overs after this one. How are we doing for time? Half past. Won't be too far, about 10 past 6 finish if we finish. In goes Kimber, bowl. In goes Thompson, bowls to Kimber, who steps forward and leaves. Taken by Guest, but a good foot outside off stump. No, not a foot, 8 inches, perhaps 6 inches, 8 at the most. 110 for 4. Thompson is in. Kimber is hitting firmly wide of mid-on. Lakmal dives over the ball. 1 or 2 slightly old-fashioned looks from his teammates, but a firm hit, a firm punch out there by Louis Kimber, who has moved on to 17, the same score as Vian Moulder. And as we've been saying, Moulder talking away to Kimber. Just helped him, I suspect, just the way he's comported himself, his determination and the way way he's approaching his innings. It's brought a little bit of momentum that simply wasn't there previously. They're both going to have to score hundreds if Leicestershire are going to have any hope of saving the game, and that is a long way away at the moment. They're both on 17. Both capable though. Kimber's first class best, I think it's 71. He scored last season for Leicestershire against Worcestershire in Worcester. Yep, 71. But as I say, very early in his first class career. He's standing watching now as Connor's... No, it's Potts now. Potts chases in and bowls to Moulder, who pulls a short ball out to the mid-wicket boundary. That sounded like a pistol shot off the bat. Wow. Wasn't so short, but it was short enough. Excuse me, and Moulder just short arm pulled it away. Absolutely smacked it away, dismissed it from his presence. Moves on to 21 of 16 balls. The sound of the cameraman. Crunches back into position. It's Potts. Something to think about. Runs in and bowls to Moulder, outside off stump, cut away very hard, but there is cover out there. Connors is out there, about 15 yards inside the ropes in front of the manual scoreboard, so just a single, but Moulder has hit 2 cracking shots there. Just giving Derbyshire something to think about. Godalming wanders over and talks to Lackmal. And they're going to show the ball to the umpire. 53.2 overs. A limited number of times that the captains can show the ball to the umpires. Umpire Pratt wanders towards umpire Bainton, but umpire Pratt is the man with the sort of circle through which the ball must go, and it's gone through in every possible way, so umpire Bainton doesn't bother, and it is thrown back to Billy Godalming, and thrown back to Saranga Lackmal, and thrown back to Nick Potts. Potts, very straight run, bowls to Kimber, who leans forward, defends, ball back, bounces back down the pitch towards Nick Potts. No run. Well, if Moulder hangs around for a while, prospect of a probably entertaining final half hour as far as the Leicestershire supporters who've suffered rather. Today they had a good half hour before lunch when Ed Barnes took 5 for 28 in his spell of 10 overs. Potts is into Kimber, outside off stump. A little bit of shape away, but not much. And Kimber lets it go through. But it's been thin gruel for Fox's supporters otherwise over the last 3 days. And I can't help feeling they would take a lot of succour from half an hour of Vian Moulder playing shots like he's played in the brief time he's been at the crease so far. 22 of 17 balls for him. Potts runs away from us and bowls to Kimber, who on drives very firmly, but Lackmal gets across and makes the stop. Hit that very cleanly, Louis Kimber. As I say, he's pretty sure he'll be taking a bit of inspiration from Vian Moulder. Done for the day in terms of updates, and I suspect Fletch has as well now.
No.
Oh, one more.
Take cricket seriously at Radio Derby.
Potts is in to finish his over, bowls to Moulder, who's driving, but only as far as McKiernan at extra cover. End of the over, 119 for 4. But that pull, I don't know if you saw it, were they between boxes at the beginning of the over from Moulder.
No, I saw it.
Sounded like a rifle shot.
Yeah, it was another one of those. Another one with really straight arms. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a very nice little counterattack from Moulder. It was much needed, in all honesty. I think most of the people inside the ground had fallen asleep. And showing some defiance and showing the way forward for the Leicestershire batsmen. So good to see. Good to see. They're still 199 behind, and Derbyshire still have another innings, but
it's throwing a punch back.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely. Just there's a nice little counter-attack. Nice little counter-attack. What will he do to Alex Thompson? He's got a short leg in place. I wouldn't want to be him. Thompson bowls, and he's gone back and cuts this one away down towards the backward point region. Shan Masood gets there and throws it back in, but the running's good between the wickets, and Moulder gets back for the second. Yeah, if he drops one short and he pulls this, you wouldn't want to be Leicestershire deploy.
No.
A short leg.
Looking in those houses on Milligan Road.
You're looking in his grill. Dear, oh dear, that is a very dangerous place to be fielding. This next one is floated up outside the off stump and driven on the half volley up to Nick Potts. His first over cost him 5. First over of the innings for Nick Potts. Here's Thompson, it's his 18th. The Bennett end bowls, that one is, it struck on the pad. And he just takes his hand out of his pocket, does Neil Bainton, just to remove one of the little counters that he's got and put it in the other hand. I thought he was going to give him then, but he didn't. Kept a bit low possibly, big appeal. Here's Thompson again. You watch the replay, I'll watch the live stuff, as this one is defended off the back foot out into the offside by Moulder. Just keep a bit low, possibly.
Well, unfortunately, they didn't switch to the camera behind the bowler until it was too late. But for me, it was outside the line, looking at that angle.
Yeah. Thompson bowls, that's just off a thick inside edge, straight into the ground, and the ball dribbles back towards Thompson. Thompson won't mind if Moulder is attacking, because if he can get one to turn and take the edge, then his job done. He's got enough runs to play with, 197. And he's in again, his Thompson bowls. That's a slightly flatter one. Again, inside edge onto pad.
Yeah. He's giving him problems, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's bowling really nicely this season, Alex Thompson. 2 for 31 from his 18 overs. 121 for 4 now, Leicestershire. We've got 11 overs remaining in the day. I think we're back tomorrow. Leicestershire trailing by 197. It's still Derbyshire's game. I said in there, and as soon as I said it, I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to say, but I said it's Derbyshire's to lose. Is that the right phrase?
No, it's Derbyshire's to.
Well, Derbyshire should win it. So
you would have thought.
Yeah,
but
I don't think I'll use that. I don't think I'll use that phrase again.
No,
because it didn't make a lot of sense when I said it. But you know, when you're doing an update and you say something out loud and you think, I don't know what I'm talking about here. That was me.
Potts is in to Kimber on off stump. Kimber leans forward, plays it firmly down into the ground, into the covers, fielded by McKiernan. I think we can definitely say that Moulder happier against seam than spin on that evidence, on the evidence we've seen so far. But Thompson is bowling nicely, really nicely. He's not intimidated,
but he wants a painkiller,
by the South African Test International. He sees it as a challenge. Potts turns, runs in and bowls. Kimber again, solid enough in defence. Back down the pitch on the onside.
I think it's a challenge, all right. Leicestershire remind me very much of Derbyshire last season. You don't score runs in the first innings. You're never in games, are you? Just know. And Derbyshire last season in the first innings were absolutely hopeless. Scores in the low 100s.
Permanent battle to save games.
Yeah, it doesn't get you anywhere, does it?
You can't keep doing it. In goes Potts and bowls. Kimber drives, and he has got that past McKiernan, but only as far as Connors, who comes running in from the sort of cover sweeper position. Just a single then for Louis Kimber. Moves on to 18. 1, 2, 2 for 4. I'm suggesting while you were next door that both these batters will have to score hundreds for Leicester to have any chance of saving the game.
Might take Kimber a while.
He started to play a little bit. Potts is in and bowling outside off stump to Moulder, who lets it go through.
Moulder, on the other hand, run a ball 24. It's just the way he plays, I suppose.
They're going to have to do what Shan Masood and Wayne Madsen did.
But they're going to have to do it under the pressure of the scoreboard pressure, and only to save the game.
Yeah, knowing. In goes Potts, bowls, and it's a foolish delivery, jammed out rather by Moulder. Was waiting, it looked like it was going to be a half volley there. I suspect it was just a little bit too straight for him to really free his arms and drive through the line. The Tigers play tonight, I think.
They played at 3 o'clock as well.
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
Potts is in, forced out by Moulder. Not too much foot movement on that occasion. Bounces nicely for McKiernan to make the stop. Billy Godleman meets the physio halfway. And he's limping slightly. I'm sure it was his knee. And he's taking a couple of painkillers and a drink.
I'm never sure of Julian's surname. Califato? Califato? That doesn't sound right.
Greek
Julian.
Something.
He's a South African.
Okay.
I don't know where he's from. I think he played. He played for Derbyshire. So I should really know how
He's
you
got
pronounce
very
his
orange
name.
trainers.
Hasn't he? Yeah. They're very wide as well, I notice. Got wide feet. And he's wearing the kind of sunglasses that the Banana Splits used to wear.
Yeah, reflective. Tra-la-la. I love the
One banana,
splits.
2 banana, etc. Yes, I did. Here's Alex Thompson bowling to Louis Kimber. It beats him.
Just that one that drifts past the outside edge again. I bet you didn't like them for the same reasons, though, as me. I like them because there was Robinson Crusoe in the programme,
Yes, there was.
which was quite cool.
Yeah, was it?
Yeah,
Here is
for me.
Thompson again. That one is driven up to
But
mid-on.
there were the monkeys as well.
The monkeys were on it. Yeah, I like the monkeys.
Did you? I never thought. I thought you were a sort of heavier.
Oh
metal
yeah,
band.
well I am, but the monkeys were all right. They were funny, weren't they? They were very much. Well, it was a fabricated band, very much of the American Beatles. That's what they tried to be, wasn't it? But as Kimber pushes this one up to mid-off, and
When I was at the Yorkshire Post, I interviewed Peter Tork.
Did you?
It was one of the very few times I've been completely, in awe.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I can't believe I'm talking. You were part of my childhood.
I bet that cheered him up. This one's on leg stump and
He was a
turned into
lovely
leg
bloke.
side by
Lovely
Kimber
man.
for a single.
Smashing bloke.
Died quite recently, didn't
He
he?
did, yes, sadly, yeah. I think there's just Mickey Dolan's left now, isn't there? Because,
Yeah.
update, Dave's being summoned for a final update, I suspect, of the day as Thompson goes in, bowls, back foot. Again, Moulder doesn't look as confident as he does against the seamers, against young Alex Thompson. Sarge just steps to the crease and bowls outside off stump. It's that one that goes on. Moulder lets it go on. And he is bowling around nicely. 19 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 32 for Alex Thompson. Just the one wicket has fallen post tee after the 3 that fell in short order beforehand. Evans gritted his way through to 33 off 140 balls without scoring a boundary before being palpably LBW to Sam Connors. 96 runs in the match for Sam Evans. Pretty decent contribution, but he'll be disappointed not to have gone on. In goes Potts and bowls to Louis Kimber. He defends on off stump. It runs out to backward point, where Anajdal is the fielder. Settled after a slightly, not wayward, but wayward in terms of length. Nick Potts' first over. Second was better. Looks to be finding his rhythm. Runs in, bowls to Kimber. Again out into the offside. It's pushed. Dahl picks up as he runs in from backward point and side flicks the ball at the stumps at the non-striker's end. He misses. Lakmal backs up the throw. Kimber had made his ground anyway, running to the danger end. Moves on to 20 off 75 balls. Moulder has 24 off 28. They're just beginning to look as though they're starting to sort of frustrate him a little bit. Derbyshire, and that's probably the way to go as Potts goes in, bowls to him outside off stump. Allows it to go through to Guest, who doesn't take it cleanly. Bounces out of the gloves, down to his feet. So no extras accrue as a consequence. Potsy lad is the encouraging cry. Come on, Potsy lad. Turns with that white towel hanging out of the back of his trousers, runs in and bowls very full outside off stump. A tempter for Vian Moulder, but he is not to be tempted at the moment. Only 8 overs and 2 balls until the close now, which is beginning to look increasingly as though it will happen tonight. They would have to pick up 2 wickets probably in that time, Derbyshire, for they may not want to take the half hour. They may be content to come back tomorrow, as Potts is in, again outside off stump. Again, Moulder just sort of steps across and watches as the ball bounces through into Guest's gloves. All done?
Well, I'm not sure.
Oh, could yet be more.
I don't think there will be. There's only 12 minutes to go until the show finishes, so I can't imagine for a minute.
Unless a couple of quick wickets were to fall.
Yeah, that doesn't look likely at the moment, though, does it? I mean, it does when Thompson's bowling.
Potts is in and bowls to Moulder, much straighter, blocked back past him, but out towards mid-on, where Lakmal steps into field, and there is no run. Decent over from Nick Potts, as I say, after that first over, which just 1 or 2 slight variants in length, he's settled into a decent line and length, which has been one of the characteristics of the Derbyshire bowling in this match.
But despite this counter-attack from Moulder and Kimber to a degree, the run rate's only gone up to 2.1, so it's yes, it's been much more impressive, but even in the last 5 overs they've only scored 10 runs, Leicestershire, so they're not getting away, which means that Derbyshire still have all those runs to play with, 194 of them at the moment. Alex Thompson's going to continue. I just had an interview done on pitch side at Doncaster. My word, it sounded windy there. Absolutely remarkable. We're very fortunate to do our interviews in front of the pavilion here, where it's quite sheltered.
It's an enclosed stadium. It's a nice stadium, though, isn't it? Donny's new ground. Was it called the New York Stadium?
No, that's Rotherham, isn't it? That's Rotherham. It was called the Keepmoat, but it's called something else now.
Okay.
I've no idea. Well, Keepmoat was the sponsorship because they were the builders, weren't they? I think they bought Bellevue, built on Bellevue opposite the racecourse.
McKinnon waiting for the 12th man to bring him a helmet and a box, I suspect.
Yeah.
Yeah, the box is contained in the helmet.
The box is in the helmet. And interestingly...
Plants or not?
Well, no, interestingly, he's having a conversation with Julian the physio.
Well, he has.
I think he's limping. I think he's limping. He's still smiling, as you would if you'd scored your maiden first-class century, but he's only bowled the 1 over, and he's running okay there. I think he never runs particularly athletically. Apologies to the McKinnons. I don't think they're listening actually today because they're here. I think he's a spinner for a reason. He's going in at leg slip, We've got a short leg, a leg slip and a slip all round Louis Kimber for Alex Thompson. So 8 overs remain, /16, but I think it's going to be 8. And Thompson is in. Kimber forward and defends it straight back to the bowler, who's decided not to throw the ball away to be polished anymore. It's 58 overs old already. I think it's beyond polishing probably. The tall figure of Thompson approaches again. This one's turned into the leg side. Catch it. Who's going to catch that? It's along the floor to the mid-wicket. I don't think the bat pad's going to catch it. Leicestershire deploys, got his hands in his pockets.
Would have been a miracle.
Wouldn't it have been a great catch, that? His hands are out of his pockets now. He crouches down. The next delivery is played back to Thompson by Kimber. We're heading for a pre-6:30 finish, which in Derbyshire terms is very impressive. He's in again. And that one is pushed out into the offside. Around quickly comes Nick Potts to do the fielding with his towel hanging out the back of his trousers, just hanging down out of his shirt as well, or his sweater that he's wearing. Thompson just wants Sam Connors to go a little bit straighter out on the mid-wicket, well, in the mid-wicket area, because he's nowhere near the boundary. That one is turned into the leg side. Who's going to chase that?
Oh,
nobody initially. And then Matty
debate,
McKiernan suddenly realises that he'd better go. And the batsman have come back for 3 runs. Yeah, there is nobody there. So somebody's going to have to do the fielding.
Duploy looked at McKiernan. McKiernan looked at Duploy.
I think Duploy, if he's not injured, should have gone for it, but then he's got the fielding pads on, so I don't know. There's a Duploy and Moulder have a little conversation. They'll have come across each other, I've no doubt, in South Africa. Duploy crouches and Moulder defends off an edge out into the offside. Madsen with a very acrobatic piece of fielding. He got there and flung the ball back behind him without looking really, in the hope that it might crash into the stumps and perhaps surprise Kimber as he was coming through for the quick single. It didn't in the end.
It was still a brilliantly athletic.
It was magnificently athletic. You're right. And
it was close. You know, I mean, Kimber was scrambling. He did, I don't know, it was about a foot wide probably in the end, but it was a sensational piece of work, really.
Madsen's just had a word with Billy Godwin. They are very much the brains trust of this operation. The captain and the former captain.
Sort of the instinctive ball player, really. That everything about that was
worth a go.
I bet he's brilliant at every blooming game he's ever played.
I don't even know if he's a golfer. I bet he is a golfer.
Potts is in to Moulder. Good delivery that he has to adjust to as he defends and comes off the thickish outside part of the bat, along the ground all the way to Dahl at backward point. There's no run. Pat on the back for Nick Potts from Duploy, who's wandered over from mid-wicket to encourage the young seamer.
A word of encouragement from Saranga Lakmal as well. He's only in his second game, let's not forget.
Yeah.
Nick Potts.
Knees pumping, he runs in quite a long way and bowls. That's a good shout for leg before. He's gone! He is gone! Vian Moulder, Leicestershire's main hope of really challenging this Derbyshire total in any way, has gone leg before wicket. Well, he hit some lovely shots in going to 25, but not even quarter enough as far as the Foxes are concerned. He indicates with his hand there was a bit of movement, but Nick Potts has made a potentially massive contribution there. Now, Derbyshire probably going to win anyway, but he hasn't really been involved too much in the game. Now he has. He's made his mark.
That looked a particularly sharp delivery as well, didn't it? A really quick delivery from Nick Potts. He's got a really sharp one in him. And that is a huge, huge blow for Leicestershire, and a huge blow struck by Derbyshire. 128 for 5 with 6 overs and 4 balls to go in the day.
Yeah.
2 more wickets, and they might invoke the...
I think one more.
Do you think one more and they'll invoke the 8? Just so everybody doesn't have to come back tomorrow? Interesting. I don't know if there are any hard and fast rules. I've never really understood the extra half hour, but That was a terrific delivery by Nick Potts, and well played him, because he could have just sort of fielded and felt slightly sorry for himself not being involved in the action directly. But he's come into the attack. He got hit for a 4 in his first over, and you're thinking, oh, I'm not so sure. 1 for 7 he's got now. But I thought it was a very, very sharp delivery from Nick Potts. Let's have a look.
Ooh, did it hit him outside the line?
Potentially. You can see the leg stump behind him, can't you? You can very much see the leg stump.
I think that's the very first decision that for me, there's been a bit of a question mark over. I think that hit him outside the line, you know.
They'll take it.
Yeah.
They'll take it.
You know, they balance up, don't they?
So they say.
So they say.
So they say. Julian's off again. And the 2/12 men are racing from the field. Lewis Rees is still better than Harry Kane, even with a limp. So it's you think one more. I'd love to know what the rules are, if there are any hard and fast rules as to whether, you know, they have to be within 3 of victory, or, you know, if it was the boot was on the other foot and they needed 20 to win, they could invoke the last 8, or if it was 30 or 40, what it is exactly, I've no idea. But Derbyshire, of course, have never been in this position in my time, so
stand of 40. In goes Potts and bowls to Swindles, who is forward defending solidly enough.
There's a suggestion, I won't say from whom, but there's a suggestion that it was no less out than Brook Guest yesterday, so perhaps it does even itself out a bit. Fair play. Fair play. Got to make a decision in a split second as well, haven't they? The umpires with leg before. I mean, we get to look at a replay.
A nice replay several times.
They have to sort of get a picture in their mind straight away and then make a decision from that.
Indeed. Potts is in. Swindles is pushing out into the covers. He's going to pick up 1 as as Connors sprints back, slides and stops, and Swindles takes 1. 1, 2,
so that
9,
little word
5.
of encouragement from Leicester Ploy, the little word of encouragement from
Absolutely.
Saranga Lakmal, and the very next delivery, Potts strikes gold.
Out enough, says Fango Fox.
Yeah.
Potts is in, Kimber is forward, out into the offside.
Something to do tomorrow. Fair play.
Yeah, it was one of those, you know, I suspect the, what's it called, tracker or whatever it is.
Well, we don't want that, do we?
Would probably show it hit just outside.
Get the VAR
there
on
was not too much in it. Sun comes back out at the Uptonsteel County Ground. It had gone rather cold for a while, but the wind has dropped now. It looks very pleasant. As Potts is in and bowls, Kimber looks to have a bit of time now, as you would expect, having faced 80-odd deliveries. Clips it out towards mid-on end of the over. Bold Potsy. And lots of pats on the back for Potto and the Potter and Potsy.
Well, we've tried to get Caractacus going, but it's not working. I'm going to say we, mainly David Griffin, but you called him Caractacus twice in pre-season, and he just looked at him blankly. Much like the look that you've got.
Chitty Bang Bang.
There we go. Yep, the inventor of Chitty Bang Bang.
I just think Caractacus. I was thinking Old English King. Ah, no.
Yeah.
Wasn't King of the Iceni or anything.
No.
He was.
No. In which Dick Van Dyke was actually.
All right.
Well, considerably older than the man who played his father in that film. Wayne Madson's going to come on and bowl, old Golden Arm himself. He's going to bowl from the Bennett end with his round arm off spinners. Every delivery will be a wicket taker. You watch him. He generally gets it bang on straight away. He's got a short leg. He's got a man close in at like a straight mid-wicket, as well as a mid-wicket, more orthodox mid-wicket. There's a man round the corner on the 45. Well, he was, but he's not anymore. There's a man at backward point. There's a cover, mid-off, mid-on. And Madsen is in, and that one is stroked out into the offside by Swindles.
Did he bowl the first over in the T20s last season?
No.
They did that for a while, didn't they?
Until Shahid Afridi got hold of him.
Did he?
In the quarter-final. He didn't bowl much. No, he didn't play to T20 last season. That one almost bounces a little bit more than Swindles was expecting. He goes down and taps the pitch. The ball was played out to the leg side where it was fielded by Anush Dal. You'll hear a lot of oohs and ahs during a Wayne Madsen over. It's terrific. He's in again now. Short run up. Bowls. Full delivery. No oohs and ahs that time because he's over-pitched it and it's been slapped away for 4 runs by Swindles. Nice shot. Poor delivery. And got what it deserved, really. Swindles moves on to 5. 134 for 5. No, 133. I can't add up. 133 for 5. And Leicestershire trail by 185. They'll keep attacking now, though, Derbyshire, with 185 runs to play with and 5 wickets to get. 5.5 overs left in the day's play. That one is a big appeal from Wayne Madsen.
He thought about it, didn't he? He sort of led to one side, the umpire Bainton there.
I think Wayne Madsen then said, was it missing or was it going over? And there was a nod of the head. In fact, it was outside the line, judging by what Neil Bainton has just indicated. He rattles through his overs. That's the other thing that Wayne Madsen does as well. He's in again now and bowls, and it's a full delivery that's played straight back to him. You often see him jog back to his mark when they're trying to get an extra over or two in. Over rate level, so no concerns there.
Camera work wasn't the greatest.
Madsen's in again. That one's over pitched. It's a full toss, and Madsen's got away with one there. Swindles doesn't take advantage. He concedes the 4 runs from his over, but at least 3 of those balls were wicket takers. 133 for 5. Kimber 23, Swindles 5, and 5 overs left in the day now.
All 13, but
I think 5.
I suspect 5. One more now.
I mean, we did see Ed Barnes pick up 2 in 2, didn't we? I think if they get 2 in 2, they'll drag it in. No question about it.
Yeah.
Fish my underpants out of the bag in the car for tomorrow morning. Clean.
Oh, right.
No. I brought enough.
Still too much info. In goes Potts and bowls, and Kimber is forward, pushing the delivery out to McKiernan in the covers.
I don't really want to take one bag back into the room, really, rather than 2.
You didn't tell them you were checking out.
No.
Just brought the
bag. Well, you can just leave, can't you, really, nowadays?
Yes,
they're all paid.
Those sort of places.
They're all paid for, anyway.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for it by the hour.
No.
Well, I'm sure you can.
Got a slip now, Potts. Bowling to Kimber. They have always had, to be honest. In he goes and bowls. Full. Clipped by Kimber off middle, but only as far, middle and leg, only as far as mid-wicket, where Deploy. Hands living pretty much in pockets, except for a couple of seconds for each delivery, is the fielder.
Potsy Klein suggests David McCardle as a nickname. That'd be a good nickname, wouldn't it? Potsy Klein, as in.
Oh, as in.
Yeah,
okay.
I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
Might be beyond.
Oh, I think it will be.
His teammates. In goes Potts outside of stump line and length, but the line was slightly too wide.
We've never heard of Caractacus Potts. He's never heard of Patsy Klein, has he? No.
Louis Kimber is Melmo. What does it'll be Potsy, won't it?
You rather fear so, yeah.
He doesn't mention a nickname.
Must be embarrassing then.
Potts bowls and Kimber steers it wide of man at cover, McKiernan. Connors runs round to field at deep extra. Sounded a little bit tinny, didn't it, that one?
Didn't sound great.
So just a single to Louis Kimber, moves on to 24. Swindles back on strike on 5. Nick Potts, what makes you worry? Letting someone down, he says rather touchingly. Hasn't let anyone down. As he runs in and bowls to Swindles, who's forward on off stump. Billy Godleman, both hands in the air as though it was an explosive delivery rather than the relatively gentle, straight, fullish ball just outside off stump that Swindles had no worries about pushing out into the offside. So back with us. Potts turns, runs in and bowls. That's a better delivery. Slightly deceived Swindles there. Length on the stumps, and wasn't quite sure whether to go forward or back. Played it solidly enough, but asked the question. Nick Potts, end of his 5th over, 1 for 9, but a big one. Ryan Moulder, 134 for 5, was probably, with due respect to Louis Kimber, he gets good support from Harry Swindles and the bowlers. Hopefully they'll be thinking of extending the game at least deep into the final day, or at least into the final first session of the final day. 4 overs remain.
Wayno's going to carry on. Wayne Madsen, yeah, from the Bennett end. In and bowls, and that's beaten him. Kimber pushes forward. Bale's whipped off, or one of them at least, by Brooke Guest. He was perhaps justified in thinking he might have got a wicket with that one.
He's got a great roar, Madsen.
He'd love a wicket here, would Wayne Madsen. Bowls, and that one it's played out into the offside by Kimber. Such where he gets his enthusiasm from, I have no idea. It's like Peter Pan. He's in again, and this one is flicked into the leg side. Oh, just above Anuj Dal at mid-wicket, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs. It reaches the rope now, but I don't think it was too far above Dal's outstretched right hand as he leapt into the air. Kimber moves on to 28, 138 for 5.
He's a strong boy, is Kimber, and it was barely a flick.
I couldn't see how close it was to Anuj Dal's right hand as he leapt in the air. It would have been a spectacular catch had he taken it. Madsen bowls again, and Kimber goes back into his crease and pushes it back to Madsen. 3 overs after this one.
But the fact that it crossed the ropes sort of 100 yards behind Dahl suggests it was travelling.
Yes. This next delivery is turned into the leg side. Dahl reaches out with his right hand and stops the ball. Parries it, really, and then retrieves. Final ball of the second Madsen over. He's gone for 8 runs in his 2 overs so far, and this one is played off the back foot and will be 4 more. Just dropped it a bit short, really, outside the off stump. Back into his crease went Kimber and crashed it away to the extra cover boundary. He's moved to 32. 142 for 5 now. Leicestershire, 3 overs to go today. They're still trailed by 176.
Madsen kicked at the ground with annoyance at that last delivery. It's an unfortunate way to end a pretty decent over from the veteran. I think it's fair to describe him as that.
Oh yes, I think so.
Derbyshire man. So Potts. I wonder if well, yeah, maybe McKiernan's injured, so we'll probably see him again today anyway. Potts more likely to get the last 2 from the pavilion end. He's certainly getting the first of them. Runs in and bowls 2 Swindles off stump. Neither forward nor back, but prodding it out into the offside.
Here's one then. If they get to the last over Ordinarily, they took a wicket, they'd all walk off. But with 6 down, I wonder if they'd say, right, well, we'll take the extra 8, please, ump.
I assume
They
it's
could do that.
up to Godalmand and, you know, from until the very last ball, so to speak.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you say. Potts outside off stump. A flashing drive that doesn't connect from Harry Swindles. Could easily have edged that one through to Guest. Or the slips, of which there are 2 now. McKinnon and Madsen. Swindles looks a little ashamed as he just checks his guard. Potts is in and bowling full again. This time he's a little bit more careful, Swindles. He doesn't have a big follow through. Gets to the pitch but pushes it firmly out to Connors. He covers. Whoa, one of the outlaws, I think, has just driven up Milligan Road to HQ. That's right. The outlaws on the side of the house. Be a brave postman. Potts bowls very straight. Imagine. There's a bit of postage due on this.
Is the only game going in the 2nd division now? Nottingham should beat Durham by an innings.
That's done, I think.
And 141. Durham all out for 117 second time round. Sussex 188 all out second time run, lost to Worcestershire by an innings and 34. There was an innings win for Middlesex earlier today.
Looking very
see
much
a quartet
like
of them
here. Yeah. Potts in, bowls, Swindles drives, and that one he has got through. Slightly fuller and in pursuit. Godalmand, is he going to drag it back? Yeah, he is. Where his feet quite were, not too sure, but he got there, and Swindles takes 3. In the context of the game, it matters not. Certainly he wouldn't be able to tell. We, looking down, had a pretty good view as he slid feet first.
The Yorkshire Declaration's looking less impressive now, isn't it?
What a
Northants have closed on 56 without loss. They need 443.
Ludicrous declaration. Potts is in to finish his over. Bowls. Kimber defends on off stump out into the offside, and there's no run. Bowled Potter. 6 overs. That's not me saying that. That's one of his teammates. 1 for 12 for Potts, who's windmilling his arms.
Thompson, I think.
So Wayne Madsen, the little experiment, is over.
Yeah, it's Thompson.
It'll be Thompson to have the last over from the Bennett end.
Slightly bizarre.
To be the last over.
Slightly bizarre. Take your front line spinner off and bring your part timer on. But hey ho.
Looking at the scores, Azad 32, Evans 33, Moulder 25. They all got in. Couldn't go on. Didn't go on.
Matty McKinnon's put the helmet on, and instead of putting his cap down the back of his trousers in the traditional manner, he's placed it behind the wicketkeeper. Which is slightly dangerous. Mind you, with 173 runs to play with, I don't suppose it really matters. He's also wheeling his arms around. I wonder if he's going to have a go last over. Bit of leg spin as well, so perhaps he is okay, but he's just not being used at the moment. First ball of the Thompson over. It's played back to Thompson, who throws it back to the keeper.
We did sashay down the pitch there, Harry Swindles, so McKinnon is going to bowl the last over.
Looks like it, doesn't it? Definitely looks like it. Here comes Thompson, 5 balls left in his day, and he comes down the track and plays it back to Thompson. What a catch that is, left-handed, diving to his right-hand side. That is an absolute stunner from Alex Thompson. Brilliant. They're now 6 down, Leicestershire. I wonder if they'll invoke the extra 8 overs here. That is a magnificent grab.
It surely is. Derbyshire's out cricket, as impressive as their bowling and batting. But again, not a great shot from Harry Swindles. And he's walking back to the pavilion with his head down, having given it away. 145 for 6. Will it end tonight after all? Umpires are having a chat.
Yeah.
They have some input as well.
I think they probably do, don't they? I think they can decide. They might think, fancy another night in Leicester. Or, well, I could go and see the mother-in-law tomorrow. Do my duty. Neither of which are high on my radar. A list of priorities. But we do have 10 balls remaining. Thompson, well, that was just stunning. And here's Ed Barnes, who's had quite the day already. Probably was hoping that he wouldn't have to bat today. Probably figured he'd have to bat at some point, just not today. Absolutely stunning catch. No more than 6 inches off the ground, and the ball didn't really move much more than about a foot off the ground. It was fairly firmly struck, wasn't it?
Yeah, but shouldn't have been off the ground at all.
Shouldn't have been off the ground, and he did dance down for the second time in the over, and he obviously wanted to try to hit Alex Thompson out of the attack, potentially. I don't know why.
With 10 balls to go.
Well, yes, there's your problem. There's your problem. Thompson now 3 for 36. Didn't bowl much in the first innings, didn't have to bowl much in the first innings, and he's proving to be excellent in the second. Hassan Azad, George Rhodes, and now Harry Swindles, all dismissed by Alex Thompson. Wayne Madsen with a slip catch to dismiss Azad. He bowled Rhodes, and he's caught and bowled Harry Swindles. They're still 173 in arrears, and he's bowling to Ed Barnes. Thompson is in, and Barnes goes forward and plays the ball into the ground onto the leg side. The master stroke to give him a couple of overs rest and bring him back for the fight. I'm giving up on trying to second guess Billy Godleman, but that was brilliant. Brilliant.
Yeah, every decision is made.
Every decision is made, yeah. This next delivery is pushed out by Barnes into the offside, where it is comfortably fielded by Potts. Shadows very, very long now.
But perfect light.
Oh, perfect light.
Should they want the extra half hour?
We could have 9 overs to go. This next one is a little bit quicker, and he goes a step or 2 down the track. Gets his bat at the bottom, right at the toe end of his bat on that one. He squirts it out backward and square on the offside. Shan Masood is pointing, perhaps with a suggested field placing change or a field change. And
yeah, surround him.
He's going in at second slip. Is Shan Masood. When Madsen's pointing to where he should stand. And Masood is ready. Madsen is ready. Leg slip and a short leg as well as Thompson bowls, and that's played out into the offside. I thought he'd got an edge on that one. And it's fielded there by Billy Godwin. It's the end of the over. Have we got 1 over left, or have we got 9 overs left? Well, we'll find out in 6 balls time. Leicestershire 145 for 6. Barnes yet to get off the mark. Kimber has 32, and Leicestershire trailing by 173.
And it will be Matty McKiernan bowling that final over, if it is the final over. May have to take a wicket in it to extend the day, but we'll find out. Trying to sort of read body language out there, but there's been no sort of signal from the umpires to the scorers.
I suppose they'll be thinking, well, if they take one more, we'll definitely grant it. We're in the balance at the moment, but they're into the bowlers now. I know Barnes can bat, but they're into the bowlers, aren't they?
If they were to get Kimber, then
yes,
sure,
surely take
the half hour. So, short leg and 2 slips for McKinnon, bowling to Louis Kimber, who is 32 not out. McKinnon steps to the wicket and bowls short and flat and goes back. Kimber punches out into the offside. Good work by Dar to make this stop. Come on, Macca.
Always Macca, you'd have thought.
McKinnon is in. Bowls get a little bit flat. Goes back. It's much straighter this time, better length, and Kimber plays it firmly back to him. Blowing constantly on his right hand before running in, tossing it up. That's a better delivery. Kimber gets forward, has to get forward to the pitch of the ball, back down the wicket on the on side. Ground staff have come out, they haven't been told.
They've not been told.
They're anticipating bringing the covers on. McKinnon in, bowls onto the leg stump and doesn't get anything on it. Kimber, as he stretches forward, it comes back off his pad out into the leg side. Deploy moves across from short leg to pick up. 2 balls remain as McKinnon is in and bowls. Nice loop to it, pushed past Deploy off a slightly thick inside edge by Kimber. He takes 1 as Masood comes into field. And the final ball that McKinnon have, and possibly the final ball of another day that has most decisively belonged to the visitors, will be bowled by McKinnon to Eddie Barnes, who's the only Leicestershire player really, arguably Kimber too, to emerge from the day with an awful lot of credit. He's surrounded. 2 slips, leg slip and short leg as McKinnon goes through his little routine, blowing on his right hand at least 4 times, is in and bowls. Flat delivery back. Barnes goes, pushes out into the offside, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is us done for the day. The bails have been removed, so we are coming back tomorrow. Possibly not for too long. Derbyshire will need 4 more wickets. Leicestershire will need 172 runs simply to make Derbyshire bat again. Louis Kimber is 33 not out, joint top scorer in an innings which is not exactly in tatters, but it's not far off. 146 for 6. The Foxes, on the back of 213 in their first innings, Derbyshire having replied in what will almost certainly be their only innings with 531. Fletcher and I will be back with you tomorrow morning, God willing, and you'll be able to join us for the final knockings likely of the game at 11 o'clock start. Bright sunshine is the forecast. Leicestershire are not going to be saved by the weather. So we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning, hopefully from the Uptonsteel County Ground, but on this Saturday evening in Leicester, sunny Saturday evening in Leicester, it's a very good night. Applause for Matty McKinnon, who leaves Derbyshire from the field on the back of his first class century. Good night from the Uptonsteel County Ground.